It's a general question that doesn't make any
If you're not hypnotized, you said,
relation
then
to
I'm
the
lying,
thing we're
right?
talking about here. It
Kronk,
depends on
if
what
you
you're
repeat
talking
a
about.
lie, if
Okay,
you
so it's
repeat a
not
lie
black and white.
multiple
That's all the
times,
point I'm trying to make. It's not black and
You
white.
can be hypnotized to say something true.
Okay.
Irrelevant nonsense.
I don't think
seeing
it's
is
irrelevant.
believing.
I'm trying to point out an inconsistency in your arguments.
You haven't pointed out a single inconsistency, though. That's the issue
I
here.
have.
And the worst part is you're obfuscating it from the topic.
Exactly. Don't attack the character. Attack the facts or what's in the discussion.
I'm not the one
No.
calling people dumbasses here.
Yeah, I did that after I substantiated that.
So name calling is allowed.
No,
And-
it's not name calling when it's substantiated. It's just an insult that you find insulting.
And you substantiate that. That's still name calling, whether you claim that it's substantiated or not. And again, you don't even know who I am. You don't know anything about me.
Hey, if you're black and I see you and see that you're black, then I can say
But
that
you
you're
don't
black.
see that I'm black.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not saying you're black, and this is an example to show
you
you
don't
that
call
if you
people they're black
demonstrate
as an
yourself to
insult.
be an idiot, if you demonstrate yourself to be an idiot, then people can call you idiot.
What
That's
you
just
said
on
was not
you.
the equivalent of calling someone
just-
black.
he just
You
took
did
it
the
from
equivalent
a-
of calling them a slur.
No, that's not
Yes,
correct.
you did. No one says dumbass as a compliment or as an observation. It is always as an insult.
It was an observation of your dumbassness.
You said it, and obviously in an annoyed tone, and it was meant to be an insult.
Oh my God!
There's no getting around
now
that.
you're gonna try to divine my intentions. This is just more
Well-
fallacious nonsense because you don't want to address the issues.
Right. And Kronk, I mean, I know you're muted right now, but I think you can still hear me. Is like, he's not trying to deceive. Jason's not trying to deceive you. He's just trying to be honest with you. Like, if I'm being a dumbass, they call me a dumbass too. Like,
Yeah, I call myself a dumbass when I say dumb stuff. I call everybody a dumbass when they say dumb stuff. That's how I describe people who are acting dumb.
right. It's not like he insulted your mother or something. It's just you're probably being incoherent or illogical, and he just called you out for it. If anything, that's what a friend would do. A friend's not going to tell you what you want to hear. A friend
You
is
can't
going to
really
tell
be
you
friendly. You don't really know the guy.
You can be a friend with someone that
and
you
like
don't know.
like I told you before, I am willing to walk back calling you a dumbass if you were willing to accept when you're wrong, if you were willing to show a little bit of comprehension and critical thinking. That's no problem for me. I don't call people who do that dumbasses because they're showing improvement. They're not being dumbass in that moment. We can all change and grow as people, or we can stagnate and get worse.
I mean, like, being called a name shouldn't be the icebreaker here, you know? It's like, you shouldn't value the opinions of others that much. The topic
Insult
at
is in
hand
the eye of the insulted. Like, QE calls me names all the time. I love that dude because he calls me out when I'm saying something wrong.
Yeah.
You guys know each other though. I feel like there's like an element of like strangers here. You're coming off. He doesn't know you're calling him a dumbass. It seems really, really insulting. I know you're coming from a place of like trying to correct him and all, but you could come like a little more softer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I am very annoyed with sophists. I don't like sophists. I don't like people who use manipulative tactics to try to manipulate other people. So that annoyance comes into my voice.
Yes. I get that a lot in the Globe servers. I've been hyena attacked by a lot of people, and it's not fun. But just calling someone a dumbass just once, it's not a big deal. It's okay.
It's also, I walked it back right away. If he told him if he was willing to admit that he was wrong, that the globe model doesn't claim that you would be able to see the horizon curving at that height, I would be happy to drop it. But he doubled down and instead tried to argue about me, which only further solidifies my point.
Right. Unfortunately, yes. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet. It's like, oh shit, I was wrong. Well, can you please correct me or show me how to understand this? It's not about who's right or wrong. It's just what is right or wrong. It's not who is right or wrong. It's what is. It doesn't matter what me or Dre says. What matters is what is the truth here. What is the objective reality that we're discussing?
Trying to get all
You may-
philosophical. An insult is an insult, and it can be found insulting. It doesn't matter how you like shape it. I mean, you could have find tons of other ways to correct them, saying, "Oh well, that's kind of foolish," or yeah, you have
No,
to straight out call
stop.
them dumbass.
Stop. Yes, I can, and I will. You are violating our rules now. Do you want me to mute you as well?
Come on, bro, stop being so tyrannical. Stop tyranny.
Hey, bitch.
Tyrannical.
Read the rules, or I will just mute you.
You're being tyrannical, Drace.
No,
See,
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. If you get insulted by how you're acting, that's on you.
It's called manipulation.
Don't try to tone police other people. Don't try to white knight for other people in here. That's not what's allowed here.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the subject, the arguments, fine. That's what we want to do here. This nonsense will get you kicked out.
We love smoke, bro. Bring all the smoke. Just, keep it to the earth. Don't talk about us.
I want beef.
No, we want all the beef, nigga.
Sorry. Anyway, so
Sorry. My bad.
the ways. Anyway, so yeah, it's humility. It's humility school. It's like military school. Sometimes you just gotta buckle up. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. And to be fair, it's like I used to feel the same way too. I used to be a little soft with like insults and disrespect. But after
I used to be that way
so
too,
much-
man.
Right, but because me and you, Dre's, both have tried to, talk to people on the other opposing side, and it usually turns into a dumpster fire shit show, and it's exhausting because the understanding the heliocentric model is baloney makes you want to have others understand that as well, so they're not deceived, and it's coming from a good place.
The big issue is don't come in here thinking you know stuff, talking out of your ass when it's contradicting the globe religion. We understand the globe religion because we fight against it. You don't come in here with your new ball that nobody believes in except you. That makes no sense. We're not here to discuss your beliefs and opinions about something that nobody else holds. If the horizon is curving on any hill or mountaintop or any airplane, we would all see that. No one sees that. It's incoherent nonsense. The only two options are he's a liar, which is what CB said, Cap, or he's being hypnotized. He's hypnotized into believing it. And I'm fine with either one. Just admit that.
Took me a few decades to realize the heliocentric model was a lie. It took me a while to drop the Jenga tower. Just be honest about what I believed in and why I believed in it. I didn't know a damn thing about what I believed in, so it made me question why I believed in it. I couldn't prove it, couldn't demonstrate it, couldn't observe it. I just had to be because I understand it's weird. It goes against everything you've been told growing up. But if you're honest intellectually with yourself and don't value the opinion of others, then we can move on and talk. We can discuss the objective reality. The path is narrow, I understand that. But the narrow path is the best. The wide path is what leads to destruction. That's why everybody goes to that one. It's easier to go to the wide path. Just narrow it down and be honest with yourself intellectually. Don't try to let your emotions get involved and say Drace hurt your feelings. He's being what's the word he said, tyrannical or whatever. But I know he's trying to say tyranny, but it's just that's not going to move forward in any direction. It's just going to hold back. It's like Drace is trying to be a teacher, if you will. He's trying to talk to you about the flat Earth model, or not the flat Earth model, but just the understanding of what we observe.
I was trying to be a teacher to him, but then he didn't want to be a student and wanted to try to talk about me, and so naturally he becomes a dumbass to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand. I understand the gripe that like you could not call him a dumbass. You could leave all that stuff out. I used to argue that to QE for years. However, there is something to be said that shame and shock can sometimes help you. That's one of the reasons why I don't like talking to all the Globers that come in here, because I get annoyed at them using sophistry, being completely illogical, not knowing anything they're talking about, and then talking out their ass. And so you can hear it in my voice, you can hear it in my tone, and so they love to try to tone police and not talk about the actual issues because they are so feminine in their way of thinking.
Yeah, it's a soft mentality, and I've been there. Like I got incredibly mad at QE a few times, and then I realized that it's nothing personal. It's just nothing to get upset about.
It also really depends on how people act, how soft I am, because you can hear in my voice how I'm feeling generally, and very rarely has anybody heard me here angry, because when I'm angry, I actually yell at people. I can't come from a family where my dad was one of the most potty-mouthed person I've ever met, so I swear a lot normally, and I keep it in generally here. So I'm not making a lot of excuses here, other than that I understand that it's not the best foot to put forward to call someone a dumbass, but it's still something that's actually verifiable at this point.
I agree. I mean, the insults that I've heard before, that dumbass is the least. I mean, literally the least. I've heard some pretty vulgar things.
Not a bit.
It's also, you can't really start crying about that when I was willing to walk that back if you just admitted the basics here. Like, the globe wouldn't have curve at that height, so how are you seeing it? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Can I also just mention that if you let sophists or people who try to talk around the subject and won't answer any questions for any of these bad behavior problems we see with a lot of these Globers, if you always let them get away with it, they're never going to stop doing it. Positive reinforcement of bad behavior is just dumb to do.
Yeah,
Yes,
I kind of look at it like I'm the stern dad that comes in and tells the little kid, "Oh, stop it! You're a dumbass," and then like he'll stop doing the dumb thing because he was told not to, and you time him out. And they need parenting. That's the problem here.
sadly true.
I agree.
That the mute button is a blessing, because I've been on the receiving end where I have like 10 Globers just screaming, attacking me, and calling me far worse names than dumbass, and I can't get a word in, and then it's diverging to multiple different topics at once, and it's exhausting. It's actually infuriating. It's infuriating when all you wanted to have was a discussion, a simple discussion. It turns into a childish game where everyone's name calling, and this person is not credible because they're stupid or something. I don't even know. It's ridiculous. It's like, are we coming in here to just learn, or just bullshit?
Also, the example you made is the perfect example of ad hominem at that point. But it's also when the person you're talking to is put on mute or put on timeout for a little bit because they can't hold a proper conversation. That might actually give them the time to look up some of the basic things about the globe because they don't know anything.
Yeah, or just listen and calm down, take a little chill pill, and then consider actually what's been said to you instead of just continually trying to jump to the next thing, trying to talk about the people. It just it doesn't matter at all.
But Drace, it doesn't surprise me when I talk to the Globers and I see their reaction, because it just all the time it remembers me what I did when I heard about the flat Earth. The guy who told me that, I was really aggressive against him. I told him he's stupid. I told him he's crazy. I told him that he believed on stupid people who died thousands of years ago that were just working with hammers and copper chisels. So I was aggressive with him, and I had my cognitive dissonance popping out the moment when I heard the flat Earth. Without seeing any image about the disk in space, I had that image of pizza in the space in my head when I heard that. And I started just saying those excuses, like when he talked to me about pilots not dipping the nose of the plane to follow so-called curvature. I told him, oh, it's just gravity keeping the plane and making it go around the curvature. So
I get you.
those people when I talk to them.
Yeah, you can relate better to them. I never did that. I never argued with flat earthers. I never called them names, anything like that. I played devil's advocate for flat earth to my globe earth specialists to get the evidence so that I could prove the flat earthers were wrong in a really nice manner, because I used to be more like Lo-Fi, where I was like trying to be nice to everyone and never using the curses against them. Or it just it after
Being nice doesn't get you anywhere, bro.
after a decade of listening to these Globers
And it
acting like
definitely
this,
gets you pushed deeper. It's not fun. It's not fun.
yeah, and after a decade of listening to Globers acting like this, and hearing the occasional flat earther be their father figure, if you will, where they put them in their place, you could call it bad cop. I found that it was important. It was needed because some people just won't listen until they have that shock, and then generally they won't listen to the bad cop, if you will. But you need a good cop to talk to them after that, to try to get them to actually talk about the subject matter. And after they've had a bad cop draw and quarter them over some dumb stuff they say, they're far less likely to say that dumb stuff again.
Yeah, correct. I agree. Make them, because they won't just agree to listen and think. To make them listen and think, you have to be some kind of aggressive with them. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm talking about our idea about them. So we just have to understand them. We just have to understand the issue, the mental issue that is real. It's real. Cognitive dissonance is real. I suffered from that, and I'm witness of that. So it's real, and it's about the amount of cognitive dissonance from a person to the other, and it's different. So that will just change, differ, make the reaction of that person different between them, between her and the other.
It's also more than just that, because it's also what kind of person you are dictates what kind of reaction or response you give when you go into Cogdis. When I first encountered the flat earth thing, I barely went into Cogdis, but with other things I have gone into Cogdis, but when I encounter it, I don't balk and call people names or go off into the weeds and be dishonest and start lying and spouting nonsense that I know is a lie because you have no evidence for it and you're just talking out of your ass, which you see a lot from these Globers. Instead, what I do, if I notice I have cognitive dissonance, I analyze where the feeling is coming from. Is it a rational basis or not? And if you know for sure that you are reacting in an emotional way and you know your feelings and you have some emotional control, you can actually calm yourself down, be rational, ask poignant questions, and you can even ask stupid questions because you don't have enough knowledge. But if you just come at it with an honest approach, a bit of sincerity, and maybe, God forbid, a bit of human decency and respect, then you will get the same thing back. People treat you with respect when you treat them with respect. And I'm not talking about the type where they're like, oh, respect me like I'm an authority, because that's not actual respect. That's different. I'm talking about the human decency of having a proper conversation, listening to the other person when they talk instead of waiting to talk yourself and then trying to twist their words.
Yeah.
When you feel as though
Yes, yes.
you're not even deserving.
Oh, we
Understanding the
were all
other
just
person.
waiting for Carmen to finish, so now that she's done.
Yeah,
Joking.
it's just like earlier when I called him a dumbass. I told him explicitly how he was wrong and why he was wrong and why he was a dumbass for continuing to hold on to that claim, even when he's proven wrong. And then I muted him and allowed other people to talk to him because I wanted Lo-Fi to talk to him because Lo-Fi's a really nice guy. But instead of talking to Lo-Fi, he wanted to talk about me.
Shut.
And then again, that back to my point, that shows that how his behavior is the problem. For instance, if I were to have it happen where I state something, somebody calls me a dumbass for it, says, these are the data points that show that you're wrong, here's the data, blah, blah, blah. I would then look at that, and if I find out, oh, I actually was wrong, I'm going to come back and be like, okay, I was wrong, you're right about this, he would take back that I'm a dumbass. However, if you go back and you look at it and you realize I was actually right all along, then you come back and you refute it and you go, hey, I have this, this is why I think this is like this, here's my reasoning, and then he'd retract you calling you a dumbass as well.
I'd call myself a dumbass at that point. I would say I was a dumbass, you were right.
Because we have something called intellectual honesty, which is something that guy did not have, unfortunately, unless he was just too butthurt because he can't take his fragile ego. Oh no, someone called me dumb. And honestly, why would you react like that unless that's a insecurity of yours because what you know you are? Like, it's a very unnatural reaction. And one of the things with this is also when you start talking about the other person, it's because that's your excuse to not address the point of you being wrong. Because they can't handle that with their fragile ego.
Guys, I have a question. Trace or even Creation Beer, because you debated flat globers for a long time. So, have you witnessed people turning from glober to flat earthers in Discord during the debates? It was
Yeah. Many times. Although generally, when it does happen, we tell them, "Don't just believe us. Go check it out for yourself." No, otherwise you're just going to be in the same position where you believe people.
when they understand, when they debunk themselves the globe and they try to turn flat earthers. Did they turn flat earthers because they did some research like you suggested to them, or they followed some observations or something that clicked in their head with what you showed them? Is it because of the discussion or because of their own research?
It really depends. It's rarer that it's through the conversation. Of course, the evidence speaks for itself, and that's what we try to keep the focus on. But there are certainly flat earthers who are flat earthers because they believe in other flat earthers.
Yeah, that's what I witnessed too, because I witnessed that people doing their research understand the flat earth better than when you try to make them understand it and you make them just change their mind during the discussion.
Well, there's also the whole you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. If they don't have any intention of looking at this critically, you can't force them to. Although one of the ways to actually get them to maybe look at it and force them to, in a sense, is like Drace did with a bit of a shock tactic, because when they get the smack at the back of the head, their ego gets bruised. So they sometimes get the need to prove themselves right or prove you wrong, and that actually makes them look into it.
Yep. I don't want them to come in here and believe me. I want them to try to debunk us with actual evidence, not just their nonsense.
Facts. We're trying to get people out of this just auto-believing people mode anyway. Shouldn't just be randomly auto-believing what just some dude says on the internet.
100.
For yourself.
In fact, we actually encourage people to not believe us, but rather check it for themselves.
Yeah,
It's almost
especially if
the
your
motto
woman
of the
says
whole
it.
place.
Wait, what? No, wait, dude, who said that? Who said that?
CB, I gotta talk to you later, by the way.
Right.
I gotta talk to you soon, because
We love Karma. We love Karma.
Karma's great. Karma's awesome. Karma and Drace are great. I just I understand. It does suck when it's hard to have a simple discussion with someone, and because clearly it's someone not listening to you, like not just listening, but trying to understand you, because that's really where it's at. Is this person trying to understand what you're saying, or is this person just trying to throw a brick at your words?
Yeah, facts.
That's one of the reasons why I keep hammering, and Trace can testify. I say this a lot. They need to show comprehension. When they're doing that bit where they just pretend to listen, but they're just waiting for you to stop talking so they can talk, and you can tell by the context of what they say that they obviously haven't heard what you said. They didn't listen to you.
Facts.
At that point, you need to stop them and say, "What did I say?" And when you show that they can't tell you what you said, you have proven them to not be listening to you, and you can take them.
Right.
How do you say it in English? You can hold them to it. Hold their feet to the coals.
Accountable.
Yeah.
Accountable. Hold them accountable.
We literally, I see this on Fresh and Fit all the time. They'll be saying something to this chick, and they'll go, "Well, so what did I say?" "Well, I don't know. I wasn't listening." Oh, okay.
I do
Got
this with
it.
the kids all the time. When you get this kind of shitty attitude, which is very rare, and it's usually just troubled kids that act like these Wilburs. But when you do get that, you gotta pull the comprehension trick. Otherwise, you're not gonna get anywhere. Because where are you gonna get in the conversation where the other person isn't listening to you? You're talking to a wall. You're not even talking to a wall. You're listening to a wall scream at you.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm forced to mute them all a lot of times, because they will just talk straight through everything you're saying and try to interrupt it with their fundy mute button, and then I'll mute them and we'll tell them that they shouldn't be doing that, and I unmute them again, and they're still talking. They didn't hear a single word you said because they're too busy listening to themselves talk.
In fact, a lot of them don't even notice they've been muted because they were so busy talking through you that they didn't even realize that what you've been saying, that you haven't been listening to them. It's hilarious.
Oh, I don't know if you guys saw this, but he messaged you guys on the voice chat. He asked
Who?
what he said. Kronk, he said, "Will I get a chance to speak?" He says.
Sure.
He
Mute him, guys. Whoever muted him, just go ahead and take him off mute for now.
Let's see what he has to
Don't
say.
care
I mean,
if his
I'm
ass cried
impressed
about
that he's
the
been here
steak
this whole
bag getting
time.
real L mold seed cope.
That was Drace for sure. I had to be. But
I'm with Hannah
W,
right now, so I don't know if I'm gonna. I'm
Hannah,
W always.
Hannah,
Why'd you bring me into this?
Hannah, what up? That's my girl, Hannah. What up, girl? W Flatter Thriz.
She's smiling. Don't even
See,
trip.
I
She's
told you,
actually
W Flatter Thriz, bro.
Yo, bro. She's smiling. She's got her hair up and everything.
Keys in hand. Oh, yeah. Keep it up. No,
The only reason she's listening to this panel is because I'm giving her a shoulder massage. But let's riz up the flat Earth.
Okay, W Riz.
W Riz.
Yeah, my mighty. Yeah. Yeah, I fucking love it, bro. This shit's awesome. And then white tees. Fucking awesome.
Get a coffee pot in that house and drink some of that good coffee. Lo-fi.
Be
You
quiet.
have no real.
Oh yeah, so okay, so we do have the coffee in the house, but we don't have the coffee maker to make the coffee, I don't think.
There's
Damn, bro.
$17. $17 at freaking Walmart. 5-cup coffee pot and a couple
And
filters.
Hannah claims to love coffee, and we haven't tried. We have Paraplegic's coffee right on the pantry counter. And actually, wait, did Rusty and Leah have some of it? Oh, I have the shirt. I was gonna wear the shirt tonight. I should take a picture wearing it. But so is Kronk in the chat or not?
Are we getting Kronk or what? Kronk versus Karma.
Whoa, Kronk versus Karma. Can we actually just have those two talk? I want to
Bro,
listen.
The
group
They
power
have
email.
five
dynamic
letters
prevents
in their
honest
name. Bro,
conversation
What
and
do I
perpetuates
get out
biases
of
in
it?
the echo chamber. Gaslighting tactics do not work.
What? Why?
Yeah, no, he's just still talking about us instead of
Are
bringing
you
up a
afraid of a
valid
woman?
argument. And I don't think Karma wants to talk to a dumbass sophist like that.
Oh shit! Damn, bro, you're afraid of a female, bro? That's crazy, bro. Damn, that's wild, bro.
Dude, I don't think he's listening to anything we're saying. He's been talking through us whole time. He was literally still talking when they unmuted him.
I'm about to say that. It was like a cartoon. You like unmute him and he's talking, and then you mute him again. That's crazy. It's not. This isn't even real. It's not even real.
Upload's hard.
I also like literally just not like 2 minutes ago, I said the thing about how the worst, dumbest Goldbergs are literally always do this, and then he goes and proves me right, which also shows he didn't hear what I was saying because I was like, this shows how dumb you are if you do this thing, if you do X, and then he goes and does X.
W flat Earth based bays.
The fascinating thing that I've realized about these panels for the FE server is that we talk about obviously the globe and the flat Earth, and then it turns into a deep psychological understanding of human condition. It's just so bizarre. I don't under. It's absolutely
It's not
banana
bizarre.
sandwich. Banana
It makes
sandwich with
perfect
peanut butter.
sense. Are you kidding? It makes perfect sense because think about
Yeah.
it. What we are doing is deprogramming cult members. How else are you going to do that if you don't understand psychology a little bit?
Yeah.
Wowzers! What? Wait, what did you say again?
Deprogramming the cult mentality.
Yes, that's exactly what deprogramming. Yes, like the Jenga tower has to fall, and you have to rebuild it.
Yeah, and sometimes you just gotta knock that pin out so that he can't sit on an imaginary pin that doesn't exist.
What do you think the psychology of that is, Drace or Karma or anybody is avoiding that? Is it? Oh, actually, I think I just answered the question. It's avoiding responsibility in a sense.
But yeah, L accountability.
It's also a huge deal for the ego. The bigger the ego is tied into it, the harder it is for them to take because they take it almost like how a narcissist takes a narcissistic bruise or insult. It's when they have, especially when you have sunken costs and you have emotional investment in this, and especially if they tie into it, for instance, thinking you're intelligent because of it.
But what makes the ego so powerful? Like, I admit I'm an idiot all the time. All the time, I'm wrong.
That's if you're humble, certain attacks or to your ego, so to speak, even if they're not intended to be attacks or whatever, will not register as attacks to you. This is a question of your I am statements. If, for instance, you have a dream of one day going to space and getting a purple girlfriend, then this might be an attack on your future dreams, and you will have an emotional response where you're like, I must protect my dreams of having a purple girlfriend with 3 tits. They go into a panic. The other thing is, when they have to admit that they've been fooled, when you have to admit that you've not only been lied to, but you believed them, and that you not only believe them, but the stronger you've defended them, the harder it is for the ego to let go, because that makes you even more wrong, and being duped and all these different things, especially if you have any narcissistic tendencies, is extremely hard for them to accept. And that further enhances their cognition even more and makes them not want to look into it because it's kind of like when you have a overly emotionally vested woman in an abusive relationship, because it's very similar. You see the same emotional responses, the same reactions from these guys as you see from a woman who's used to getting beat. And when you're trying to tell her to leave her husband, and that he's bad, and then he's abusive, and all these different things, and they will rationalize, they will make excuses, they will be illogical, they'll do emotional appeals, they'll do circular reasoning, and bam, all of a sudden you got the same exact conversation you have with the Glober when it comes to this religion.
Yep, pretty much.
Hello, I'm new here.
Welcome to the panel, Cat Joy 9000. It's over 9,000.
It's over now. Oh, he got it.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that you want to respond to Karma what she was saying, or you have something else in mind?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
You're over 9,000.
It's a cheat, but go ahead, bro. Whatever you want to say, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm new here.
Awesome.
I was invited by a friend, and I don't really like. For me, this is kind of a new topic. Like, my whole life I've been told that the Earth is like a globe and all that. Just like growing up in like second grade class.
Yeah, facts. Same here.
And so it's like, all of y'all are saying that the Earth is actually flat, and I'm like curious, I guess. Like I don't really know, and so
all right,
I'm just curious, like what y'all believe, and I all believe it.
All right, fair enough. What is your current understanding of what flat Earth is? Do you have an understanding? Are you still learning, or you don't know?
I mean, like, I all I really know is like what's in the name. So like y'all believe the Earth isn't a globe, and so I don't really know all that what that entails or like all the explanations behind that.
I appreciate that,
and so I'm just curious.
That's good. Good. Well, that's good. I think most people don't know what it is, and they come here and try to tell us how the Earth can't be flat. It's not flat. It's impossible to be flat. They don't know what flat is. So the fact that you're at least asking us, the first thing you're doing is saying, "Guys, I don't know what flat Earth is. Can you tell me?" That's a great starting point. Does anyone want to answer his question? What is flat Earth, guys? Go ahead, panel.
Not a floating disc in space.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I would start too. I would start with what it isn't. It's not what most people think that it is.
Flat Earth Society is funded by the government.
Yeah, I would say flat Earth is a collection of measurements and arguments that debunk completely the globe Earth religion. We are not a replacement religion. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Okay. So y'all are just saying that like these people who say that the Earth is a globe, they're actually wrong.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Si, senor. I don't know why I just spoke Spanish. I think I'm just bonkers tonight.
Órale, cabrón.
So
that are though.
So like, I hear people talk about like, like pilots and stuff. They're like, oh, whenever I'm flying a plane, I have to account for the rotation of the Earth. And like, what do y'all think about that? Like, what would y'all say about that?
Who says that?
Just like I was just watching a YouTube video, and there was this pilot on it, and that's essentially what he said. But he could have been making that up. Like, I'm curious what y'all think.
Well, according to the flight dynamic summary and how the airplane operates and is supposed to operate, it requires the Earth to be flat and non-rotating, so they don't account for it at all.
Oh, okay, so they're just lying.
He must be mistaken. I don't see how he can claim that. I would like to see that YouTube video. Can you link me to it?
It was a long time ago. I don't have the link to it.
And a true pilot would never say that they adjust a curvature. Otherwise, autopilot wouldn't be a thing.
Okay. What's this? Flight dynamic summary. I'm gonna read this real quick.
What you should listen to is a guy from here, New Perspective, talked to a CERN physicist about this and left him stumped. because the argument's basically this: if you're at say like 40 latitude, you'd be going like 700 miles per hour, and if you flew toward the equator's 1,040 miles per hour. Where did that extra 400 miles of tangential velocity come from?
Oh, okay. So, like, are you saying that if somebody's, you said 70 latitude, like that they would be moving a lot faster than if they were at the equator?
No, they'd be moving slower.
Oh, they'd be moving slower. Okay.
Yeah, so they'd have to pick up speed to actually make it to the equator. Right? And if it was the wind or the air, right, the air would have to be just perfect, right? So that you'd have to get entrained in the air and the wind would have to push you just perfect to get you up to the perfect speed the whole way. Because there's a velocity. You got to go 10,040 miles per hour when you get to the equator. You don't start at that.
Yeah,
you have to end up there, or you can't land the plane. You're going 300 miles an hour sideways.
So I'm a little confused. So, like, if you're at the equator, right, and if you're on the ground in a plane, like you're stopped, right, and so let's say you want to fly, I don't know, from where's the equator, like South America. Let's say you wanted to fly from South America to Africa, right? So if you take off and you have to fly whatever distance that is, like are you saying you'd have to move like a lot faster compared to if you were at a different point on this Earth, or like I'm just confused.
Listen, if you're on the surface of the Earth at 40 latitude, you'd be going 700 miles per hour. That's how fast the Earth is rotating at that latitude.
Okay. So if you're
at the North Pole, right, you're going 0 miles per hour. You're spinning in a circle, right, like a top.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
But as you start going south, right, the Earth has a rotational velocity, and it's the fastest at the equator, right, the center.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because that would be.
Because that's the biggest arc, right? That's the biggest circle is at the equator. So you're at 40 latitude, and you want to fly to the equator. You're going 700 miles an hour at 40 latitude. How do you get up to 1,040 miles per hour at the equator?
Oh, so you'd have to, if the Earth is rotating, if it is a globe, like if it were a globe, then you would have
you'd
to,
have to add speed. Yeah, you'd have to add.
Okay.
So can you see live stream voice text?
Yeah. Is this this picture, the circle with the R's and the V and
here watch this video. It's like 30 seconds. Just watch it. There's no sound or anything. Just watch it. It's like an animation of the motion of what you'd have to do.
Okay. I'm gonna have to watch this a couple times. Okay, so if you're flying, what's that, the North Pole? Or no, this is flat. Okay. Okay, so if that Earth is rotating and then you're flying, it's like, oh, okay. So it would drag the plane, and so you would have to account for all of that extra.
Yes, exactly.
Rotation. Oh, okay. I'm a much more visual person, and so having these graphs helps me. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand this subject. If you're not familiar with the details, have talked about it a while. It's hard to understand by someone just talking about, right, the geometric concepts and things like that. It's just hard. It's hard to describe. The only reason anybody in here is even remotely good at it is from doing it thousands of times.
Yeah.
But it's like imagine trying to learn geometry, but you can't write anything. There's no graph paper, there's no pencils, there's no blackboard, right? Your teacher just stands up in the middle of the class and just talks about geometry.
Yeah.
Think about how suck that class would be. You'd be like, fuck, dude, I have no idea what you're trying to describe to me.
Yeah.
Just trying to describe like a 10-sided fucking, like a truncated icosahedron or something.
Yeah.
What? Well, it's like a soccer ball, except for you took the soccer ball and cut off all the sides. Like you'd never get it.
You're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's hard to describe. You're doing a pretty good job. I wouldn't say you're doing horrible. There's people that have zero spatial awareness, and it's impossible to tell them anything because
Okay.
they just don't get it. They can't. Some people just can't visualize in their mind. So it's like it's hard to do. You kind of have to have diagrams for some people. I'm not saying you're one of those people. I'm just saying the
Yeah.
diagrams do help.
I mean, they're very helpful.
Indio, I would even argue that like they, when you said they can't, I would say they can. They just refuse to.
Dude, there's some people that
Okay.
can't even visualize how the horizon would work on a globe. They don't even understand. They just know like, oh, it blocks boats, but then when you try to describe like how it would block a boat, they can't do it. They just cannot understand it. No matter how many ways you tell them.
The best way I like to like get people pondering is like a car on the road that's driving on a car that's driving on the road. Is the road moving or is the car moving? I know it sounds stupid, but it's just to prove a point.
Yeah, like, wouldn't the car be moving? Because, like, the road's just kind of staying where it is.
Well,
Correct.
creation barrels say things like water hills, right? And they don't get it. They just don't understand what he's talking about because they don't understand that if a ship goes over the horizon, there's a hill of water between you and some other point. It's a big bump. We literally have
Facts.
to
What I'm curious about that. So, like, if a ship goes over the horizon, what did you say was blocking it? Like the view?
Not a hill of water. I mean, that's the only thing that you think is happening if you believe
Exactly.
that there's a
Yeah.
globe.
Yes, and Neil said that you can't see curvature at 50,000 feet above. Yet the boats disappear over it.
Okay.
So if you look in the live stream voice text, right? I typically have to post a graphic like that little diagram, before they understand what the globe even says is happening, right? So you need like a diagram like this, like the horizon, and then where it says Sagitта, right? That's the hill of water, the Sagitta of the ball.
Oh, okay.
So if you have 2 points on a circle, right, and you draw a straight line between them, that's called a chord.
Okay.
So the chord of the arc, that's what that's called. And if I draw a line from the chord at the highest point to the ball, that's called the Sagitta. That's what's supposed to be blocking a boat as it goes further away in the globe paradigm.
Okay.
Now the boats on the horizon, first of all, it's not observed every time. This is a phenomenon that's observed sometimes, and it's our contention. This is my contention, and I can demonstrate it, that it's because of meteorological conditions, right?
Okay.
That you're seeing like I wouldn't call it an optical illusion, but you're just seeing something that's displaced. And the reason we know this is because we can replicate it at a small scale. So often the contention is, oh well, if I see a boat and it sails away on the ocean, I should see it the entire time until it smashes into frickin' Europe, right? So like,
Crazy.
it is fucking crazy.
So what's the explanation for like why the boat is like not in your sight anymore? Because
I
like
mean,
a globe earther would be like, oh, it's just going over the Sagitta.
Yeah,
hill
hill of water. It's going over hill of water. Well, I mean, the explanation is speculative, right? Because
okay.
it hasn't been thoroughly tested. So the thing about mirages in optical phenomenon, like what we have are like descriptors. We don't actually have like, I know there's explanations for superior mirages, inferior mirages, but those are actually contentious even in the scientific literature on what causes them. Because they can say temperature inversions cause superior mirages, but there's no like empirical testing to show that's the case, right? No one's they haven't gone to the lab, right, and created this condition and observed the same thing happening. It's just a hypothesis on what causes them, though it's not presented as a hypothesis. It's presented as fact. But if you actually go into the scientific literature, it's not a fact. It's actually contentious. So there's something called total internal reflection, which is like the way a fiber optic cable works.
Okay.
So what happens is if you have a dense medium, even if you have a thinner medium and a dense medium, if the angle, so you have like a boundary between them, and if the light hits it at an angle that's shallower than something called the critical angle, it'll reflect down and it'll never reach like a camera or your eye or something.
Oh, okay. So
if you have say you had a layer, right, that's like your chest high, right? And the light below that layer, whatever's below that layer, but it's a critical angle, so it has to be far away.
Yeah.
So if the bottom is past that angle, that light that is emitted from the boat, it'll just reflect down, and it'll never reach your eye because there's like a layer blocking it.
Okay, so like if a boat is on some water,
and I can show you I can show you a diagram too. Hold on.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Kind of hard for people to wrap your mind around because it's a little esoteric, freaking. But the point is that even if we don't know what it is, right? Even conjecture, we can demonstrate it on a surface that we know is not curving.
Yeah.
Right. So if we can replicate this exact same optical phenomenon, looks the same, exactly the same, right?
Mhm.
But we know that that surface is not curving, then what, right? Think about it.
Mhm.
If we can replicate the observation on a known flat surface, you can't say this only happens on a curve on a ball.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at this
Because
picture
because we don't claim that the horizon's like the physical edge of anything, right? We claim and we know and is that the horizon is just like an optical effect that varies. The position of the horizon varies depending on the meteorological conditions of the day. Right? So sometimes it'll appear higher, sometimes it'll appear lower, sometimes it'll appear farther away, sometimes it'll appear closer, right?
So a lot of it's depth perception because I'm seeing this graph here, or not graph, this picture of like how of
I
convergence.
posted a diagram, right?
Okay.
So if you look in the center, right, you see these layers, right? Each one of these layers, N means refractive index, right? So you have
which picture are you?
It says boat camera.
Boat camera. Okay, let me find
It's a little diagram I just posted.
Oh, okay, I found it.
Okay. So these layers, see these layers? You got N1, N2, N3, N4,
Yeah,
N5.
yeah, I see those.
So that's a gradient. That's a temperature gradient. So what you'll have is, at a certain angle, if the boat's further away, when it strikes the interface of that the boundary, it'll reflect back down instead of being refracted through it. And this is well known. Like I said, we use it to design fiber optic cables.
Okay.
So now, if the lower part of the boat's reflected down, and but the top part of the boat is in the line of the camera and isn't reflected down, you're only going to see half of the boat. You can't see the bottom of the boat. All you're gonna see is water and a half a boat. That's all you're gonna see.
So I have a question.
Now well, let me just finish real quick. This diagram comes from a paper where they tried to quantify mirages in the Gobi Desert. So they were looking. It was a Chinese study. So there's a particular ancient Chinese lore about it's called air breath, right? It's lore. It's their mythos or whatever that's been around in China. It's like part of their, I don't know, Taoism or something. But someone was trying to go out and scientifically prove that this actually exists, because it doesn't exist in the West. That the air breathe, but that the ground breathes, right? That air and humid air and like a wind comes out of the ground a couple times a day at like a regular basis. They were trying to quantify this. So what they did was they went out to the desert where it's super dry, so it's easy to measure changes in humidity in the Gobi Desert. It's like the driest desert on Earth. So they took like a vertical temperature column, right? So they got to get a bunch of thermostats and humidity sensors and all that shit, and they make like a tower, and they measure the vertical change of temperature. And what happened was, as they set up a mirror, set up this little tower, and they took a camera like a kilometer and a half away, and they filmed this mirror while graphing the temperature changes. And what they discovered is that as that gradient becomes steep, the mirror would just vanish, would just disappear. They'd still see the desert, they'd still see everything, but just the mirror would disappear.
Okay.
So this is what they came up with based upon their data, is that there's some type of total internal reflection going on.
Oh, okay.
But if they would lower the camera, they'd see it again. Or once the gradient, like later in the day when the gradient leveled out, it would become visible again. So the thing about ships over the horizon, it's not a regular observation. It's observed sometimes, but it's not observed all the time. Because I've personally been to the ocean, and I've never seen it, and I live like a mile from the ocean, and I've seen boats 30 miles away, literally 30 miles away.
Yeah, and if you look into refraction, you can see that one of the 5 refractive effects is called sinking. Sinking is the loss of information of the bottom of the thing you're viewing. So that's directly what they're claiming is Earth curve with no evidence.
Oh, okay. So it's like whenever a boat, you can't see a boat over a horizon. It's not because it's curved. It's because of like this refraction of light.
Yeah, basically, it's a combination of like optical effects. It's refraction and reflection. So it's just like you just there's missing information, and that missing information is typically about like at or below your level, right? So where the water and the air meet is where you're gonna have the craziest like exchange of like temperature and humidity and shit like that. Right? That's gonna like block shit.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of humidity over the ocean, right? Because there's all that water.
Yeah, and the best.
Sorry. Trace.
The best part about the humidity over the water is humidity is less dense than normal air, and so that would cause light to be going into a humidity gradient over water that's getting more and more humid the further it goes over the water, which leads to, or would lead to, the light refracting upwards and not downwards like they require.
Okay.
So hey, let me show you. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you small scale experiments done on a lake that's like 1,000 feet long, right?
Okay.
So they use like 1,000 feet. That's a short lake, right? Shouldn't be blocking anything on a 1,000-foot lake. Nothing should be blocked by Earth curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, because from 2 inches, if you do the math, the horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So if the lake's 1,000 feet, nothing should ever block anything on the lake ever, right? The lake is effectively flat because there's not enough curb in that small distance to block anything. Well, we have plenty of experiments that show that that's not what happens, that boats actually, but we use little RC boats, right? Because we're doing a small scale experiment for the purpose of eliminating Earth curve as a possibility. So you have to do a smaller experiment, because what'll happen is some globe earther will always say, well, the Earth is curving. It's not actually flat, or it's not, level is flat and stupid shit like that. Okay, so we'll use a distance where we know it's flat, right? So you can't say it's Earth curve. We'll use that. We'll just reduce the scale of everything.
Okay.
So that we can eliminate Earth curve as a variable. Right?
So they're replicating this experiment like over a lake. So
replicating the visual, right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna post 2 videos. So one video, this video is like these are like side by side comparisons of like doing RC boats, right? So on the right was like an RC boat on a lake, and on the left are observations on the ocean.
Okay.
And they're side by side comparing what they look like to each other.
Okay. I'm watching this right now.
They're pretty much identical.
Anyone who's ever been fishing at the ocean, man, like if you go out deep sea fishing, I've been like maybe 5-6 times, and like you can see the land all the way out till you get about 90 miles away. Then you can't see it anymore. But literally, like we stopped at the first hole. And that's like 30 miles out. Like, you can see the land still. I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boardwalk at Ocean City. You shouldn't be able to see the hotels and shit. The biggest hotel there might be freaking 10 stories. You can see it. You can see it at the end of the beach,
30 miles should be hidden by like 420 feet of earth curve. So that's like a 42-story building. Would be
Like you
not
can see the
visible.
whole damn beach.
So I have a question. So like whenever I've grown up, right, like I would go to school and all that, and they would tell me that the Earth's a globe. They would also like have pictures of like astronauts in space like that. And I'm just curious, if the Earth isn't like, I'm just still new to this and I don't really understand it very well. But like, what's the whole deal with space? Like how does that
Space
play in?
I mean, I don't know how to. Well, I do know. It's like
Can
where
I
to
answer?
start. Oh
Can I
yes,
answer?
yes. Oh sure.
So by definition, like outer space is a fairy tale. By
Okay,
definition.
so it's not real.
Yeah, it's imaginary. It's as real as a Pixar film.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me caveat that because the idea of outer space predates outer space, right? So
Yeah.
the idea of outer space was invented in like 300 BC. They had no way to know if there was outer space or any idea about any of that shit.
Yeah.
It was invented by a Greek guy, Democritus, and carried on by another guy named Epicurus. So there was this idea. The idea predates the discovery, right?
Yeah.
But predates it by 2,000 years, and they had no evidence of outer space, but they still came up with the idea. And the first science fiction is from like 100 AD of people like fighting on the moon, fighting on the sun, and like before the sun was a giant gas ball. There's fiction written about how there's people on the sun and people on the moon, and someone like used a witch to fly them to the moon. Oh, actually, Kepler wrote this about a witch flies someone to the moon and visits the moon people. So like Kepler, the dude that came up with the 3 laws of planetary motion.
Yeah.
But even there was Romans even before that and Greeks before that in 100 AD writing about this as a fantasy. They didn't know, but the idea of this happening is thousands of years old. It predates so-called science, right?
Okay. So it's more like a just something that's made up.
It's like elves and fucking gnomes and ghosts and fairies and shit like that.
Facts.
Only nowadays it's freaking space and aliens and
Okay. So then one time I had the opportunity to go to Florida because I'm from Texas. I went to Florida one time and I was outside this like space shuttle thing, and I saw the space shuttle kind of go up into the sky, and then it kind of looked like it was flying off, and then it disappeared. So like, well, what about that? I'm just
yeah. They take a parabolic arc just like any other rocket.
Oh, okay. So it's like actually.
So yeah. I mean, if you actually watched it for a while, if you could time lapse it, you would see it take a parabolic arc. A parabolic arc is just like it goes up and then it looks like it comes back down. There's actually a video of a little girl watching a launch.
It's a boy.
Her going. What was that?
It was a boy.
Oh, it was a boy.
It's going down.
Yeah. He's like screaming, "It's going down! Why is it crashing?" or some shit like that. Because he hasn't been indoctrinated yet. He has no idea about space or any of that shit, right? So he's just like watching it and describing what it's doing, right? So if you look in the live stream voice text, you can see it just takes a parabolic arc. Now,
okay.
Yeah, so if you were like, if this was like a medium range or intermediate range ballistic missile, it would look exactly the same, and they don't go to space. They go like 90 kilometers up. There'd be no difference visually. There'd be no difference. You couldn't tell the difference from looking at a rocket launch.
I just had to also add that the rainbow does the same exact thing.
Yeah, what does a double rainbow do?
The double rainbow. Don't get me started, Indio.
Well, it's been really cool talking to y'all. I've definitely it's made me think a lot, about like what I've learned growing up, and then what y'all are telling me with, like the Mirage thing, and then
you should think about why they told you that. Why did they tell you that?
I don't know.
No, because they're not lying to you. They're like you. they were told it too and they believed it.
Oh, okay.
So it's you have to think of it as like the idea of a globe is like a Western tradition
Mm-hmm.
that gets told. It's the same way as like most people in the West believe in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
They don't believe in the Bible because they read it. They don't believe in the Bible because they had a freaking revelation from Jesus Christ. They believe it because their parents believed it, and their grandparents believed it, and their great grandparents believed it, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So now it's just truth that everybody just tells each other. And the globe is the same way. It's like a tradition that started back during the Greek times. And not everyone was on board with it, but eventually the people that weren't on board with it were marginalized, and the people that were on board with it were kind of like promoted to the forefront. And their ideas are what would we call commonly accepted, fact. Doesn't mean it is a fact, but it's a commonly accepted as a fact, which is a big difference, right?
It's like how you I think it was I read 1984 one time by that British author George Orwell. He said that if you tell a lie over and over again, it becomes the truth to the people.
Oh yeah, certainly.
So is it kind of like that, where it's like everybody's just been told this, and so that's why they say it's true?
Yeah, they don't know any. They have no personal information. I mean, you have no personal information.
Right, yeah.
I doubt you know anybody that has any personal information. Only a handful of people have ever claimed to seen the globe, right?
Like growing up, I was just, I'd be like 10 years old, and then I'd be sitting in classroom and be like, okay, here's a globe. The Earth is round. Here's a picture. Here's a picture for of like the moon, and I'd be like, okay.
NASA funds that shit, right? I shit you not, man. Because I have a 12-year-old son, and when he was in 5th grade, he brought home a bunch of sheets, and it said provided by NASA. So NASA actually provides curriculum to schools to teach the children. So this curriculum was like little Earth, right, with gravity, with a bunch of arrows. I still got the screenshots of it and shit somewhere. So like NASA is in these schools doing quote unquote education. They did it when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, what they would do was, this is back during VCRs, like there'd be like 2 or 3 times a year where they'd wheel in a freaking TV with a VCR, and they would play some space propaganda like they're making the Hubble telescope or the space shuttle or something, right? It would be something like that. Some documentary, like short documentary about it. And we were like, when we were kids, we were like, awesome, we don't have to do schoolwork. But we didn't realize we were being propagandized.
Yeah.
We had something in 3rd grade called Space Camp.
What?
Yep.
Well,
the indoctrination's real. Star Wars, Star Trek, Toy Story with Buzz Lightyear, who was Buzz Aldrin. I mean, everything is just everything from the beginning.
Yeah.
Damn.
Everything.
Damn.
Hold on, my dog needs
Like
to
if they used what they claimed went to the moon, if they used that shuttle in Star Trek, nobody would watch Star Trek.
They just
Like
showed the
or even
technology.
Star Wars, like the X Falcon looks cool, but if they used what they actually claim, like everyone would, I think that would probably wake some people up. There's literal tinfoil on
What was
sorry, what's up?
Japanese was is that there was going to moon like a launch? Is that was live on TV?
Yes.
Yo.
Yeah, that was in school of my daughter. They was watching all of them. The whole school was watching live that shit.
Is it on?
Oh, Hannah wants to say something, if that's okay.
Hannah.
Mluvite někdo česky?
Konnichiwa.
Mluvíte někdo tady mluví česky?
Oh, she's
Ne
speaking
pričamo
Russian?
češki.
The movie Ubicheski, man. The movie. No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I gotta
Ne
go.
pričamo, ne pričamo češki.
It was really good talking to y'all.
Vy
All right,
mluvíte
man. Have a good one.
Come
Have a
back
good one,
anytime,
man.
bro. Yeah.
No
You can come back
češki,
here
no.
anytime, bro. W panel. Are you guys speaking Russian or what's happening?
I think
Just want to know if anybody spoke Czech in there.
Yeah.
Czech.
Oh, Peter does, but you don't want to talk to him.
Peter.
Peter the Great.
Peter the loser.
Yeah, Peter the fucking loser.
Peter the clown. Anyway.
To expand upon what he was saying earlier, this is a quote by Joseph Goebbels. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such a time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and/or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus by
Facts.
extension the truth is the greatest enemy of the state.
Facts. Joseph Goebbels said that?
Yeah, the Nazi propagandist. It's funny because they then moved all the Nazis to take care of both of the space programs for the Russians and the United States, and then you had Nazis on both sides playing a game.
Sheesh.
Operation Paperclip, bro.
All right. We got some base flat earthers in here tonight, boys. So, Globies, you think you can smoke a flat earther? I didn't think so.
Want to see NASA's version of Ladies Night, man? This screenshot I took a long time ago, man. It's kind of funny.
Please.
Snack time with NASA space salad. Snack time with NASA cheese board. Snack time. God. Unbelievable, man.
Unreal.
Can we wrap it up with the horizon? Well, not wrap it up, but Indio, can you just like elaborate on the horizon for like a minute and a half or 2 minutes?
Horizon.
It's not the physical ball edge. It's not the edge of a ball that ships sail over. It's not the peak of a hill of water where you play King of the Mountain on.
But in all
Water
books,
Hill, I love it.
In all books, it's written that it is.
Yeah, exactly, Sasha.
In the old books, it's written it's a hill of water.
Now it's saying that there is a geometrical horizon on distance, I think 1.2 miles, that are saying that. Every book saying that. There is no book saying, for example, there is geometrical horizon on 3 miles. They are all saying 1.22 miles. I don't know why, who wrote that. But kids are learning that.
The non-geometric horizon's a new thing. That's the new hotness. That's because science progressed and evolved to what we know it is today. It's a self-correcting, perfect mechanism that will always tell you the truth. Who's with me?
Yeah.
Not me. They just admitted that a bunch of scientific papers were all falsified and not written by humans and wrong.
It was only 11,000 of them. Come on, it's a drop in the bucket, man. It's a drop in the bucket. Yo, it's so funny, Drace, because the night before, I shit you not, I was arguing with somebody about the efficacy and the legitimacy of peer review. Then I wake up in the morning, I go on Zero Hedge, like I always do to get my financial news, see if the world is on fire yet, but it's not on fire yet. So I see this, 11,000 retracted papers.
What?
Yeah, 11,000 retracted peer-reviewed papers, 11,000.
Jeez.
This idiot and yo, Drace, I know you know better. This idiot over in Politics Server was arguing for peer review. You know why? Because he thought peer review meant they went out and did the experiment themselves and they actually replicated it.
I listened to that whole thing, dude. It was freaking hilarious. The dude was like, he just thought like that was you know.
That's how they do it, right? They
It's
just
like,
do the thing.
yeah, that was the facts. And then when you explain to him that most of it isn't even right, then he was like, you're like, so wait, you're gonna get all your information from something that's like, let's just say like 75% wrong. He's like, yeah, yeah, I'm good with that. As long as it's peer reviewed.
Yeah, it's peer reviewed. All my buddies say it's okay.
I'm just like, holy shit. Well, then he was like, well, now. Then I was like, well, how are you going to pick out what's right and what's wrong? Are you going to get the peer reviewed? Like, shit. That guy was a mess, man.
I just want to second what everyone's saying. I want to agree with what everyone's saying because I don't know how I ended up in that server, but someone invited me or something, and I joined a panel, and it was one of the worst panels I've ever been a part of, ever.
They have a very strange culture there of trolling.
No, they're being serious though. Like,
No, people that they're there just to rage people. It's like back in the day, there used to be like video game clans. They were called rage clans, and they would just go on servers to make people rage. That's all they would do. That was their only purpose of the clan. That was to go rage people, and they had like a forum where they would post about how they made this person rage or this server rage, or plus they would hack, right? So that's part of them making people rage. They'd hack and just ruin the game. I was
trying to frickin' explain to Jay Barrington what sniping was back like 4 or 5 years ago. Remember when people be streaming and they'd be like, you'd have to have all these people watching your stream, like making sure people weren't coming with sock accounts, like messing up your shit. And I wasn't explaining it very good. Can you explain what the hell sniping was and how people used to come in? And like,
they would just they would join like a Google Hangouts, and Google Hangouts would let anybody like kick people. So you could like join, and someone would just come in and just kick the whole fucking panel.
Yeah, that's what it was. Right. I was like, I don't know how they freaking like wreaked havoc, but now I know. Now I remember. Yeah, they could just kick the whole freaking thing, just F up your shit. I was like, all I know is they came in, and you'd have to watch. You'd have to have like 6 or 7 people watching for like a member or a name that somebody didn't recognize, and immediately like get it before they ruined your shit.
Yeah, they either porn bomb you or snipe the panel.
Well, so they called it sniping, and I'm like, well, I don't know how it all got fixed, but one day it just wasn't there anymore. Like,
well, I mean, because it was happening, because a lot of people started live streaming using Google Hangouts, and that was like it's like a major flaw, right? If you want to be on camera, that was really the only way of doing it, and like that was the easiest idiot-proof way of doing it. I mean, there was obviously other ways, but that was the idiot-proof way. You know, for this the average, technologically barely proficient person, just get a Google Hangouts and just stream that to YouTube, and boom, you're done. But then you have an open Hangout, and then people come in and just fucking kick everyone out. I think you could kick everybody but the host.
Right, man, they come in like all of a sudden be like, all right, that's it. They just freaking the whole show's gone. They have to like start it again. And what'd you call it, Jay? Swatting. It was called sniping. They call it sniping. Swatting? What the hell's that?
That's when you call SWAT to somebody's house.
Oh, that swatting houses. That's even more freaking devious. Oh, great. Wonderful. That's horrible. Swatting.
Swatting and porn bombing out of the good old days. Because Glovers want honest intellectual conversation about this figure of the earth. And
they couldn't argue, so they did stupid. I mean, dude, I just remember like there were certain people that were really good at catching them. I guess sock accounts or whatever the hell they were, whatever you want to call them, like whoever would join. What a mess it was. I mean, dude, things are much easier these days. Like, you can actually stream and not worry about it.
There was a guy, political hillbilly, fucking I don't know how he got it, but he had a screenshots of all of Gem Panda's sock accounts. He had something like 37 sock accounts. It's freaking sad, man.
That's normal.
Not completely normal.
I don't know.
Oh, were you in here earlier, Paraplegic? For the pastor?
No, what do you mean? There's a
So
pastor?
the pastor that's doing that final experiment thing?
No, he didn't come in here.
No, he didn't come in here. But he was in like a live stream, like being interviewed. And he said he's got an uncountable number of emails from Globers asking to fake being flat earthers so that they can go to Antarctica. Here, I'll play it, dude. I'll play it.
What?
Yes, dude. Hold on.
I have lost track of how many emails I've received and how many YouTube comments I've received of people who are globe side asking me if
they can pretend to be a flat earther
in order for me to pay their way to get to Antarctica.
That is how excited the globe side is. I have lost track of how many.
Yeah, dude, how psychotic is that shit?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if.
Dude, ain't no flat earthers faking to be Glovers, right? We don't run around faking to be Glovers. Come on, man.
Well, right. There's the thing is probably, let's say he gets 6 flat earthers. He better get some freaking well known. It doesn't even matter. I mean, even if he did get anybody who's well known, they better know better than to get, because something sketchy going.
Doesn't be under his being well known.
I was just gonna chime in. Like, does anyone else see how stupid they must be to actually openly say that they're lying to number one, to a pastor, right? Firstly, for whatever that's worth, but two, thinking that saying openly admitting that they're lying is what somehow going to give them a pass. Like,
how about this? How about the pastor characterizing they're saying they want to lie as being excited?
I know, and I was just
calling it out as a lie. What kind of pastor is that?
He probably had like 5 people ask, or maybe whatever. It doesn't even matter.
Why is a pastor not calling out lying though? Why would a pastor not call out lying? I thought that's what their job was, right?
Making sure everybody knows they're excited. They're excited. They're so excited about the globe that they're lying. There's thousands of them lying, and they didn't say, "Hey, you guys, I'm a preacher. I'm a preacher first. Maybe you shouldn't freaking lie."
Yeah, what happened to bearing false witness and all that? Hey, but flat Earth versus globe, the ends justify the means, right?
Flats, you got the best comment. Why would they lie?
Yeah, good point. Why would they lie? I have no clue. They must not be lying. So they just it's like changing your gender, right? Whatever they feel that day. I'm flat earther today. I'm globe earther tomorrow. Concave earther the next day.
Well, that question is so strange because it's like, oh, like they ask it as if they would never or cannot lie. But I just respond with just control. That's it. Just control.
Well, Mick, so Mick, and everybody in here, I'm going to tell you guys how stupid this final experiment is. For the people that didn't hear it, just look up the weather for December 2023, and look at what the weather was at Amundsen Station. It showed that when I looked it up, it said December 1st, partly cloudy. Every other day, overcast. So that means they're going to go there and they're not even going to see the fucking sun.
Wait, did you say 2023?
In last year, in December. December. They're going to go in December of this year, right? What they
Oh,
said.
okay.
So I looked up the weather for that month. It's overcast in Antarctica most of the time. Most of the time, you can't see the sky at all. It's just clouds all the time. It's cloudy all the time.
And presumably, it just wasn't anomalous for that year.
No, Amundsen wrote in his notebooks when he so-called discovered the South Pole that they saw the sun for one day the entire time they were there, and that was like 3 months.
Oh shit!
That they actually had like a party when they saw the sun, because not seeing the sun, because it's like, so he said was it was super bright out, but you couldn't see the sun, and that it was having an effect on like the mental health of the sailors, because imagine being in like blinding freaking brightness, but you can't see the source of the light, right? It eventually drive you crazy, man. And it was driving everybody crazy because what he was saying is like they have their ship, right, and they're trying to block out the light by hanging stuff up in front of the freaking windows and all this, because the light's not coming in from the top, it's coming in sideways because of the reflectivity of the snow. So like you have to cover every possible fucking crack or the light gets in. He said it was driving people crazy. And then he said it like when they actually saw the sun for that one day, everybody like cheered and celebrated and went because they finally saw the sun. Now I knew this already, so they did this crap, and now they do this, and so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna actually look up the weather like contemporarily and see what it is. And it showed one partly sunny day in the entire month of December.
Okay. So was this like a ruse or something, just to get everybody?
It's a ruse. The whole thing is just a scam so they can go, flat earthers don't really want to know the truth. They won't go to Antarctica and figure out the truth. Because, listen, I know this was set up by MC Toon. MC Toon, his gimmick is perception management. He isn't trying to figure out the truth or anything like that. He's trying to create a narrative about flat earthers. That's all he does. Literally, if you watch him carefully, that's literally his only goal, his only thing is propaganda. That's it. It's just psyop shit. He like on X, he has like he's got like 3 laws. All he says is like slogans. Hashtag gotta lie to Flurf. He invented that. The 4 laws of Flurf, right? Whenever they cite something, that site actually debunks flat Earth, right? So no matter what you do, right? If you post a citation that destroys the globe, they'll just say, "Oh, that proves the globe." First law of fucking Flurf confirmed. And like they won't read it. They don't fucking like it'll say nothing to confirm the globe. It could literally say the globe is fucking wrong, and it could be written by Albert Einstein, and they would say that it proves the globe.
Yeah, McToon said, if you follow a scientific method, you're a science denier. He said, because flat earthers mention independent variables, that means they're science deniers. He's a dumbass.
Yeah, it's like when you deal with globe earthers, at least as far as I'm concerned, is you have to figure out what kind they are. The anti-flat earthers. Which kind of anti-flat earther is this? Is this the one that's like they're going to come at you with facts and evidence and gish gallop and like just pile shit on top of you? Or are they going to just use like these propaganda gimmicks, right? That where they alternate between fucking talking about flat earthers to talking about globe shit, but they'll say globe shit and they'll be like, MC Toon, his go-to now is, oh, just go to my webpage. Just go to mctoon.net. It's right on this page. And then the page will have fucking, like, 32 other fucking volumes of shit, right? So that no one can actually ever go through it, right? Especially in the middle of, like, some live debate. He hasn't even gone through it. He doesn't even know what the shit on it says. But he can say he has the evidence. He just says, oh, it's right here. The evidence, it's on my website. So he's just like gimmicks. Same with Fight the Flat Earth. Same with like Simon Dan. Same with Professor Dave. He's in his own fucking category of stupid.
Yeah, talk about elephant hurling fallacy. The guy's chucking the whole fucking zoo at you.
No, he does the propaganda tactic of you're a lying flat earther, but you don't understand anything. So I don't know exactly how you can not understand something and be a liar at the same time. I don't know how that works exactly. Because lying is intentional deception. But if you don't understand what you're saying, how can you possibly be intentionally deceiving somebody? You don't fucking understand it, right? So how could you possibly be lying? But they're not concerned with truth. They're concerned with creating perception. Perception about if you're a flat earther, you're a fucking dumbass, you're going to be ridiculed, right? If you're interested in flat earth, oh, look at these people that are flat earthers. They're just crazy. There's no validity to it because of these people, right? They don't address the arguments. They talk about us, right? These people are stupid over here. Like, you don't want to be in that group of people over there because
Yeah,
we're going to be socially ostracized if you're in that group.
yeah, it kind of reminds me of what something that Jekyll and Matt, I think it was mostly Jekyll who brought up in the last few conversations I've had with him or heard him have over the last few days, is that, you know, he says a lot, right? But at some point he blurted out what I think is the truth, right? Is that at least for him, it's about being persuaded, right? It's not about necessarily arriving at the truth, or it's as at least to me, it seems like what they're out for is being persuaded, right? Not necessarily arriving at the truth. And for some people, it's like they're one and the same, but they're technically not. But you know what I mean. So like that can like basically boil down to if someone lies to you in a more convincing manner rather than tells you something straight up that doesn't sound so like, you know, juicy, right? One might opt for, the flashy lie, right? And that's the goal.
They'd rather
Right.
lie to you and keep you on the globe than tell you the truth. And if they had a choice, right, I can tell a lie, keep them on the globe, or I'll tell the truth and they might go flat earth. They'll go with the lie every goddamn time. They're amoral.
Mick.
Most of them are immoral. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, man. Hey, Mick, you know about Jekyll's argument about that boat?
About the two boats, one behind, one in front.
Yeah, I checked out those two boats. He's saying the height of the boat is 10 meters. That's just what's under the water. Called, I'll bring up the document now. Yeah. So, wait. I saved it in files.
Wait, so what? The boat itself is like 20, 30, 40 meters? Entirely?
Yeah, so
Oh,
he was
shit.
talking. So I looked up Princess Paula, right? So it's the draft is 10 meters. The draft is the section that's underwater. Now, in these details, it doesn't actually give a height of the boat. It talks about the length, the beam, which is the solid part of the boat, which is the width. Yeah, that's the beam, and then the draft, which is what's underneath the water.
Right.
That's 10 meters.
Well, that's interesting because what that tells me is that in order to get the perception that we had, right, them being that size, they must have been that much further out, which to me increases the odds of the possibility of light doing its fancy schmancy thing that it does, and increases the probability or the possibility that we saw some odd optical effect. Given that it's that far out, right?
Yeah,
Given that
that's right.
it's that
He's
far out
no
and more of
refraction in this
an
one because
acute angle.
Yeah, because he's saying there's no refraction in this one because the boat is 10 meters high, and it kind of looks like that. And that's his argument. So I just put the measurements in the side chat. I'll put the description of what these things are in there as well, just in case when you next come across him. Where are we? All right, here's the description of what the things mean. So the top one's the measurements for the boat. Yeah, it says draft 10 meters. And then the description in the bottom, draft the distance between the waterline and the keel of the boat. He's got no heights.
Wait. It's in one thing it says draft draft, and the other one says draught. Are those the same thing?
Yeah,
Just pronounced differently?
one's American, one's English. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can, next time you're in, if I'm not there or whatever, you've got that information. You can ask him where he got the height of the boat from. Let him.
Honestly, man, I'm so fucking tired of that
Yeah,
conversation.
he's a.
Okay,
He's a
I'll
that's
I'll
why
pocket
I didn't
that.
mean to. I didn't mean to cut you off the other night either, man. I was just fucking getting sick of him.
Not at all, man. I appreciate it. Like, that conversation is driving me crazy, especially with all like the laughter and jokes and shit like that. It's not funny. It's not productive, and it's wasting everybody's time.
And then they
right?
tell us that we don't understand. Yeah.
Are they
We got
still
a
on that shit? They're still on
you
them.
got a 17-year-old.
Yeah, like
17-year-old telling us that we don't understand things. Yeah.
yeah, like even I mean, age
3 days
age-
later.
Yeah, like age aside, right? Like a young person can be correct sometimes not just because of their age, right? If they have a sound argument, but in this case, that wasn't the case at all, right? And yeah, India, 3 days later, like I was just in there.
I thoroughly destroyed that shit. Like
No, they not
Keep on
like
bringing it up.
they don't do.
I get it.
No,
You
I
reached
get.
it the next morning, like you reached the edge of the town, and then you went back, and the scripts came back alive again.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess you didn't. I guess you didn't persuade them enough, right? Because that's what it's about. I mean, like I was just in the other room.
They stopped running their trap, so I thought that was it.
Yeah. Well, I guess they think that I'm in the room, or Gregory and I are in the room, and the kingpins such as yourselves are not, that they can bring it up again and run them up, right? So.
Are they still saying magic for fraction and shit like that?
No, they're calling it McFraction because apparently I discovered something. Like it's pathetic, and it's funny because I only brought it up as like the fuck do I know? I don't know. Maybe this, maybe that, right? And then they pounced on it like it's totally absurd.
He was saying, he was saying, he goes, oh, the front boat should be covered by 1.5 meters of a hump of water. And I said, so how are you getting that measurement? How are you looking at that boat and saying that it is obstructed by 1.5 meters? And he goes, because it kind of looks like it.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic. They'll take it seems to me like they'll take anything and just run. Like the other day, I think it was you, India, right? When you were in and you were kind of just going at them or whatever. You mentioned like you analogized something or whatever, and I think it was you, and used the term like a weak zebra, lions, and hyenas, all the like the animal.
Yeah.
And now they're pouncing on it and calling me the weak zebra and like just running with like
man,
so stupid. Like even Matt changes his name, like he does that, right? It's just like it's funny. But
look, I use that analogy, but that analogy actually isn't even accurate in reality. Because what they actually found out is that it's not the weak zebra, it's the zebra that looks different. So, and I'll tell you how they found this out. So check this out. So, you had a bunch of, zoologists, whatever the fuck you call people that study zebras in the savannah. So what they did is that they wanted to study one zebra, so they would mark them with red paint. And the fucking lions kept getting the ones with red paint on it and shit. Like, and they were like, why the fuck does it keep grabbing? It didn't matter if it was strong, weak, it didn't matter. So what happens is that when the zebras are all together, because like when they're in a herd, because of their stripes, the lions, because of their vision, they can't see an individual zebra until one is fucked up, until one has a mark on it. So like the ones that are straggling behind that are outside of the pack, they're not camouflaged by the pack itself. So that's why people thought, oh, it's going for the weak one, but it wasn't because it was weak. It was just because it wasn't within the pack anymore. So the lions could say, hey, there's one zebra right there. But to the lions, because they got like the vertical slits in their eyes, right? They like the stripes fuck up how they see the zebra. They just like see it as a giant fucking mass of sun. So even though that was like a technically wrong, I just using that analogy is what they're doing, right? They're trying, and I've watched them, like not these two in particular, but other Glovers do this. I've seen them try to come in here and do it. It's like they'll try and pick up a weak person, what they perceive as weak. They're like, they probably sit around on fucking actually talk about like doing this. Like, who can we pick off, man? We got to get one flat earther to turncoat. So who can it be? And they probably just like go over like who they think it is. I'm not saying you're that person, but I think they dude, I don't put anything past them. You can call me paranoid, dude, but I don't put a fucking thing past these guys.
Yeah, we've caught them coaching each other and all sorts of weird stuff. So yeah, I get you.
In live streams.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Live stream, dude, how embarrassing.
Sorry, man. I just missed like the last 30 seconds to a minute. My connection cut out.
No, Jace was saying we've caught these Glovers coaching each other. I just don't put anything past them like any dirty tactic.
Yeah. Yeah, I was asking.
Another thing, they could just be trying to like demoralize you, right? By just keep attacking you over and over and over again to just try and like he'll just go away, right? If we just like bully one person, we'll just make them go away.
Of course. But just going back to your analogy before I was asking the question, like, so it just so happens to be that the zebra that is outside the pack always just happens to be the one that has the red mark on it?
No. Even without the red mark. So before the red mark thing, people only observe zebras as like in these packs, right? And they would go, well, the zebra did this one got eaten by the lion. The lions must be eating the weak and slow one. That's how human beings interpreted it. But they've reinterpreted it now because when they marked the freaking zebra, even though the zebra was in the pack, the lions would attack that fucking zebra. If the zebra had some marking that would differentiate it from everybody else. So first they use the red mark, and then they tag the ear with like something, but the lions could see that too. So whatever mark they had, it didn't matter where the zebra was in the herd of zebras. The lions would go for that one zebra.
Gotcha. Well, I am relatively new, right? I haven't developed necessarily the sleight of hand or the acumen or all the terminology yet. You know, it's ready to whip out of my quiver, right? And it probably comes out. It's probably evident, you know. I'll take it. Fuck, I've only been here like 3-4 months, right?
Yeah, and this is kind of like we deal with kind of like the top tier sophists, the weaseliest, slimiest, dirtiest. I don't even know. I don't have enough adjectives to describe them. Like on Discord, they're the worst, and they freaking we're like a magnet for them.
But you can see this with even people like Matthew. Matthew comes off as a really nice guy, but if there's people in here like Indio or me, or even when BattleMod was here, people who know what his stick is can dismantle it. He doesn't want to talk about the subject. But if there's a new guy in here, he'll use all the same tricks that he knows don't work, and he won't try with us.
Yeah, and by Matthew, I think you mean Matthew Learns or Matt Nuclear?
Of course, Matthew Learns.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is one thing they did back in the day, Mick, that you don't know about. Before people came in there, they used to have to go on VC check-in, and this is ways back. So what happened was, so anybody would go in like VC check-in and like check somebody in, clear them, and then they get the VC verified role, and they could come in here and talk. But we didn't restrict it, so anybody could go in there, even like Globe Earthers. So what the Globe Earthers were doing were pretending to be fake flat earthers, going into VC check-in, and then saying the most ridiculous, crazy shit to these people so that they would leave. Or they would say, oh, I'm really a Globe Earther. don't listen to these people. They're all a bunch of liars. They would go in their DMs. They would do all this crazy shit. Dude, these
Yeah.
people are psychotic, man. Like, I'm not exaggerating, man. This isn't like fucking me just like hating on Globe Earthers. No, the fucking people that come in this server and the others, they're fucking psychopaths.
Yeah, psychopaths, sociopaths, or highly narcissistic, or borderline sociopathic at that point.
Bob, the science guy, we caught him. He was just sitting in VC check-in, just all day long, waiting for people to join the server. And they joined VC check-in and Professor Phil, yeah, fake Professor Phil. There was a whole bunch of them, man. It's just so gross, man.
Yeah, Phil was really bad at that. Like, he would message anybody we would be talking to with non-stop nonsense, trying to coach them what to say, so that we would be like, oh no, you're just using fallacies. You're just being retarded. Trying to get us to not treat them well. That's their goal, or his goal, for a long time.
Yeah, they would set those people up for failure.
Yeah. Wait, so are you saying that you guys don't do the VC verified stuff anymore?
Rarely.
We do. It's just we don't let the Globe Earthers do it. We monitor this stuff, and we've caught like thousands of Globe Earthers coming in here pretending to be flat Earthers, but it's really easy for us to identify them because they still make all the same Globe Earther mistakes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when I was VC verified, I was fucking run through the mills, man. It was Matrix and T-Dub. Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of have to do that because of how they act. Yeah, I think of this kind of like a training ground. You can learn all the arguments. You can learn how they argue, how to dismantle their fallacies, stuff like that. But when it really comes to talking about this subject, it's not something you generally talk about online.
Yeah.
In person, it's much easier to gauge their micro expressions and to keep them engaged.
Yeah. Like it's very funny, man. Like, I don't know who was listening in earlier there, but like it got so absurd. I forget what the conversation started off as, but at some point they started making a joke. Like Gregory said something about either like a genetic fallacy or whatever, and the conversation spiraled into this weird thing about genetics and not knowing who your parents are based off of chromosomes or whatever, or something. This weird thing. And then Gregory made like, a poignant argument, and then they just ran with it, like, oh, Gregory doesn't know who his father is, or like he made Gregory's conflating genetic fallacies with not knowing who his parents are, like the stupidest shit. I'm like it's not even funny anymore.
Dude, that's the culture over there, man. Like, I'd say that it's just them in that room. Yeah, it's them in that room, but it's like that happens in all the rooms. There's a lot of trash on that server. There's just a lot of human trash over there.
I mean, admittedly, it's fun. I can see a little bit of humor, like in taking a word and spinning it a little bit, but it's like a consistent pattern for them.
Is it the same people all the time?
I guess so. I mean, it's Matt and Jekyll and Trig.
Yeah, it's time to put them in check.
They're like the same trio. I've witnessed jump on over the last 3, 4, 5 days. I'll come in intermittently, and here they are. And they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I've noticed all three of them. They're like the triumvirate of frickin' Globetard.
Because I was raised by a sociopath and a narcissist, I am like a fine-tuned instrument to detect these fuckers.
Yeah, I'm at a point now where I can pick it out pretty swiftly there. It's just about how do you deal with it, right? Who they are and, the manners, your mannerism in the context. Right? Yeah, I see it.
Dude, was it our live stream where the YouTube chat they would like go to like shift change, man? Or was it Nathan's? On Globebusters. Dude, it's like they always have to maintain a presence in a flat earth stream. Like the same fucking 10 Globetards. They'll literally like shift change. They'll be in the YouTube chat all day, 8 hours straight, calling everyone a liar. Then another one will show up and they'll be like, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then they'll leave and then the other one will be on for fucking 8 hours straight. It's like so sad. Like, I don't want to sit there and be like, there's agents involved in shit, dude, but there's some weird behaviors, man. I just have to say it. I don't think freaking Trig and Matt and Jekyll are agents. They're just buffoons. They're just trolls, basically.
Yeah, I think so, man. I wish I saved the photo. I just tried looking for it. Like Jekyll went out of his way to craft a whole meme based off of this refraction argument and dub my name on it, call it McFraction.
Yeah, I saw it, dude. It's okay.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's so stupid. Like all the time wasted to put that together. Like you got to open Paint, you got to get all.
Take it as a compliment. It's kind of like when it said QE invented the scientific method.
Yeah, dude.
Sure.
Like, listen, you're living in their head rent free. Just think of that.
I know, I love it, man. They're making me famous, and that's cool, But it's just it doesn't bother me. Like what I find just so sad is how much effort they're putting in, and how much
just
time.
like listen to this. You notice, like from the other night, right? They've never refuted what you said. They've just said, "Oh, what are you claiming? It's magic refraction." They've never gave like I said to them. Remember, I said to them, "Well, you have these complaints. Like, what are the consequences of these complaints?" You said it's this, it's that, it's the other thing that we have to worry about. Yeah, so what are the consequences? What's the conclusion? Yeah, you can complain and make an itemized list of shit that you are unsure about, but like, how does it invalidate what he said?
I know.
They haven't actually said why you're wrong.
I know.
Other than it just don't work that way, or some some other bullshit.
I figured as much. Yeah, and they bring it, but they keep bringing it up, right? As if it hadn't happened or there was no argument. It's so annoying. It's just so annoying. That's all. But it's funny. I'm learning to laugh at it.
Yeah, man. Like I said, you're living rent free in their head. I mean, what's more magic? The fact that they're calling it magic refraction, but they can't refute it? Think about that. Even if you embrace it and say, yes, it's magic refraction, they can't even refute it. Because the entire thing, as Gregory was bringing up, because Gregory was in there that day too, is that there's no predictive model. We can make any observation at sea, and nobody knows what the fucking weather conditions are. There's no model that like lets us decipher what the fuck's going on by looking at it, right? So them saying it's not this is just as baseless as you saying it is this. You could really say it's anything. It's fucking goddamn Venus reflecting off the swamp gas, right? And that has just as much validity as anything they're going to say. Because nobody knows, because it hasn't. And I said it that night. None of this shit has actually been worked out by experiment. It's all speculation. What causes a superior mirage? Speculation. What causes an inferior mirage? Speculation. What causes a Fata Morgana? Speculation. It's all speculation. It's never been worked out by testing or experiment or anything like that.
Exactly, and in the whole conversation at some point, at least many times, ended up sort of quasi concluding on the premise of, okay, well, we have these two observations. Both sides are claiming it's the same phenomena, just working in both directions, right? And so that basically just nullifies those points of the argument because they're contradictory, right? So therefore, what are the other arguments on the table? Right, and it just seems to be, and CB also the other night was pressing it, right? The only distinguishing element in all of them, at least to this point, or at least to that point in the discussion, was physical curvature, right? And that's where the onus is on them, but they can't address that, or they're skating around the fact, right? So it's just it's fucking petty.
No, they want to obfuscate, right? So they want to obfuscate from. Oh, why can't we see the bottom of the boat? He says we can't see the bottom of the boat because of magical refraction. We're saying Earth curve, and we're the reasonable ones. Yeah, they're trying, like I said, perception management. They're just trying to create an image. They're not actually trying to find any truth at all. Even though, too, Matt should know better, right? Because me and Matt, recording of it, me and Matt went at the fucking disappearing on a flat surface for a good frickin' hour. And I totally stomped his guts out, and he had nothing to say about the demonstration. He had nothing to say. And I talked about Jekyll about it that night, too. And when I said, we can demonstrate our premise, you can't demonstrate yours, still had nothing to say. He said, oh, on that board. I said, well, that board, right, that doesn't, you see shit beyond the board, beyond the so-called board horizon going up and down, but you don't see the horizon moving back and forth, do you? You don't see the surface of the board beyond the horizon. You don't see the horizon get extended beyond those things that are being lifted up and down and appear behind them. As the black swan, right? You're not like magically going behind it.
Yeah, it's not uniform. Yeah. Later, after that,
you've seen that board video, right? With the little black. Yeah. So all you see is the little whatever they're using as the verticals. They move up and down, but that's all they do. You don't see that horizon, right? Move closer to them or move back. You don't see the surface of the board past that little horizon, past that fake horizon, whatever it's supposed to be, right? You don't see any of the things you would have to see. But we're the ones claiming magic.
Yeah.
But they think the horizon, that thing that's blocking those objects, right? Physically, we know that's physically blocking the objects. They think that you can condition the air in such a way that fucking curve is going to appear behind them. It's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. It's more ridiculous than refraction.
And after that, they were grasping at straws, saying that one of the, I think it was Apocryphon who brought it up, that video of the lady who does the demonstration on the floor and opens the door and the cold air comes in and all that, right? They're grasping at straws like, oh, well, it's such a small scale, right? That the aperture of the camera at a small distance or whatever, yada, yada, yada. Like they're just going at it, scrutinizing the fuck out of it. And I told Matt, I'm like, look, I commend you for your willingness to scrutinize, right? Like you're not just taking things at face value. I respect that, right? But what seems lopsided is that the other way around, you guys don't allow for the scrutiny, right? So it's just
no, Mick, no. They complain. They say this is such a small scale. Great. You're complaining about something. What are the consequences of a small scale that invalidate the experiment? Okay, just saying it's a small scale is not a refutation. You need more than that. You need to lay out why that's invalid. You need to lay it out.
I truncated the whole the thing.
Well, did they lay out why it's invalid? Why the scale matters?
Yeah, they were outlining how the aperture, or who was it? I think Trig came in, said something about the aperture at a small scale, right? There's a certain angular range that it's got, right? So the proportion between the angular range that it's got and all
but
that.
that don't help us. That helps them.
Well, that's the whole point, right? They're trying to scrutinize and say, oh, well, your argument, right, is not complete, right? Because you're demonstrating the point in an isolated environment or at such a small, laboratory conditions, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's applying like that elsewhere. That was my takeaway.
So I understand what they're saying, and this is actually our argument. It's not even their argument. Is that so? You have the camera lens, the aperture. So you'll have a lens of one size. Say the lens is 2 inches. Then you have a lens that's 1 inch. Because the lens is so large, right? It actually covers like a larger area. So the camera center might be 2 inches off the ground, but if you have a 2-inch lens, it actually covers 3 inches high, as opposed to if you know what I mean, it overlaps, right? So if I measured from the center of the camera down to the floor, the top of the camera would be actually 3 inches above. It would be at 3 inches, not 2 inches. But if I use a smaller camera lens, right, a smaller aperture, right, that was a 1-inch aperture, it would only be at 2.5 inches above. So you're going to capture some of that light that's at a higher point. That doesn't help them, or it doesn't help us. That helps them. So if the camera's even higher, this should happen even less. You understand what I'm saying? Because the bigger the camera lens is, the more it helps them. The smaller it is, the more it helps us.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. My point was that they're saying that because it's such a small scale, whatever the size of the aperture is, the proportion of the distance of the whole setup, right, to the size of the aperture is,
I agree, but if we actually used an aperture at that scale, it would be a fucking infinitesimal pinhole, and it would be even worse for them. It would be tiny, dude. Like, listen, say the scale is like 100 feet is equal to 10 miles, right? Okay, what's the size of the camera at that scale? It's like a fucking pin. It's like a pinhole.
Sure.
Smaller than a pinhole. A pinhole would be too big. Right, a pinhole would be like would be like a 1 meter telescope. So it'd be like a tiny infinitesimal fucking hole. Right, you think you're gonna see more or less with a tiny little pinhole or a full size camera. Now think about it. Like I said, they're complaining about a scale that helps them. They're just throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks. It's just them like.
It's so annoying.
I know it is. I was trying to explain to you the other day. They list all these complaints, but they never say why the complaint matters. Oh, it's just not the scale. It's not the scale of everything else. Yeah, and why does that matter? What is the physical effect of that particular item is not the scale, or some other thing that's not the scale, or why just shrinking the scale makes it illegitimate? Now, the only way, right, physically, as far as light goes, that shrinking the scale could matter is if you shrunk the scale of the camera, what would happen is as the aperture gets smaller and smaller and becomes a pinhole, you're going to get diffraction and you're going to get like wave interference and shit. That'll fuck up the image. But that doesn't help us. That helps them. It would make it even more crazy as far as like I don't know how to put it. You would get wave interference. So when you go to form the image at the sensor of the film, it wouldn't form an image. It would be all fucked up. It would be all blurry and shit. You wouldn't be able to actually create an image. So like that doesn't help us. That helps them. That's why, like I said, not to be redundant, but they come up with all these complaints, but they'll never say why that complaint ever matters. They're just listing beefs. Right? It's like Gish Gallop. But it's Gish Gallop of just complaints. Oh, you didn't kill a chicken before you under the full moon before you did your experiment, so it's invalid. You didn't cut your toenails before the experiment, so it's invalid. You didn't turn the light switch off 6 or 7 times the experiment before it, so it's invalid. They just like list all these like irrelevant, right, factoids. They're called red herrings, technically. These are
Right,
just
right.
red herrings. They're
Is
just
that
throwing
that's
shit in the air. Just, look at this, look at that, look at this other thing. Has
yeah?
nothing to do with your experiment, but look over here.
Wait, so that's what gish galloping is? I heard that like 3-4 times in the last 24 hours. Never heard of it before.
Scalp is like making a lot, burying someone with like the elephant hurling, right? Burying someone in a bunch of weak arguments to make it
Okay.
appear. It's so that the person can't address all the arguments, right? So if I just go, Space Pig, Smokehouse Pendulum, Cavendish, fucking, and just list all this shit, right? Each one of those individually are weak, but they try to create the perception of having a strong argument by having a lot of weak arguments, as if you can add them all up and all, like if you sum them, there'll be one strong argument if you have 50 weak arguments. Well, sorry, that doesn't have how that works. You just have a lot of weak arguments.
Gotcha.
So that's Gish Gallop. But with this is kind of like Gish Gallop. They'll come up with objections, right? Lots of objections. I object to objection 1, objection 2, objection 3, objection 4. But they never come up with the argument to why that objection is actually relevant to whatever you're talking about. They never connect it. They just make an objection. Well, this is a problem. Well, why is it a problem? They'll never say. But they'll list like 50 of them, right? And then you start arguing about one of them. And you got these other 49 dangling in the background as if they're valid, right? Why they're freaking going down the weeds in the rabbit hole. Because what they're trying to do is never let you actually create it, actually present your evidence in full, because you're sitting there going down into the weeds on some irrelevant fucking red herring that don't matter. So like 40 minutes goes by and you're arguing about something that never mattered in the first place. That was irrelevant to the experiment, right? So like this aperture thing, right? So say I was there, they brought it up. I'm gonna sit there and argue for 15 minutes about how the aperture doesn't matter. Just to come back to the same place we started at. You see what I'm saying? It's just like a diversionary tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a small scale experiment. Well, what the aperture isn't to scale. So let's argue about that for 30 minutes. What are we not talking about? The actual experiment, right? We're talking about fucking how cameras work and how light waves work and whether the aperture is to scale and how scales work and like all the shit I just explained to you, right? We're talking about all that instead of the results of the experiment, because that's what they're trying to get away from. They don't want anybody to see that. They want to hide that under the fucking table. They're just hiding it. Hide that shit.
What I find the most disingenuous part, I remember this, and I think Flotzy was there. She could probably corroborate this. Is that the conversation ended up getting? I don't want to use the word hijacked there, but AI stepped in, right? Started talking to Matt about all these details, right? And they, at some point, it fizzled into like a cordial conversation, and we're all just chatting up, like like we're having a beer or something like that, right? And it gave the perception like, oh shit, okay, so AI got through to him, right? Because he brought up all the stuff that you kind of mentioned, right? And made it seem okay. Well, it's at the very least it's plausible, right? So that was my impression, right? But then today they bring it up again as if it never happened. Like it's crazy.
Dude, man, they're NPCs. Dude, you played video games, man. You talk to the NPC, he runs through a script. You walk out of the boundary of the town, and then you walk back in, and it just starts the script all over again. That's what these guys are. They're just NPCs, man. The script just starts over.
I guess
bitch, I saved your daughter on that quest, man. Like, fuck, dude. Like, how many times are you gonna ask me? Take care of your kid.
Oh my god. I hear you. It's funny. That's why I come. That's all why I come here for. Just observing it happen. At the same time, maybe get to learn something. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, you are learning something. You're actually learning a lot about human beings. You're learning fucking a lot. And like the only reason I can pick this shit out is because I've just been dealing with it for so long. And like you're kind of getting a crash course in it. But in like a year, this shit's gonna be like they're gonna say like 2 words, and you're automatically gonna know their whole routine of bullshit, and you're just gonna be sitting there waiting for it, because that's pretty much how I am at this point. Just like they'll say freaking 3 sentences, and I'm like, oh, I know where this is going. Because there's only so many freaking tools in the utility belt. I know the utility belt has lots of shit in there, but there's also only so many. They got their smoke screen, right? And they got their freaking flashbang, and they can like use the bat rope to freaking like run away. Like that, they only have so many things they can do.
Yeah. Gotcha.
They can call in Robin, call in Alfred, call in the Batmobile, call in the Batplane, call in the fucking Batboat, call in Batgirl. That's all they can do, man.
It's hilarious.
Because I'm sure you've noticed, right? You'll be getting somewhere, talking to a Glober, right? And you're just about to stick the sword through their body. All of a sudden, some rando will enter the fucking chat and say some stupid shit. Every fucking time, man. It happens every time.
Yeah.
I swear to God, they DM someone like, now, come on. Dude, it happens so much, man. It can't be an accident, man.
Yeah. Now that you mention it.
Dude, that's what I said, man. Dude, that's what I mean by throwing your body into the gears, right? So we're like, we're doing production, right? We got the gears are working, we're flat smacking, and then like we're flat smacking too efficiently, and some freaking dumbass has to come in randomly out of nowhere that's never in the channel and just throw their body in the gears to stop the works.
Yeah, all I hear is, well, actually, you know.
Just start talking about masturbating or killing themselves or some stupid shit, right? They'll just do something so offensive, or say the N-word, or say ask a stupid question. Y'all don't really believe the Earth is flat, do ya? If it's flat, where's the edge? But Earth is stupid. They just come in and say something stupid.
Yeah, for all we know, they've got those guys that come in here, and, play the music, or yell out profanity and get. For all we know, they've got them on payroll. Like fuck.
Well, that's the one thing I noticed. They don't do that on other channels. I haven't seen that in any of their other VCs. I haven't been in. I'm not saying I'm an expert on what happens in all their other VCs, but I have not noticed that particular thing happening where someone just runs in and just does some stupid shit in the middle of a conversation. But the thing is, it's always at key points in the conversation. It's not like it's never when you just start talking, right?
Yeah.
And you just start interacting. It's never then. It's never at the time in between talking, right? It's never then, right? When you're like, sometimes we start talking about another subject. Never happens then. It only happens right when you're about to get to a key point with a Goldberg. Then it happens only at those points in time. That's what I've noticed. It's very well timed.
Yeah, it's comedy at this point, I must say.
I just hopped in. I was just wondering, is CD muted?
Yeah, he was hot micing, I think, earlier.
Yeah, I muted him because he was snoring.
Oh, he fell asleep. That's awesome. I was gonna talk to him about some stuff, but I guess I can do it tomorrow.
I'll be
Actually-
right back. I gotta go do something for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Are we taking the pedal off of the FE talk for a minute? Can we talk about like just other things, or are we still talking about?
I don't know, man.
What are you guys? What are you guys talking about? I just hopped in.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Indio and I were just kind of going over, like a debrief or whatever, over the last few days, some conversations between some goofballs, right? And ways that they do things, and despite the conversation appearing to arrive at a finale, a joke will happen, or they'll say something like as if it, never happened, or some shit like that, right? And then the next day they come back and actually spin up the whole conversation all over again and throw in some bad humor and make it look like we're that type of approach. Because that's basically what's been going on, at least in my experience.
Yeah.
In the last couple of days.
Essentially, like no cordial conversation. Got it?
Pretty much. Like it
Yeah.
started on a kind of pie in the sky proposition I made, right? So someone brought in a photo of two boats over the horizon. One was 8-9 miles away. The other one was supposedly 12-13 miles, right? So a bit of a discrepancy, right? But not by much, right? So it's proposed, oh shit, this first one that's relatively close, it's right, we see the full thing, minus the little bit that's in the water, right? But this other one that's, not that far off, oh, well, look at this massive bulge of water in the middle. It must be the Earth curve, right? Like that type of argument. And I was asked, like, oh, well, what do you think it is? Like as if I know 100%. Like, fuck, I don't know, right? I mean, for all I know, it could be a refraction, right? Like that's the catch-all argument for almost everything at all of the times on their side, right? So I just threw it out there, like, fuck, I don't know, right? Light bends down. If it's flat and the light bends down, the light bends into the water. And there's a part that bends more sharply into the water, so you don't see that part of it. Like it looks blocked out because the rest of the view is bending less sharply or more shallowly or whatever. So it gives this appearance that part of it's cut off. Fuck, I don't know. I'm not a professional physicist, right? And then that became a butt end of a joke, right? Like I'm making some shit up, right? And it went on and on and on and on for like 48 to 72 hours, right? Not consistently, but like over the course of that period, it was like the main or a main topic of conversation every time, right? As if it was never plausible to begin with, right? But no one was bringing up any real refutation about it. Some people were actually bringing in, to corroborate the argument, some valid points that might justify it further as being a possibility. Right, but it just kept getting hand waved, right? And you know what I mean? Like it got so ridiculous that they even bothered to make like a meme out of my name that like I'm making up some sort of new refraction type of thing. They call it McFraction, right? Like and then they put a little McDonald's logo on, and they put a McDonald's logo on it. Like it's fucking stupid, right? And I can't imagine like the time put in to make all these little graphics. Like it's like a fucking studio over there. Like like it's.
Well, it's low key kind of complimentary. Like somebody.
I guess so. I mean, like, yeah, I'm taking it like fuck. I'm famous now. Like I'll take it, right? But what Indio and I were just talking about is like this is all. These are pathetic tactics, right? This is how. It's not how to have a genuine dialogue. Right?
Yeah.
That's all we were talking about. Kind of debriefing on that.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not just saying that either. Like I hear you because I've had people like I mean I just you can kind of like take whatever you can from like people's social medias and make funny things, and I've been the victim of. I don't even say it's a victim thing. It's like it's almost kind of admirable because like if they're taking the time to do that. I've actually thanked people when they've made like fun of me and stuff and made memes and stuff because there's a sense of interest, or there's a sense of care, I should say. Like they care enough to do stuff like that. And
oh yeah. No, I'm walking away. It's a badge of honor. Right? I'm not at all insulted by it. Right? Like it's just really funny now. Right?
It's cool. It's really cool, to be honest. It's neat. It's having the courage to be looked at in any other way. It's a confirmation that you're doing something that's making.
I guess so. Yeah, like I mean, it was the only rational argument I can come up with. I couldn't prove it. I made it obvious. Like I'm just spitballing here, right? Because that's what was asked of me. What do you think is going on here? So I said, "Oh, there you go. This is what I think. I don't know. I could be wrong." Right?
Yeah, they're just trying to like dissuade you from looking into that further by calling it McRefraction because sinking refraction is a thing, and they don't want to talk about that.
Well, exactly. There you go. It came up later on. Someone brought up some experiments or videos demonstrating that it's a known phenomena. And I'm like, fuck, like, I didn't make anything up. Like, you guys are retarded, you know? Like, holy shit. Anyway, I'm done rambling on it. You know, rant over. But that's where we were at this evening so far. At least since I've been.
I hear you. No, I hear you, dude. I'm on a journey of trying to be logical at this point, not just with FE, but like just in everything. Because emotions can be good. It's just sometimes they can take over. So it's like, no, emotions can be great. There's it's such a weird explanation, but like it makes sense. Like, have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
A few times when I was younger, yeah. Was never a big
Right.
fan.
Yeah, even though it's fantasy, it is relevant for psychology. There's it's I mean it's there's a race called the Saiyans, and they're essentially just ruthless killers that take over planets, which is indoctrination for the heliocentric model. I understand, but and so one of the Saiyans ended up meeting a human, and they they had an offspring, and the offspring was half human, half Saiyan, and so naturally they would think that like, oh, if it has human characteristics, then it's going to have emotions, and that's going to interfere with their fighting and their their destiny to take over planets and stuff. But the opposite happened, because like the second the emotions got involved, it amplified their strength, because emotions can be powerful, but they can either go one way or the other. And so I'm just trying to find a way to just balance those emotions and balance those feelings.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos. So, it's like Australia. In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice
What the
Dingo will eat your spice baby.
What the fuck is this?
The sound thing.
Twisted
Yeah.
version of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a troll for a second.
No, it's relevant, but I mean, yeah, Dragon Ball Z it's amazing, but it's terrible for like the reality of truth for
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's a freaking anime, but they talk about gravity, they talk about planets, they talk about all sorts of things that just biblically speaking.
Glover's think they live on King Kai's planet could see Kerr from a plane, man.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, Lofa, I hear you, man. Like, that's when, honestly, like, coming in these rooms and listening to people go back and forth over what probably arguably one of the most controversial topics, right? Has been a practice for me. Just to listen, right? Just to listen and not necessarily look at, quote, who wins the argument, but how it's done, right? And what I've kind of taken away from it is that the more, quote, radical side of things, right? The go against the narrative side, right? Has been like it's like a fucking fleet of snipers. Okay, that's how I would analogize it. I'm telling you, like Indio, Alpha, all these guys, you know, AI, it's the poignant questions that are asked. It gets right to the heart of the matter, right? And it's just spot on. It's a spectacle to watch, and you know, just for that alone, whether they're right or not, I don't know, right, in the moment. But that's the training ground, I would say. You know, it's just observing and, you know, practicing your own mind or something, you know, based off of that.
AOP, the art of patience. It's also like throwing pearls to swine. Like how truly valuable is it to exchange conversation with that person? Are they taking in the information for real? Is it because like I've had hour conversations with people that I shouldn't have talked to about flat Earth and globe and all that. It's like I don't even know why I bothered at certain points. Like I would stay up all night just trying to prove a point or trying to get a point across to this person, and it was just so exhausting. It's stupid.
Yeah, I
It was-
remember growing up. I remember growing up. I had like a handful of friends that
Yeah.
behaved in this way. Right, you'd be the butt end of the joke. You'd
Yeah.
ask a question, they'd twist the words, and then it kind of just fizzled off as if nothing was even really said. That type of, right. And when I was younger, I thought that was just normal, and I'm just the retard, right? But now I realize it's like it's a mentality. It's a way of conversing, which is not really conversing, right? Now, on other topics, okay, it can get a little bit more serious depending on the professional manner or setting or whatever, sure. But in general, it's a characteristic that goes a bit, a bit deeper, right? And this room, these rooms really shine a spotlight on that, because I was never really much of a debater. I can converse, I can be very verbose, right? But it was never really an endeavor of mine to go out and try and quote persuade someone, right? Like it's like it is or it isn't, this, that, the other thing, context dependent. Like, it was never really like a ritual or people go play sports for the sake of it, right? It wasn't a sport for me, right? But coming in these rooms, witnessing that take place, it's like, holy shit, it's really obvious, that
It's kind of
happens.
silly sometimes, yeah. Like in the political server, I underestimated when every single person was telling me that it was terrible. I was like, it can't be that bad. And sure enough, it really is. And a way to like lightheart it is like the way they talk to each other is kind of funny because I just picture like they're basically I don't even know how to explain it. They're just it's like their arms are crossed and they're like little kids just like, arguing. And their tone of voice is, did you not hear what I said? Did you not hear what I said? I clearly showed you. Like it's weird. I can't even.
Yeah, it's a misuse of that frame, right? Because you can honestly say to somebody something blatantly obvious or demonstrate something, and they hand wave it, and then you can say, "Well, like I just showed you, like really, But to flip it, right? When the opposition uses that same sort of presentation, the kind of it's basically like a form of gaslighting. Maybe not technically speaking, but like on the brink of, right? So when it's used in that manner, which I've witnessed that be the case, right? Often, it's a misplaced misuse of a tool, right? Which is unfortunate.
I think it's called the thalamus. I'm not sure. Or the cerebellum or something like that. It's the part of your brain that receives information. And I truly believe that some people either voluntarily turn it off or don't even have it. The hippocampus. That's what it's called. The hippocampus. That's what it's called. It's
I
like
thought that was for memory.
yeah, it supports memory learning and navigation and all that. And I think that like when you're trying to have a conversation with someone, it's either
Lo-Fi, I know what you're talking about, but look into narcissistic personality disorder and holes in brains. They actually develop holes in the brain right there.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that, because what I've noticed in my experience and in people and in my own recovery from the bullshit that I came from, right? I'll save you the details, right? Is that at the core of it, in many situations, there is a sense. It's like these types of attitudes emerge when, at the core of an individual, when their identity or their self-worth is attached to an idea or something like that, their emotions get awry and they get all defensive and stuff. And depending on their intellect or acumen or whatever, they can kind of like dance around the issue and make them seem smart or whatever. But the driving mechanism is a sense of self-worth diminishment, right?
Yes, because it's part of them. It's like you're ripping their arm off or something. Like they're treating it as
in many cases, like what Drace is hinting at. Like I've studied that a little bit, and there's listened to some individuals who are like pioneers in the field, and in a way, there's an argument to be made like there is a form of PTSD if you
for sure.
right? It's like the same emotional reactions right? That someone might have internally when being presented with counter information to what they held belief, held at the core of their being, right? And then identified as such, right? When that's shaken up, it's there's almost like a form of PTSD that emerges, right?
Yeah,
So
you
no
see it in
wonder
real
you get
time too.
you get childish emotional reaction.
And I mean, I'm grateful that I never really identified with the heliocentric model. I just trusted it when I was growing up because I just assumed that why would they bullshit that? But people deeply invested into it, and I'm not sure where that stems from, other than the fact that maybe they feel like life is meaningless if they don't have that to hold on to. But little do they know that there is more to life. Like there's
Yeah. Well, there's
far
that,
more.
but imagine those who are, for example, financially invested, right, and have built entire careers around it, right, and
Right,
then
yeah.
on top of that, have built their sense of identity based on their careers, right? That's another thing, right? There's like an adage of you are what you do, sort of thing, or like it's almost like its own form of brainwashing, right?
Hmm.
So it's like imagine these just from that stance, there's two layers right there of identification with this thing, right? So you peel apart the first one that's bullshit, well then that unravels, and then in their mind, right, they infer that they're bullshit. Oh, I can't be bullshit, right? Blah, tantrum ensues, right? That's
Yeah.
a pattern that I've picked up on. Right? But I'm no psychoanalyst, I'm just a guy, right? But I have looked into some of this stuff, and this is kind of what I think I see here.
Yeah, it's letting the Jenga tower fall. It's like you pull that one piece out, the whole thing falls apart. It's like just stare at the blue marble for a little bit, just look at it and really just be honest. It's I'm just so grateful. I don't know. It was like my friend's reaction to it is what woke me up. And mixing with like scripture. I don't know, it's just you just have to either want it or not. You have to want to know the truth or not. And like, is the truth really hard? Like, it's the truth is in all sorts, shapes, and forms with different situations. It's like hard to accept that maybe your family isn't who you thought they were, or the relationship wasn't what you thought
Yeah.
it was. These are and those are tough things, but it's not impossible. It's almost comical if you can like endure it. It's like that's why screwed up things can be funny sometimes because they're relatable. Like some dude just on stage talking shit about his own life, and people are laughing because it's relatable. It's we all have that in common, that we're all in the same place here. At the end of this, we're all gonna. I don't even. Well, there is a saying that all the pieces go back into the box, but that's not entirely true.
Well, no one gets out of this alive, right? It's another
Right,
way of putting it.
that's where I was getting at. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
better. That's what I
I
was
get
trying to
that.
say.
And
So,
you touched on something a minute ago. Like I remember my introduction into all this was very similar, right? I remember I was traveling with some friends to go to an event, right? And we're just chit chatting in the car, and a friend mentioned, kind of just in passing, like, totally like out of nowhere, right, out of left field. Hey, by the way, did you know the Earth is flat, right? And I remember to this day, like this gut sinking sort of sense that I had, like, wow, what a retard.
mhm.
You know what I mean? And in that moment, I turned to him and I laughed, and we kind of poked fun a little bit. But in hindsight, and he kept pushing it. And in hindsight, and even like later that day, I realized, like, I thought to myself, like, why did I get so emotional, like, about that statement, right? Like, if it's
Right.
stupid and not true, why would
Mhm.
why would I have reacted that way? And that
Mm.
was the spark for me to be like, okay, if it's bullshit, I kind of want to know, right?
Yeah.
But it
Yep.
was that realization. It's like, what the fuck is this little knot in my stomach over? You know, if he's right or I'm wrong, or if he's right or I'm right, or vice versa, like, so what, right? It's not the end of the world, no pun intended, right? Like, a big fucking deal. But why did I get all hung up on it? And that was a catalyst for me, right? And then he
That's
started showing me
interesting. Yeah.
all the Dave Weisses and the Eric DeBays of the world, all these guys, right? And then that went on for many years. From time to time, I'd tune into it, right? And then only in the last 4 or 5 months or whatever, I came into this room, you know. But that emotional reaction thing was a pivot for me, you know.
Same with me, but the difference for me was my friend's reaction when he just randomly brought it up, where he's just like he's speaking as if he knows all the answers, and it was a negative reaction where he was like, I want to shoot anyone. He said that like word for word. He said, I want to shoot anyone who believes in this. I was like, and he actually owns guns. Like he's like American country guy. Like I was just like, Daniel, why do you feel so strongly about this? Like, and that's actually what I was like. You're speaking as if you've seen the earth yourself. Like that's how you're speaking. Like, I have never seen it. Like the only reference I have is these pictures on my computer screen. I've never seen it in person. Neither have you. And so his reaction was just like this. I think is it safe to say foolish or stupid? It's like prideful even. Like I have the whole government on my side, or I have the smarter people on my side. Like it's such a comforting feeling to just outnumber people.
Yeah,
I guess
it's
a hyena mentality.
Yeah, it's arrogance, right?
That's an extravagant good word for that. Yes, it's. I'd rather be the one person that is being attacked by everybody, but I'm standing true to my word and to the truth itself, than to be a hyena attacking the lion. This is ridiculous. I don't think it's honorable. I know it's not honorable. It's just so easy not to think, and that's why most people don't. It's so easy just to fucking turn off your brain and just do what you're told, which is enslavement. That's what a slave does. Is you go to this job, you do this, you fucking get on your knees, and then you just keep doing it until you're old and dead. Rather, I see that life has much more potential than that. And that's what's frustrating when you're doing full-time work and everyone's miserable. You just want to think about how to break free from that. And that's the thing is like, because then you fall into so many different diversions of stress. Like you're trying to make the most of a shitty situation or something, and like you know yourself that it's not the best that it can be. And so like I just assume that would bother everybody. Like, oh, you're shopping at the dollar store. Like, don't you kind of want a little bit more out of life? It's just, I don't know. I feel like people have to have that sense of value in themselves. Like they have to want it more for themselves to be happier and better and smarter and stronger. Whereas like, oh, this is the best. I think this is the best.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm fine.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. The greatest lie of all time. I'm fine.
Wasn't there like a joke of like an acronym for that?
Well, yeah. It started off as like the biggest lie a woman can tell is when she says she's fine. But I think that applies to everyone.
I heard that one too. I thought I heard there was an acronym, like F was one word, I was another word, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of this, I think came to mind. Drace, have you ever? Are you familiar with the individual named Professor Sam Vaknin?
I don't think so, but I was just about to run out of the room when you called my name.
Oh, okay. Well, don't let me halt you there. If you want to take the name down, maybe check it out. Just because you said you're familiar with the subject matter, I just thought you might be there with the individual who allegedly pioneered a lot of the terms used in the field. Because I've been listening.
Yeah,
I've been listening to him.
please write it down in the live stream voice check. Text. I'll check it out later.
Sure. Cool.
What are you guys gonna wear tomorrow? Are you guys gonna wear a bright color or a dark color tomorrow?
What's the significance of that?
I have no idea. I just, for some reason, I care about what I'm gonna do, like how I dress. I don't know. Even though like it doesn't matter, it does.
Oh wait,
I
thought you meant like it was an occasion or something. I'm in Canada, so I figured maybe it was a U.S. Holiday signifying that or something. I was like, I don't know.
No, it's like full-time work is essentially just school all over again. You got the bell, you got your lunch, you got your colleagues. It's endless, bro. It's insanity. I don't know how anybody wants to subscribe to it.
It's
I'm gonna post a song in the chat actually. I have files. Okay, perfect. So I think I posted it before, but truly a beautiful song. Because I'm not joking when I say this. Like, uh, um, I wear headphones at work, and I listened to this song like 7 hours in a row. Genuinely, like I'm not like just. It's like when someone says, "Oh, I listened to this song 1,000 times." It's like, no, I sincerely listened to this song like 7 hours in a row. It was ridiculous, but I couldn't stop. I posted it in the live stream voice text. Like I downloaded it. I downloaded the song because like I can listen to it offline. But it's just it's kind of like my go-to to like have people listen to it just to ask themselves like, dude, there's more to life than this. You have to be honest. Like there's got to be more to life to this.
There is, man. There is.
Yeah. The heliocentric model is interesting because it's like for such a endless narrative, it's also dead end and hopeless. Like it's endless and hopeless at the same time. And so it's miserable. It's miserable. It's a fantasy. Like, oh, there's more out there, but like there's not. It's just maybe you can go to Pluto and meet like somebody cool, but it's not true. It's stupid. I don't know. It's essentially a replacement of heaven, replacement of God.
Of course.
And it's just got me to the point where like now I just got to pack my lunch and just stay strong. So like I feel I kind of make like an idiot out of myself sometimes at work because like on break I'm like the only one that's like exercising or like doing like workouts and stuff while everyone else is like smoking or sitting down or doing nothing. It's like
no. You're the It's okay to be the black sheep sometimes.
yeah.
It depends on why.
Sure.
It depends what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you identify yourself with your work and you get comfortable with your work, you know, and everything's going okay, well, this is who I am. You know, you'll find a settling point, right? But if you see the work as a stepping stone towards something else,
yes,
right? Like, okay, cool, yeah, it's nice to acknowledge and to yourself as having accomplished some stuff and all that stuff, and that's great. No one's gonna deny that, right? But if you think you are what you do, right, and you do that well, and that's all you do, well, then it actually kind of almost becomes true, right? So make your pack your what's the saying? Bring home the bread. Do your thing and utilize that towards other things.
100. Yeah.
Like
yep. There's some people I worked with that they or still work with sometimes. Like they take the job so seriously that like I could imagine they would get a tattoo of the company logo because like they're just too prideful of it because it's really all they have. That's all they have.
That can be the case too. That can be the
I mean,
case
it's
too.
respect.
If
It's
you
respectful.
if you
At the
have
same time.
the thing is like at the same time, at the same time, for all you know, they have a vested interest in the outcome, right? So like it's
Yeah.
more. There is for all you know, there's an extra layer of reasoning behind their motivations, right? But that's neither here nor there, right? It's nice to again, it's nice to be able to accomplish things, right? And if that's what they're going for, like hands down, right? But for those who don't necessarily have that and just kind of get comfortable in the 40 years at the same company to get to finally retire and then live off the retirement for 20 years before you croak, that type of mentality. That too.
That, man, yeah.
That's like our parents' generation type of shit, right? And frankly, it doesn't work anymore. The system's not set up for that. There's argument to be made. It's entirely one giant fucking debt-based fiat Ponzi scheme, as some would put it. You know what I mean? So there's no in that. But it's good that has revealed itself to be the case because it was never true to begin with. So it gives people a chance to recognize that there's more to it. So it's like utilize what's left, strategize, right? And kind of like, blend in a little bit, that's fine. So you don't necessarily, throwing anything off kilter and lose your own momentum, right? But no, have a little bit more of a firm stance on why you're doing whatever you're doing, right? Because without the why, there is no how.
Advice. Affirm why you're doing what you're doing. That is excellent golden words. I mean, I'm just gonna
without a why, there is no how.
As Jim Rohn said, it's not a lack of money; it's a lack of ideas.
Oh yeah, you know Jim Rohn too. Yeah, I remember him.
Oh yeah, dude, he's a legend. I really appreciate his speeches a lot.
He's pretty.
He did. The only thing I didn't appreciate is like when he was like the spinning planet, the law of gravity. Like he's like the law.
That's hard. Yeah, you're gonna find that everywhere. It's hard to say. Oh, they're just shilling for the system, or maybe they just don't fucking know either, right? But either way, the content that I've heard some of these individuals talk about, it's relevant whether that part's true or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like on one side, if we are spinning, a ball through space or whatever, and everything is so insignificant or seemingly so, but then here we are with all this capacity, right? At the pinnacle of whatever can come out of whatever this is. Well, there's an argument to be made. Well, like do the best you can with it because it's not here for no reason. It's obviously right because you're here, right? That's one perspective versus the other one. It's like we're at the the heap of God's creation, so let's fucking make it count. It's like it goes both ways. Like I'm paraphrasing, of course, but you hear my point, right? So
I do. I absolutely.
Let that stuff slide.
Like people act like this, like understanding things is easy. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's incredibly painful.
The hardest thing you'll ever do.
It's like, oh, God's real. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, man, you got
a little bit.
You got something to pin yourself against. But it's good because if there's a blueprint, it means there's nothing really for you to really figure out all that novel, right? It's just novel. It's novel in a sense where it's your unique instance of this adherence to the blueprint. But the blueprint's
the only time,
right?
Exactly, because the only time you hear about aliens is like on TV or on a cartoon. But then, like when you have the blueprint, like you mentioned, then you realize, like, oh, well, that's just stupid. It's like you can. It's almost it's fascinating. Like when you hear someone talk about outer space, you're like, oh, this person has not really questioned anything. They don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, or they don't understand gas pressure. They don't understand air pressure. I
mean, here's the thing that I try to avoid for myself. It's kind of like carrying a little bit of baggage from my past, right? Would be now that I know all this shit, right? It's would be easy to be arrogant again because I know more than you. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to.
Thank you. I needed that. I needed
yeah,
that.
no, and it's easy to like imagine you went to university, you got a PhD. Oh, it's obvious, you're smarter than everyone. You got a fucking PhD, right? So it's easy to lord that over people, right? Same thing here. If we found something that's true, other people don't know it. Well, it's easy to lord them over. But that's where it's like it's more, it's less. It's a mixture of an intellectual thing with a a meta thing, right? So to blend those two things together, right? Like in terms of a learning experience, is really where it's at least for me.
It's true. I mean, I try to open up with the fact that, like, hey, I've been a dumbass most of my life. Like, I'm not proudly saying that, but like just admittingly saying that.
Well, don't feel bad, man. I'm still a fucking retard.
Yeah, like, but and the thing that the thing that I find fascinating is like, I think it's like a default almost for every human being to like kind of dance with fantasy because it's just too comforting. It's just way too comforting to put on the rose glasses. It makes it so much easier to just endure sometimes, but sometimes you really but taking the punches and taking that cold shower it really is the better option. It's just
discipline, right?
Yeah, it's not even motivation. Yeah, it's discipline. It sucks so much,
No,
but like the
the thing
feeling
is,
you get.
I think there's a purpose to fantasy, right? To me, like
I sure hope so.
being able
I
to
sure hope so.
fantasize is akin to being able to imagine, right? So it's like there might not be anything new under the sun, right? In terms of laws and ways that things can work together, but it doesn't mean they have been put together yet, right? So if you just happen to be, the one with the little spark of an idea or something like that, in a way that can be argued as it's an element of fantasy, right? But if you employ that with discipline and all the knowledge that you have gathered, you can make something new, right? So it's when people indulge in pure fantasy with no discipline, right? Like a perfect example. I don't know if you ever played music or whatever, but like personally as a musician, right? It's all fantasy, purely fantasy. It's purely colors flying through the air and entering your ears, and then you're living in La La Land, right? But your muscles, right? It's a form of acrobatism, depending on the instrument, right? And that takes discipline. It takes heavy work, a lot of focus, a lot of intellect to be able to understand the code, right? Because beat music, it's a form of code, right? So it's all involved, right? And I don't mean to say this to boast or anything. I'm by no means perfect, right? But just to give you the idea, like it's not just so cut and dry like that. It's just when people get fucking lazy and they indulge in fantasy that is beyond their ability, their control, or their capacity to do anything about. See what I mean? I think that's why, at least I would, how I would word it. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just but that's how I think.
It's like taking back like a cheating partner or something. It's like the fantasy of it working out, even though deep down they know it's not going to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a delusion. I think that was a better answer.
That's another, for sure.
I've been in delusion for many things. It's
We've
weird.
all been delusional, man.
Yeah, like it's
don't
weird.
Feel bad. Don't feel too bad. The Globies are still in a delusion, so at least you were.
That is true. And that delusion is the delusion that they're not being lied to.
Yeah. Anyway, nice chat, man. I'm gonna be putting myself on mute for a bit. It's gonna be hanging around here doing some stuff, but I'll be listening in.
I'm just brushing my teeth, getting ready for bed, but I might have like a few philosophical talks before I hit the hay.
Good, man. Nice chat.
Likewise.
Well, if you guys are not gonna start up a new conversation, I'm playing a song.
By all means.
Yeah, I'll after the song's done, I'll be done brushing my teeth and I'll talk about some stuff after.
Sounds good.
In the world where water lays flat, no curve, no arc, it's as simple as that. Fluid static shows the way. Water seeks level every day. From horizon to horizon, the water stays true. No drop in sight, just a level view, perspective and depth made plain and part. Vanishing once at horizon lines, straight from the heart. Hydrostatic pressure, straight and fair, depth changes pressure, but the surface stays there. In a tube, the water stands still. From horizon to horizon, the water stays true. No drop in sight, just a level view, perspective and depth made plain and part. Vanishing once at horizon lines, straight from the heart. Walk down a hallway, watch the walls close in. Lines converge to a point, it's a trick within. Take away the walls, the point fades away. A straight horizon line, clear as day. Falling force, lifting weight, Archimedes knew the fatter state. Foundations and slabs all level and neat. Water shows the way, no curve in our feet. From horizon to horizon, the water stays true. No drop in sight, just a level view, perspective and depth made plain and part. Vanishing once in horizon lines, straight from the heart. So here's the truth, simple and clear. A flat plane we walk, there's nothing to fear. Fluid statics, perspectives roll. In a world where the earth is flat and whole.
Dude, I used to work at Abercrombie and Fitch. It's like this clothing store. I mean, I worked there like a long time ago, and that they used to play music that sounded just like that, and like it was the music was pretty slamming. I'm not gonna lie, it was good stuff. It's like party music, feel good music.
Yeah, I love that song. It's one of my favorites right now.
Did you make that on the AI thing? Or?
Yeah.
It's it's really good stuff. I still have that 3 point. I still featured the 3 points on the radio. I think it's still on the radio. Um, I was thinking maybe I'll try to get another song on there again. It's just really exhausting getting through all the, was it the TOS or whatever? Misinformation bullshit. My question is always like misinformation according to who? Why do they get to say that? Who says that? It's like what Selena Gomez says. Who says who says this is bullshit?
Yeah, that song sounded great, Trace.
It's good stuff.
My head was bopping the whole time.
Yeah, Trace, could you send or could you not just send that to me, but like post it or something? Like I do download the songs. I listen to
I've been checking them
I
out on
listen to
YouTube.
I listen to the Space is Fake song at work, and like I'll be like singing it out loud. It's really funny because it's like it was like fill up the pool like they did back then on those old time TV shows. It's like so ridiculous.
Yeah, Jay Barrington wrote the lyrics for that one.
So good, dude. Like it's undeniably good. It's funny.
Yeah, all the songs are
And
coming out every day on my YouTube channel. That one is one of the more recent ones I made, so it's gonna be a few days until it's out.
Buzz and his bugs. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. You're doing God's work right now, dude. It's good stuff. I used to genuinely think that nah, never mind. I won't say that. I'm just glad that there are some people that genuinely are trying to help. You know, like with me trying to talk about these things in a non-arrogant way is me trying to give back. Because I know that I've been a dipshit most of my life and I've fucked up a lot. And I mean, the least that I want to do is get people to have a leverage in their life mentally, like spiritually even. It's when you hit rock bottom, that's when you kind of have time to just read and think about things and reflect.
It's also rock bottom that is the place where narcissism is cured, where you get over your ego.
Yep. Going to the food pantry was not really the sexiest thing I've ever done. It's like it was very humbling though. It was a very sweet moment actually. It made me feel human. It made me feel like I wasn't the only one struggling. And like Dre said, it was lose your ego.
Yeah, I went through rock bottom myself. That's where I lost uh, most of my narcissism. I still have like small remnants. Like it comes in your habits because you have a habit of doing things, but it's totally different the perspective you look at everything once you've hit rock bottom and your ego's shattered on the ground. You walk around in far more humility than was even possible before.
Yeah. Asking for help is something that takes a lot. You have to drop your ego, actually. Like it's the humble pie is necessary for your diet if you want to grow. Like when my boss shaved my head, that was very humbling. I was like, why I didn't like that at all, but then I realized how vain people are and myself. Just it's incredibly vain. There's people that I know that abandoned their dogs because they said their dog wasn't cute anymore. And I
Yeah,
was
I don't.
thinking, this is
I'm
crazy.
sorry.
Oh
I
no,
was
you
gonna
go.
say
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think much of myself, but I'm all I think about.
Mm,
Just
how
kidding.
true, right? No, I think
Not so much.
that's
Not so much anymore. You know what? Like life has a way of tempering us. Like I don't care how wild you are. I used to be pretty
yeah.
wild, and like I've been tempered, and I've become teachable again.
Hmm. Yeah, I think we all were wild ones at one point. Like me and my friends would go to car junkyards. And like, never mind. Can I say this? I allegedly would go to car junkyards and we would turn on these cars and just drive them into other cars like destruction derby. It was the stupidest thing to do, but it was so much fun. And like the owner of the junkyard knew it was us that did it, and he like totally let it slide. And so, God bless his soul. But like we opened the car front door, the driver's seat side, and we would it would be open, and we would back that door into another car to see if the door would fly off, and it didn't. It would just it just bent. It was so ridiculous. It's fun looking back, but I would never do that again. It's just so stupid. But I think the reason why we had that confidence is because when you're a kid, you can get away with all that stuff. But then, like, the world expects a little bit more from you after a certain time.
I think it's also very. It's just a normal child mentality, especially for boys. Like I took apart almost all my toys when I was young because I wanted to understand how they work, what was on the inside. So crashing things, seeing what happens. This is a very boy-like mentality, normal to have.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, yeah, because it wasn't like a destruction mentality. It was like a I genuinely we truly wondered like what would happen if we backed the door out? Like would it fly off like in Grand Theft Auto or would it just bend? I remember it like yesterday because when we turn on the car, the radio would turn on and I the first song that popped up was that song "Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous" by Good Charlotte. It's so much fun
Y-
looking back.
You know what? When I was growing up, they didn't have the game Grand Theft Auto. There was only real Grand Theft Auto.
Right, right. Boys in the
Yeah.
Hood, bro.
And I grew up in the Midwest, and it was the wild, wild Midwest. I mean, like there was some serious like destruction going on. Thank God, like I survived it. Some people didn't. Like, there was all kinds of stuff going on when I was growing up, but not to get too heavy into it. But shootings, all kinds of things.
Yeah. I mean, this world's exhausting. It really is. I think you're crazy if you're not tired sometimes, or most of the time, I'd even argue. Just forces you to be tired. Um, at work, they're rearranging the cafeteria. These people are like replacing the snacks and stuff and the food. And I had a few minutes to spare. I was like, hey, how does Horizon work on a ball? And like they were very open minded to it. So the truth is unveiling itself, but like very late, like near the end. Like there's people that like understood this a long time ago. It always seems crazy until it's not. I'm gonna stop taking BCAAs, bro. There's something wrong with this stuff. It's making me itchy. It's like the muscle recovery. Space is really fake these days. Space is really fake these days. It's gonna.
So, what happened while I was gone? What happened to Kronk? Did Kronk come back with that direct measurement of Earth curve to back up his viewing of Earth curve?
Absolutely
No,
not.
he just talks shit nonstop until I threw him out for 7 days.
Yeah.
I mean, we gave him an opportunity to talk to me because, like, I'm too exhausted to be on QE's level and Drace's level of being just direct with it, and so he avoided me and just threw shade at Drace. That's really just all that happened, and then we just ended up talking about human psychology after that because it was just bizarre.
Yeah, that's what it goes to, because that's the part I don't understand. People come in, they say they see Earth curvature. Well, what else do you got? Because we all see the same thing, and we are the ones that went out and actually measured to see if the Earth curve was actually there. But they come in and they're countering us with virtually nothing at all to back up their statements, which is it's astounding.
It's weird. It's almost like a Kobe Bryant quote. But it's like I want to understand it, but at the same time I don't. Like, it's this mentality of irresponsibility, and this is kind of somebody who's been very irresponsible, and I can openly admit that. It's like I don't know who said it, but somebody had like something on their profile that said, "If you're not trying to find the truth, then what does that say about your entire life?" And I'm just like, whoa. I was like, wow. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
It kind of does get down to human psychology in a way because it's almost like the globe is, well, we've talked about it before in here, ad infinitum, but it's like a mental illness. Now,
It is. It is. It's a
yeah,
handicap.
I mean,
It truly is
because
a handicap.
the failure to listen to reason and to actual sense, not what's so called, they're not using their senses. And when someone says, I believe I'm on a spherical earth because of my observations, and when you pinpoint it down, well, what observations were that? Because we're here on the surface, we measure for drop over distance, there is none to speak of. It can't be found anywhere, but all we have is refraction, bagok, and gravity, bagok. One word, like literally one word, get out of jail free card passes.
And I never wanted to ever use that either, and I never did, thankfully. I just said I didn't understand it and that somebody else did. Somebody else understands it better than I did. But to have the confidence and, dare I say, the arrogance to claim that that is true is different. It's like, do you know that it's been proven? No, I didn't know that. Please explain to me. Well, I mean, other people have done it, so there you go. It's okay then.
Right. So like, yeah, which people and what did they do? And then at that point, crickets, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to admit, I had a conversation with someone the other night, and this is a live in person casual conversation, and this person came, you know, came with his idea of God or higher power is the universe and this ever expanding universe. And I literally, I thought for a second, like I would bring up the radius point, but I didn't have the heart. Like I didn't have the heart to like break this person's spirit. Like at that time, it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it was the right time. Maybe there will be a right time, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it is a case by case situation. Like I see people with their phones, you know, and they have this blue marble picture on it, and I think to myself, I'm like, you have this image of this ball Earth. Well, most people like with logic, and I know Drace will probably agree with this. Well, like if they have a belief of something, it's not just on a screen somewhere. It has something backing it up. It has some kind of data or empirical facts that can be checked and rechecked to see if like this belief is something true. Now, when you get into God, the creator, there are some parts of that spiritual belief that is a belief, and it is purely purely a belief. But on the other hand, I think the way the earth presents itself lends absolute empirical credence to the creator, because there can be no other way that this place is here in the condition it's in, flat, stationary, and contained, unless it was created.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I
I think deep
hard.
down everyone knows that too.
Yeah, it's hard to break that. It's hard to break that down to people though. Like in real life, you know, like how do you approach that subject? And like I said, that's case by case scenario. I think it depends on the person's general open mindedness enough to listen to new information, and if people are closed minded and not willing to listen to other types of information, then they're probably not going to listen to any other information as well.
It's the fear of sin, of the sins that people have committed, that makes them avoid it because it's too overwhelming. It's a lot.
Right. And also one thing, you also have the hole in the donut phenomenon, which means like if that's not the case, that what they've been taught since kindergarten and all those globes sitting in every classroom they ever went in, and all this idea that Earth, that Columbus sailed, like it's like all our information's been hijacked.
Yeah.
So they think like, now if this information is false, then I'm going to be the hole in the donut, and I'll just be like one big nothing, or I'll just be empty. And then I think that goes to I'll call it a fact. The fact that some people believe that their intellectual knowledge is part of who they are, and they're sadly mistaken, has nothing to do with who they truly are. All that information, all that book learning is not who we are. Even our thinking is not who we are. But
It's like that Linkin Park song in the end. It's like it was all for nothing, but at the same time, it wasn't. It's like there's something savage about like enduring everything was a lie. It's or a part of somebody's life is a lie. I mean, that's what breakups are. That's what moving is. That's it's just like how much. I think it's what was somebody saying. It was like if somebody can't handle the truth, it's because they haven't suffered enough, like truly suffered. Now, suffering is in different forms, but it's like true despair internally. Like, like you can't even
yeah,
cry. That it's
yeah,
like because you're in so much like spiritual pain. It's kind of like that, where it's
a spiritual low, like you hit a spiritual bottom, like where
hmm
you literally have been so crushed by life that you got to the bottom and you were just in this black
hmm
abyss and you were ready to grab a life ring.
yes, yeah, exactly. It's but it's also some of the best times you'll ever have. Like I was so ashamed because like not ashamed, but like I bit more than I could chew, and I couldn't afford groceries. I couldn't afford certain things in my luxury apart. I had a luxury apartment, but like little did anybody know that like I couldn't manage it that well. I managed it for like almost a year, and that was it. And I had to go to my local food pantry, which was also a church, and like I was genuinely embarrassed and pissed off that like I had to do that, and um more than once I should say. And there's like this they handed me a Bible, and this girl like was like, "May I pray for you?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "May I put my hand on your shoulder?" I'm like, "Of course." And it's like something about that day where like this girl prayed for me. It like changed me a little. Oh, well, not a lot, a little bit, a lot.
Yeah.
Like because that was like a really bad day for me, and then it like turned around. I think it's like a sense of care, I guess. Like I still I don't know how to explain it, but there's magic when you're fucked in life. I don't know how to explain it, but like that's
Yeah.
what because you don't find realness when you made it. It's like if all you find is fake when you're doing well. It's like then your friends want to hang out all of a sudden, or the person wants the love of your life comes into your life because you're doing well. It's such bullshit. It's like the only time you will find something real in your life is when you're fucked. That's the only time you will find yourself and you'll find what's real. You're not gonna find what's real when you're fucking living when you're living in luxury and everything's perfect. It's when you have dirt on your knees and your hands and you're you're struggling. That's when it's real.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's so much easier to consume knowledge when you're fucked. It's like and I don't use that word in a vulgar way. I just can't explain it any other way. It's just you have no other straws, you have no other
hmm
lifelines. It's just you and yourself and your regrets and your pain.
Yeah. So the way I like to look at that is like a spiritual low that people hit, like when all of your human resources, not only your own human resources, but every other human's resources, like no doctors can help you, no money can help you, none of your own pulling yourself up and being self-sufficient works. Like when you have no more resources left and when you are low to where you've never like you're trying to describe, then you're willing to accept um spiritual solutions for human problems where where no other solutions will work. That idea did work. So I don't know, like because I've had an amazing. I've had some amazing experiences, and I can say that those truly are some sort of spiritual awakening in me that came from a resource that I didn't expect.
Yeah. Yeah. At the time, in the moment, you think it's the worst thing, but it's the best thing for you. There's also, I remember there's this one time my headlight went out in my car, and I was just terrified of being pulled over because I didn't have an address, and I was just like, I was scared, and I was in line at the food pantry, and I was bitching, I was complaining, I was just because I was like, it sounds terrible, but there's like people that were like kind of overweight, and I was just like being incredibly passive and saying some things that were really fucked up, and when I was late, when I got my food and I walked back to my car, this man like came up to me and he's like, "Hey, are you? I hope you're I hope you're okay, and I want you to have this." And he gave me a $50 bill. I was like, "What?" I was like, why are you giving this to me?" And he's like, "I for some reason I think you need it." And he walked away, and I was like, thank you so much, you know. And that $50 was exactly the amount I needed to replace my headlight. It's just so weird. Life is so strange. But I think that the storms that happen in your life are good. Like it's good for you. It
Yeah,
sucks,
because
no doubt.
like how else would we know greatness and goodness and kindness without experiencing the rest of it, the negative sides of it, you know, like experiencing the negative sides of life within myself. Then I realize what good is, what being kind is, what being caring is, what being open-minded is, what being honest, willing, I don't know, like giving of my time, like helpful to people, like being selfless. Like how else would I know that unless I had been selfish and feeling the pain? Like because self-centeredness and selfishness is misery. Because I don't know about you, the rest of you all, but when I'm self-centered and selfish, run riot, I'm in absolute misery. If I'm only thinking about myself, I'm in misery. I'm in the bondage of self. And there's no way I can get out of that by myself.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was in a group chat in my old job, and like it's like there's like corruption with management because the, like in my new job, like there's people that genuinely want you to learn and do well, and because if you do well, they do well, and it's a team effort. But like I was just like, you guys, nobody wins alone. Like somebody suffered for you, unintentionally or intentionally, and it's humbling. Everyone's a unit in a tribe. This jacket did not make itself.
Yep.
You know, God bless whoever took the freaking time to do it. And I think about that when I make firefighter suits. It's like I'm thinking like, okay, if I'm lazy, that's gonna affect this person's suit. Like that's not a good thing at all. Like I gotta think about it like this is somebody's father that I'm making their suit. Like I gotta. What if this was my family's suit or something? Like I don't know. It's just we gotta be. You know what's kind of eye opening is like being sad is kind of selfish because like if we're focused on ourselves, it's self centered. But if we're focused on others, then we don't really have time to be sad because we're serving others. That's really what love is. Really, is just being selfless, and being selfless sucks sometimes because it's this form of sacrifice. It's so rewarding too. It's honorable.
Enough of this, but back to the flat Earth. So, are there any Globers in the panel right now? But I enjoyed the conversation, Lo-Fi. No kidding.
Oh
I
yeah.
really did. I really do.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, I remember, Sonny, that you've been through some really difficult times. Like I think I remember when I was living in my apartment, you were in Cali in a very rough time. I like faintly remember that for some reason.
I was where?
I think you're in California and you're like in a really tough spot or something.
Yeah, I'm still in California, and I
Really?
haven't look. I've been homeless before. I've experienced like so much. Like I've experienced
Mhm.
like everything you could imagine. I've had relative wealth before. I've been relatively poor before. I've had destitution. I've been down and out. I've experienced like many different things in my life. So I have a vast array of experiences to go by. So like anything I say is hopefully is based on my own experiences and how I perceive things based on those experiences. And so yeah, like the last 2 years actually, I had a tremendous struggle. These are personal challenges and I don't have to get personal about it, but people understand the verbiage, people understand
Yes.
personal challenges, internal struggles, and things like that because we're all human. I'm no different than any other human. So we've all experienced these same emotions, and if somebody hasn't experienced those, hold on to your seat because it'll probably just happen at another time. If a person is able to go through life and not receive the gifts of severe challenges, I hope that you get to those challenges sooner than later because later it's a bitch. And if you can get through them sooner and become a better person, become less selfish, whatever it takes, I think it's a good thing. So I'm recovered. It all happened
Yeah, I
on the
mean,
flat Earth.
exactly. It's the only way. I mean, that's the one real realism in video games is experience is the only thing that helps you evolve, level up, get stronger. The EXP. I mean, that's just genuine truth too. I mean, it makes it. You'll find yourself being able to like enjoy yourself at a campfire much better because of those experiences. Like you have stories to tell and memories to reflect on. So like living in a hotel, that alone is like an experience that I'm sure you've experienced too. Especially with the homeless thing, is like it's humbling. Looks like we do have some people in the panel though. Um, Spring Corpse, what's up, bro? You,
But you know, the thing is, like with this information that we've arrived at, because I do believe we just arrived at it. It was always here. Um, it's not a panacea of like, you know, like happy, joyous, and free all the time, even with this information. But I think with, like you're saying, with other truths that come in align in our lives, that this information, excuse me, this information about the earth we live upon is like icing on the cake, actually, you know? It's actually
It
quite a
is.
beautiful
It is.
thing.
You had a good point with the just because you understand it doesn't mean it makes it any easier. Like you're
Right.
still gonna go through so much.
Well, there's so much to deal with in life, you know. I mean, and almost all of it
Yeah.
is an internal. It's almost all an internal thing that we're going through. Like everything we go through, like, you know, even having this knowledge, like I went through a deep depression, you know, for a while, and I had to back off from flat Earth and everything. It was just too much information for me for a while, and then I came back.
Yeah, same, dude. That's exactly right, dude. I literally left this server at one point because it was too overwhelming. I was like, "This is too much, dude. Too much." It was just too much. It's too damn much. It's like a recovery phase.
Yeah.
Processing. I mean, it's you know, like even God Himself took a rest, so it's totally understandable.
I was kind of surprised at that when Drace was talking to the other guy about hypnosis and how we can be hypnotized by our own beliefs, that we can see things that aren't there, that we believe are there. Like, I mean, I can relate to that because, you know, I think it's part of this globe thing, and I think this is an interesting topic, a side topic about flat Earth is the way our vision works itself is in a dome of vision. I even hate like because that word has been demonized, you know, like weaponized.
I know.
But but we do see in a dome of vision. That's just how our vision works. And we have a curved lens on our eyes are curved lenses. And so I think
It's crazy that you said that.
yes, the
Crazy
people
that you
that
said that because
the
somebody
people
said that to
that
me today.
yeah, yeah. So the people that purported this globe uh, idea had an idea how all of that worked. And they used the measurements and everything based on our eyesight, which is very sneaky because
It is. It is. It's genius, really,
it is. It's kind
in
of
a
genius
diabolical way. Diabolical way.
in kind of a devious way, though,
Yeah.
because I think the purpose was to deceive. Now, I don't know if those people, I don't think there's anybody at the helm, in other words. Now, these days, it's just riding in autopilot because that's the way it was designed. Like Drace was saying to the other character here earlier. You know, you have like millions of people that are willing to push, or Creation Bear said, somebody said, but are willing to like defend this idea of this globe beyond all proofs, beyond all information, beyond anything
Well, it's
empirical that anybody could check, that they're willing to support it and defend it without any information. That's what I can't
yeah.
understand. That boggles my mind.
Well, it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, where it's like when my grandparents had NPD like skyrocket, skyrocket in PD, dude. And it's, I mean, I'll die by this. Like, it's demonic. But anyway, I would defend the person that was fucking my life up. It's the same concept where it's like they just,
Yeah.
I don't know, they just somehow. Well, this is how it works, which is even more deviant. It's more demonic and screwed up, is because it's a childhood identity where you're told these things as a child, and so you just carry that bag into adulthood, and then you just never let go of it, and
Mm-hmm.
so and so, and so like the reactions that you have is that of a child, where it's like they feel, it's like when you found out that Santa wasn't real. It's like that flaring your arms and being upset and attacking everybody around you and being emotional. It's not being in control of your emotions. It's like when it's like when two people are about to fight, the emotional person's going to lose. They don't have control of themselves. It's like the guy that's screaming and fucking drunk and stuff. It's like, it's gotta be in control of your emotions.
Yeah, because that comes from learning responsibility, and responsibility has a bad rap as a word because it just means ability to respond. Like
Yeah.
if I am acting illogical, irrational, and nonsensical, then I'm not in my right mind. And yeah, so
It's true. It
there's no
is.
Yeah, I can totally attest to that. I've been going through an interesting period over the last new work and everything, and it's relatively new because for a while I was doing things on a part time basis. I had gone full time for a couple of years early in my career, and it was like balls to the wall type of work, right? Startup type of shit, right? Anyone who's worked in a startup knows, 40-hour work weeks don't cut it, right? And I remember identifying with that, right? To a degree, I still kind of do. I'm still early in my career, but it's I got used to that, right? And there was, arguably a lot of abuse at the workplace, like expectations, et cetera, et cetera. And it, I was pushed, right? And I pushed myself, and I took some time off doing part time stuff, and now I'm back in a full time position of my own volition, right? Because I needed to take a break, right? Been working on some stuff personally and all this shit, and I had kind of fallen into that thing I was kind of alluding to earlier, Lo-Fi, about identifying with what you do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm for me now, I'm still kind of finding myself caught up in a little bit of that, even though intellectually I know that it's not, really true, but you still get kind of caught
Right.
up a little bit. And
Absolutely, dude.
yeah, and I'm
Absolutely.
finding yeah, it's very difficult, but knowing it, right, it helps, right? So like I remember had a few experiences not too long ago, because it's a new position for me, and it's relatively heavy, right? Or at least now it's getting heavier, like I'm on probation and shit like that. And I'm finding myself kind of like getting a little bit wrapped up in some stuff, right? Because there's a little bit at stake, it's a new position. I don't want to quote impress, but I do also want to pass, right? And I'm finding myself, I'm doing these tasks that are significantly, or gradually, I should say, getting more and more difficult, right? Which is normal, right? But I'm stumbling on some stuff, or I perceive like I'm stumbling on it, right? And it's new things that I'm working on some new stuff, and I'm getting caught up in it emotionally, right? There's like this, oh fuck, if I don't get this, I'm gonna I'm gonna fail, like, oh, you know, like all this shit, and it becomes like a me thing, like a little pity party internally. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
I do.
and
I do.
and at some point, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm scrambling, like I did something wrong. I'm backtracking. I'm trying to fix it and all this stuff. And over time, that kind of like the emotional side fades away, and the rationale starts kicking in. It's like, okay, well, what did I do wrong? You know, is it really all that bad? Did anyone ever say no? It's everything's okay, you know? And then that slowly creeps in, and then as that happens, the solution or potential solutions to the issues arise, right? Because the mind is clearing up, right? And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, you know, right on fucking like schedule, right? Right at the end of the day, the thing that I kind of like tinkered with to get, you know, to get the work, you know, it's 5:30, bang, the thing fucking works and the thing passes. You know what I mean? It's like I'm done, right? Like you know what I mean? But it takes that little internal tantrum, right, to happen, right? To get, first of all, so you can, number one, so it happens, and number two, so you can actually see it, right? So that experience, it is a bit of a spiritual thing, right? And then you can kind of jive with it a little bit, you know, depending on where you're at, right? And I make no claims to have mastered have any mastery over it, but I recognize it, right? And once you allow the rationale to kick in, and you can control the emotions, things seem to fall into place, especially if you ask for guidance, right?
Yes.
So,
I mean, you said kind of spiritually. You're right, but it's more so definitely spiritually.
in all ways, right? Because it ties into that too, right? Like if you feel like, oh, I can't ask for help because they'll think I'm a retard and they'll fire me because I must be incompetent because I'm asking for help. You know, that type of thing. Like I suffer from that. I suffer from perfectionism. Have for a long time. I'm still working on it, right? Like, oh, you know, I must accomplish this to the T. Right? There's just like this internal thing about it, right? But it's not about that. Especially like you were saying before, things are team efforts. And if you're new, how can anyone expect you really to know everything? Like, duh, right? So like, don't make it all about you, right? Ask for help, right? And you know, pray on it a little bit too. You know that it all works in tandem, right? But you gotta sort it out, right? Mentally.
Yeah, I used to also have perfectionism. The problem with perfectionism is it can paralyze you and prevent you from creating things, doing things, just because you're afraid of failure.
Yeah.
When I started making music, for instance, that was one of the things that I was breaking the uncomfortable feelings that were generated from my past perfectionism, and trying to get over that by putting out work that I considered to be trash, but because everybody else thought it was okay, I was like, okay, maybe it's not as much trash as I'm telling myself. Like, sure, there's problems. I can see the problems, but overall, there are things that people like about them. So maybe I shouldn't be so harsh on myself. Maybe I should try to learn from this instead of shutting it down. I wanted to make music my whole life, but because I was such a perfectionist, I never actually released anything. I never finished anything because there was always a problem.
100%. I can relate to that.
Me also.
Yeah, I'm working on a couple of things myself. Classical piano, classical works from a couple hundred years ago. You know, the Chopins, the Bachs, and all these guys, right? And I find myself stumbling on a couple of them, right? And it's funny because there's like a release emotionally in kind of starting something new, right? It's like I'm not done, but I want to try this other thing, and then the other things never get completed, right? So I've caught myself doing that And now I have like a small handful of pieces in my quote repertoire, right? But 75% of them are incomplete. You know what I mean? And it's from that because the perfectionism drives, or at least drove me to like want to finish them, but I would hit these ceilings, right? And I would find myself kind of just not ruminating, but cycling through what I did know, right? And just trying to knock out these quirks, right? And would never really smooth out 100%, but it kept me busy, right? But it also at the same time kept me from finishing it. So it's like, I'm working on something, it's half done, but the first half is perfect, let's say, or close to. But it's like, it's okay, sure, right? It's like a self-contradictory kind of thing, in a way. And something I find myself having to work on.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah, it's like when you're working with the familiar, it's and something that like with music, like there's a rote learning part of it, and so like as a guitarist, I learned like all the rock music that I could stomach, and after a while, I got tired of it, and try playing for decades, and then try something new, and it's like, oh my god, like it's so amazing because like then you like have to learn how to walk again. But I enjoy the challenge of learning something new. Like I'm trying to pick up some more jazz. I know a few jazz tunes, but when I try to learn some of these new concepts, like the chords are all different than I'm used to. My fingers are just
Oh yeah.
it's
Oh
hilarious. It's
man,
hilarious, man.
I get
Like
that. Yeah, I remember studying alongside some jazz musicians, and it's like man, these guys were high all the time. First and foremost, it was crazy. Like, or at least the very least, they must have been, right? Because the stuff was, a lot of it was arguably nonsensical, right? And then they justify it, right? It's like there's a funny thing in jazz. It's like there are no mistakes in jazz because it can always be
right.
explained. You have something sharp or flat. It's like, oh yeah, no, it was just a sharp 13 or a flat 11. It was on purpose. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But
As long as you don't like, as long as you don't stop, then there's no mistake. And that's the weird
exactly.
thing about jazz. Yeah, it's a bizarre field.
Yeah, but what you said was spot on, man. Like being okay with constantly learning, but being comfortable with constantly learning and knowing that you're constantly learning and not using quote learning solely as a tool to attain the perfection, like as if that's the ultimate goal, right? Because then you get uncomfortable while you're learning, you feel stupid
Yeah.
or whatnot, right?
Yeah, you gotta learn to love learning. That's the key.
Yeah, and it takes time, right? It's hard nowadays, especially for me. Like I'm full time now, and I'm so tired after work. I nap after work, right, for hours, and I wake up. It's like half midnight, and I jump on with you with you guys. It's like I'm so exhausted, I can't do what I gotta do, and I feel like shit because of it. But it's like nah, I can't look at it like that, right? Can't look at it like that because it is all part of the learning process, learning to adapt. The body cycles, and all that shit. Right, sleep cycles. Oh man, my sleep is so fucked up. I used to drink like, man, I'll tell you guys, I was drinking like 12 to 15 cups of coffee a day. Okay, like it was that bad. I still drink a lot of coffee, but like I'm telling you, it was like the anxiety, like that was normal to me. All because of this kind of like unsettledness of not having it all right, all done right now. It's very fucked up, and I'll be first to admit it.
Yeah, a lot of people have to go through that. It's pretty normal in today's society. We have an explosion of basically narcissism in the society, and because narcissism is a spectrum, on one end of the spectrum, you're basically just a healthy person, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you start going into narcissistic personality disorder, which is a problem for you and people around you. And then at the furthest end of that NPD part of the spectrum, it lies completely next to sociopathy. Those rings basically completely overlap almost. It's just a tiny bit off to the side of it. That's how far it goes.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. There is an explosion of that, and that's been occurring for a long time in my lifetime. Like you see it, I can see an advancement in this narcissistic worldview and so forth, and personal interrelations, or narcissism. Yeah, running rampant.
Yeah, and it's terrible, man. It's fueled. Like I've looked into this a little bit. I'm aware of some of the studies around it and some of the technical sides of things. And man, yeah, absolutely. The explosion of social media is arguably solely responsible for it. Right?
Yeah, it's a big part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's it sucks. You know, I deleted my social media many years ago. I know I started noticing it. Like, number one, I didn't really want to go on them anymore. I was going on like once every couple of months, every 6 months or whatever. And when I did, I felt like shit immediately. Not because necessarily everyone had like all, grand lifestyles that they were showing. Like, there was part of that, but just the sense of scrolling through shit, like I just felt like shit, right? And I was on for like 5-10 minutes and then I'd leave, right? And then another 3 months would go by and I'd do the same thing, and then I would leave. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, just get rid of it. Like, what's the point? And then later on, I sort of came to discover it's like a lot of the algorithms built into these systems, right? They're basically tailored to invoke negative emotions, right? Because that's actually almost like a hypnotic sort of thing that gets people to actually continue to use them, right? It's like a push, pull, stretch, release type of weird bullshit, right? All for the sole purpose, admittedly from some engineers and stuff, admittedly to maximize the screen time, to increase the chance and the odds of people ending up landing on and clicking on some form of advertisement. Period. End of story.
And the screens themselves have a flicker rate that's designed to induce a trance state. So it's extra easy to hypnotize you, to program you, to mess with you, essentially. But it's more than just the social media, although that's like the biggest aspect that's causing the explosion today. But it was also the media and entertainment, and how they prioritized bad role models in all of the entertainment, so that people just didn't have any good role models to model themselves after. They looked at narcissistic personalities using sophistry, and in the entertainment, you're made to think that he's so intelligent. Look at his reasoning. He's definitely right. But no, he's using fallacies. He's actually a dumbass. He's a sociopath or a narcissist. But you're made to root for him, to see yourself as him, to manipulate you. Trance states is one of the things that I think most people should know more about, because humans walk their life most of the time just in different states of trance. Like when you drive in, like generally you're in a trance as you drive. Have you ever had that moment where you're like driving around, you're listening to music or talking to someone, and then you're like, oh wait, I'm this far, I missed my exit. That's basically a trance state.
Yeah, I get that.
That's
I
pretty
find
scary.
myself more into it. I find myself more in trance states when listening to audio, right? Like
Yeah.
music or conversation, right? I've picked up on the weird trance likeness that emerges or that happens to me when I'm staring at a screen. So I tend to like avoid screens except for like when I'm working, you know? I don't really watch movies. I don't watch too much stuff, right? But it's only half the problem, right? Because it's still a thing nonetheless, right? But the flicker rate is definitely a big a major component of it.
Yeah, you can even see it in children or people who are watching TV and they're so absorbed in it that they can't hear what you're saying. Their mouths are gaping open. They're deep in trance. And that's how the conversation is how you basically get people oftentimes into trance using hypnosis. It's about getting people to imagine things. You can see street hypnotists use this a lot where they ask for directions or something to get the person to then go into their brain or mind and then imagine the route. And while they're in their minds imagining things, they're in a trance state. And so at that point, they can start putting in hypnotic commands. And because you're in a trance state, you don't notice. It's basically how the TV also works to convince you of things like the news. They get you in a trance state, and then you're just accepting everything, seeing it in your brain, how like you're imagining like how it is and how it works. That's how they get them. The hardest part about that is you can't really hypnotize someone who's aware of what you're doing or is skeptical of your shit. So it's because your brain will then give you dialogue where you will question it and it'll break the trance. That's one of the reasons why when they're trying to find someone to hypnotize, they test a bunch of people and see who is susceptible, who is not critically thinking, who is not skeptical about this thing. And when they are skeptical about this thing, they need to use disarming techniques to get them to accept that it's possible. Otherwise, it's very hard for it to work.
Yeah, and I guess the one classic thing that I would imagine we're all pretty much aware of now. It's like you mentioned when we watch the news or some show or something like that. There's always that little ball, the world spinning on its axis somewhere in the corner or behind the news broadcaster or the weatherman. Like it's all just there, right?
Yeah.
It's like but it's a given, right? It's a given, so it must be true.
Yeah, it's subliminal programming. Darren Brown, for instance, used that methodology to get people to do what he wanted. He was making fake advert for people and got people in to design it, but he controlled the route they took to come to the place to design it. And so along the route, he placed a bunch of images of things, and because of those images that he placed along the route, it allowed him to basically predict what they would then design, and could show them like, hey, this is what you were going to draw, right? Without actually looking at their paper. And it was just through manipulation of through subliminal images how he accomplished that. It's also the more aware of these things that you become, the more easily you can identify all of these occult images that they use to identify themselves with. Like, you can see a lot of it in Hollywood, for instance, where there's a cult or a group of people who basically have certain occultist views, and they signal them in the movies and in the literature and promotional material, so that those in the know see the symbols and they're like, this is what it's about, or this is what they're actually saying. Whereas the normal person who just watches the content has no idea what is actually being said there. They're just pulled along on the story, not realizing the implications of everything. That's generally how they communicate within the occult societies, is through symbology.
Yeah, it's funny. The first thing that came to mind as you were saying that was one thing that I found very disappointing to come across from childhood times was SpongeBob. I am sure you guys know SpongeBob. The SpongeBob thing, and like I think someone mentioned it in one of these rooms. So there's the Sandy, right? The astronaut squirrel, right? Living in a dome underwater, right? That was the funniest. I was like, oh, fuck, that one slipped by, right? But the other things I found kind of strange was, one, there was a few episodes where they had some weird kind of like, all-seeing eye in a triangle type of imagery, and some weird, dark wizard-like things around. Like, it was like, this is a kid's TV show, right? I was like, no fucking way, they didn't do that, right? But they did, right? And then there was another thing someone pointed out. I think it was a quick snippet someone on TikTok made, and it went around, where the network name Nickelodeon, right? Someone broke it up. I forgot what it translated into, but like it was a bit of a play on a terminology that when you take out some of the letters or whatever, like that were used to concatenate some of the single syllabic Latin terms, like Nick L. Odeon or something like that. Like, it translated to something really fucking dark. I was like, no way. But yeah, no, it happened. I was like, oh, fuck. Like, these poor kids running around, right, with this shit. And, I fell for it too as a kid, But you're right, they're fucking sneaky, and it's very sad. I find it very, very sad.
Says all no, guys. We've got Leaf on the panel now. He's been VC verified. Flat Lloyd pointed him here from politics. So give him a bit of a welcome. I'm pretty sure he's got some questions or three to ask everyone.
Good to have you, Leaf.
So don't be scared, Leaf. They ain't going to bite you.
Anyway, on that note, I'm going to bounce. Going to check out the other room for a little bit. I'm going to crash. Nice chat with y'all. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Catch it, mate.
See you later. Good talk. Leaf is playing a game, Surviving Mars, so he's probably a little busy.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, I'll play music if you guys don't talk. So.
Do your thing, Drace. Go for it.
This is a song that ChatGPT 4.0 wrote for me after losing an argument.
I'm trying to explain, but it's getting lost in a sea of words. At what cost? You asked me clearly, but I spun around, using terms and jargon, acting like a clown. Strong and here appeal to their logical fallacies everywhere. I should have kept it straight and true, but now I see the mess I drew. I can't answer right, can't keep it tight. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. Repetition of the strongman fallacies, manipulative, you see. I should have quoted you indirect, but instead I left it all unchecked. The strawmen here appeal to their logical fallacies everywhere. I should have kept it straight and true. Now I see I can't answer right, can't keep it tight. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. Admit the faults, I made a mess, avoided your questions, I confess. Admit the faults, I made a mess, avoided your questions, I confess. Your analysis is sharp and clear. Now I see the truth, it's here. Now I see the truth, it's here.
Here's my analysis. Like now you are just appealing to repetition of your straw man fallacy. This is about as manipulative as you could be. Admit it. Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear any more of your dish gallop straw man arguments. You should have quoted me instead of making up nonsense to argue against. It has no relation to my question.
I can't answer right, can't keep the time. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. I concede my faults, your points are clear. No more spinning words, no more fear. I can't answer right, but I see the light. Honesty and clarity will win this fight. I concede my faults, your points are clear. No more spinning words, no more fear. I can't answer right, but I see the light.
Honesty and clarity will win this fight.
Loved it. Loved it. And like I love the groove to that tune, man, because it's like this minor blues kind of thing. It's like A minor, D minor, and E minor, and it has a perfect thing like yeah, groovy.
I'm gonna make a whole album just of ChatGPT admitting its arguments are nonsense and that I'm right.
Right on. Pretty cool stuff, man. Yeah, I was like, I had my guitar unplugged, but I was kind of playing along with it. Now I could play this mean lead in A minor to that tune. Like I was like jamming along with it. It's pretty cool. Anyway, I've had a long day. I'm going to cut out and go lay down for nighttime. You guys have a good evening. Talk to you soon.
See ya, mate.
See you, Drace. Matrix. Good to see you guys in here.
See you later, Sonny.
Later, man. Thanks, CB.
Oh, I guess it's back to Trace Radio Hour, unless anybody wants to talk.
You're right, Drace. Keep playing music. You might want to change your name. Instead of having Drace, it'll be Dr. Ace, especially after you've slapped Chat GPT around a bit. Floor's yours, brother. Play some tunes.
Yeah, this is from that 26 song album that I'm making.
Step by step we see it clear. Flat earth logic, no need to fear. Objective truth, empirical light. In this world we're taking flight. We won't get lost in the weeds they weave. Sticking to the facts we won't deceive. Let them bring their best, we've seen it all. Standing strong, we'll never fall. Oh, 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 oh. Flat earth is easy more. Logic is our goal. Empirical evidence shines. Victory's ours every time. They run in circles trying to defend, but we hold the truth till the very end. No more lies, just a clear view. Flat earth facts pulling through. We won't get lost in the weeds they weave. Sticking to the facts we won't deceive. Let them bring their best, we've seen it all. Standing strong, we'll never fall. Oh, 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 oh. Flat earth is easy more. Logic is our goal. Empirical evidence shines. Victory's ours every time. Oh, flat earth is easy mode. Logic is our code. Empirical evidence shines. We've been here for 9 seasons, questioning it all. 24/7 discord, we're globally standing on. Flat earth is easy mode. Logic is our code. Logic is our code. Empirical evidence shines. Victory's ours It's easy more. Logic is our code. Logic is our code. Empirical evidence shines. And victory's ours every time. Season 9, yeah. Fly up on easy mode. Empirical evidence shines. I've been here for 9 seasons, questioning it all. 24/7 Discord, a globe is standing on. Flat Earth is easy mode. Logic is our code. Logic is our code. Empirical evidence shines. Victory's ours every season 9. Flat Earth on easy mode. Step by step we see it clear. No need to fear. Objective truth, empirical light. This world will take you far.
A bunch of good songs on that album, in my opinion. Although, because they all have the same lyrics, it's so hard to figure out which was the song I wanted to listen to.
Yes.
But it's a process. I'm starting to remember the numbers. I won't be doing this again though, just because you get tired of the lyrics eventually.
And the fact I know how you do them, you would have heard each one of these songs and multiple variations of each one.
Yeah, like I made 150 different generations of the first verse, and then I picked out the 26 out of those 150 ones that were bangers or good to me.
Wow, you have a lot of patience.
Step by step we see it clear. Step by step we see.
I thought I was muted, that's why all these extra sounds were coming through. I was trying to figure out which song do I want to listen to next.
Can I hop in real quick before you play a song? Hello.
Of course.
Thank you. I went to sleep at like 12, and I just woke up at like 12:40, and I feel had like a nightmare kind of thing, like a night terror. It's kind of weird. I don't know how to explain it. It was like disturbing. It's like everyone in the world went kind of insane, and like people were like, there's like this. I was like on a cruise ship, and like this guy was like grinding people up and stuff, and like he's like a psychotic chef or something, and like it like woke me up at like 40 minutes of sleep, and I'm like wide awake, and it's like weird.
Yeah, I used to have night terrors. I don't anymore.
What is that from, dude? Like that was actually humbling as fuck, dude. Like I don't know what the dude. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't know if it was like some sort of
They had witches and stuff. It was all over the place. Not very consistent with religions, but it had like elements from a lot of different things.
I find is like with dreams, it's almost as if the dream is actually like relating to where you're at. You know what I mean? So it's like it's obvious, it's something, but it's spoken to you, but it's spoken in a way that you can understand. Only you can understand it. It's something that really relates to you. But sometimes I got a feeling like my dreams are somebody else's thoughts. Don't you get that feeling sometimes as well? That these aren't your thoughts; they're somebody else's thoughts.
I don't know how to. I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I just get that sometimes. I feel like when I wake up from a dream, that wasn't my thinking. That must be someone else's thinking. Somehow their dream came, I intercepted or something.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know Karma oftentimes just describes dreaming where she's playing multiple characters who are not her. Oh, she's telling me it's not so much playing as you're controlling the whole scenario, and so you're kind of everyone at
It's a
once.
super weird thing. It's almost like being, it's almost being the god of your own world because you can sense and understand anything, and you. The only times you aren't feeling like basically God in that moment, where you're like, zen, no emotions, you're experiencing the emotions of each character within the scenario, but then you can also focus into a person and then you go into that person and experience it as if you are that person. It was very weird. I had a bunch of weird ones like that.
I once had like these like glowing balls in my room, but I was awake. But that was actually like an open dream completely as well. I had my eyes closed, but I could see these like glowing balls, and they were like in my room, but they were like so real. And I was wondering what they were. I couldn't understand what they were. I still to this day I don't know what they were. But I think they felt like they were actually there. You know what I mean? They were actually real glowing balls, like floating in the sky, like globes. No, I don't know. I don't know what they were, but they were like. It must be evil if they're globes, right? I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I can't say what it was. But it was like these colorful balls, but they were different colors, but they were really bright and they were shining. And I did some research on the internet, and I found there was other people that had similar things like that. And I'm not sure what it was. Still to this day, I've got no idea what that was thinking. Very odd though.
Yeah, I'm generally too occupied in my dreams to have dreams like Karma does.
Well, it's rare that it happens. It happened the most when I was doing crazy lucid dreaming.
Yeah. Like I've been shot, stabbed. I fought so many times in my dreams, but I can heal myself. I can heal other people. Like the
You can change
dream
reality,
is,
basically.
yeah. Like you can melt the entire reality and create a new one.
You sound like
yeah,
someone who's got a lot of talents and gifts.
Well,
It's like very talented.
I dedicated my life to the creator. That's I blame everything on him.
You sound very talented and like you got a lot of abilities that you haven't tapped into them yet, but you got kind of gifts and abilities that you kind of haven't quite unlocked yet. That's what it seems like.
Well, thanks, I guess. One of the reasons why I loved studying the dream stuff was because there's a bunch of reports of like this old lady who prayed to God and asked because she was losing her house and didn't have any money. So she prayed to God, and God gave her the lottery numbers in the dream.
Oh yeah, the old lady in Britain.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And then because I had dreamt the future and stuff, I was like, okay, so all future knowledge is there somewhere. Like, I just need to access it. So that's why I studied dreams so much, because I was like, I'm just gonna get all the lottery numbers and then just win the lottery. But that was too selfish a thought. I realize that now. So I never got very far with it.
Path of some interesting shit.
It did get me on the path of a lot of interesting stuff, and helped me in other ways that I didn't want, or at the moment.
I don't take dreams though too serious though. So
Yeah, I don't either. It's not like I expect every dream to be a premonition or whatever. It's, yeah, like Karma says, you don't know until afterwards, so I don't put much stock into it other than just like, it was fun.
I mean, like one way I saw Jesus, obviously that one I take really serious, but like some of the others I just like kind of just forget them.
Yeah, I get that. There's also a weird thing with dreams. It's like you have a dream memory and a physical, real memory.
Yep.
Because when I'm in the dream state and I have all my powers and stuff, I'm still limited, and I have access to all of my dream memories. I remember all everything that has ever happened in the dreams while I'm sleeping. But when I'm awake, I don't remember that as well. It's a really weird. There's also continuity in the dreams, which is super weird.
The separate memory thing makes total sense if you think about how different emotional states can also affect the memories you can access.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually
So
true.
this makes perfect sense. It's a different state.
Yeah.
It's true. Suddenly I'll be like sleeping and I'll be like in my dream and I'll suddenly remember a dream from 10 years ago and I'll remember exact details of that dream and I'll go back into that dream from 10 years ago and it'll just like be refreshed. And then when I wake up, I remember it like here's crystal from like every second of it, like every part of it, you know what I mean? Crystal clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if like dreams are also part of like shaping of who we are, like some kind of way that our personalities and fashioned or like changed or like it's almost like a programming maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know for sure that 5G weaponry uses dreams as well, and it can actually change your dreams and go into your dreams through 5G technology and stuff like that. And I know they use that basically. But I don't know how. I'm not sure how that works. And maybe probably Vincent knows more about that kind of stuff, electromagnetic stuff and all that. I don't even know what's going on there, but apparently they can actually use phones and modems and whatever, and create frequencies to actually change your dreams and to create your dreams and They can create dreams apparently as well with 5G.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I do know they have patents for using waves like are emitted from your phone or the router and stuff like that to send messages into your head that sound like they're coming from your own head, like you're thinking. So they can make people paranoid and stuff using this technology, but I don't know.
You must be able to resist it as well. I'm sure if you're strong or you spiritual or whatever, you could probably resist that stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you should easily be able to resist it. You would probably still hear the voice because it's being beamed into your head, but well, I think the difference is a lot of people think that every single thought that pops into their head is their own and go off that. I don't. I consider some intrusive thoughts and some thoughts to be not from me, and I fight those thoughts.
It's programming also
Right,
from media and
absolutely.
entertainment.
You're right, absolutely. Because I was thinking about that lately. The last couple of weeks, I've been writing on that on my Facebook about that as well. On my Facebook, I've been posting about that. How not every thought that you have, that your thoughts aren't you, first of all, yeah. And there's lots of thoughts that you don't have to and you don't have to fight them either. Because what the biggest mistake people make is they go directly at those thoughts and you attack them. But you don't have to embrace them, like just let them fade away. Just watch them. But don't fight them hard, because when you fight them hard, you're actually giving them power as well. Actually empowering them. When you're actually resisting to.
The way when I say fight them, I mean like it says one thing about this person. I'm like, no, that's not true. And then it doesn't try to do that anymore because I am actively rejecting that thought.
That's good. And like for me, I used to fight thoughts a lot harder, but we used to actually make it worse. I used to fight the thought hard because actually somehow when you fight a thought, it actually gets worse. When you actually just let it melt away, you don't worry about it too much, and you accept it. But you don't accept it as your thought, but you just accept it being there, and you say, whatever, and it just fades away. That's the way to deal with the wrong thinking. You don't really, when you try to fight it too hard, that's almost like it's almost the trap. That's the trap that you don't want to fall into.
I think it's a little bit like with dreams and nightmares. If you try to fight it from a place of fear, of doubt and uncertainty or negative emotions, like you say, it's going to exasperate it. But if you're fighting it from a positive standpoint, kind of like when you're flat smacking someone, if you're calm, rational, not allowing it to disturb you, but you fight it on a rational point, you argue with it, you can completely get rid of it and it doesn't bother you at all. And you don't need to accept it that way.
Yeah, that's like the not using the reactive mind, but the exactly not the reactive mind, but exactly
the rational mind,
yeah.
The logos.
Mind, yeah. Still mind. The mind that's still lake with the still lake in front of you with that drop of water that falls down. That kind of mind. It's just peaceful. The peaceful mind, yeah.
You watch your thoughts, you don't react with them.
But you're also right. I used to fight my nightmares physically, and that was a mistake. That was what they wanted, because while I was fighting physically, trying to murder the bad thing, I was corrupting myself. It wasn't until I started just radiating love and it ran away from me, I didn't need to deal with it. When the more I fought it, the worse it got. And my fears would empower it and give it my own abilities, which made it that much worse.
That's so true. That's true for like a lot of things as well. It's not just true for dreams, but like just about everything. It's very good.
when I first heard about meditation, I thought it was like you have to stop thinking. So stop thinking, and I'm like, how can I stop thinking? It doesn't work. It gets worse every time. I'm trying not to think. I'm thinking more. And then
Exactly.
I realized that you don't want to fight it. You just let it come. Whatever thought is, just don't react with it. It comes. It's a worrying thing. Oh, this guy had an accident, or that one, or if whatever it is. Yeah, even if it's happy, just let it pass. Just let it pass. Just let it pass, and then you will see that the the ones that they bother you, they will not come back again because you didn't feed them. So why they want to come?
Yeah.
It's also, we have a bunch of thoughts that we're not as conscious of as people might realize because they come and they go, but they're still a part of your internal dialogue and your subconscious. So it is worthy to stop it, and instead of going just like with habits, instead of just going, I'm just going to completely cut this habit out of my life, it's 100 times harder than replacing it with a good habit. So if you replace any bad thought or whatever you want to call it with a positive statement or with positive programming that you would want in yourself, and you reinforce the rationality that you want within yourself, the type of thinking you want to have, you can replace it with that, and then you have more positive instead of just ignoring the negative, which will bubble underneath the surface.
The ignoring part is actually super useful for meditation and quieting your mind, though, so it's definitely worth it.
And I see it from my perspective. I like to see it as like just letting it go and giving it to Jesus, and then He takes it. And then you don't take it back from Jesus, but you can take it back from Jesus if you want, but not. I mean, don't do that. Don't do that. Rather don't. You know what I mean? But it's like you could take it back from Him, but rather just leave things with Him. Leave whatever it is. Just leave it with Him. That kind of releases you. It's when you try to do it yourself, because it's like when you trust in yourself to do stuff. It's like everything's harder. But when you realize you with God's power, then that gives you, your union with Christ. That gives you a whole nother dimension of dealing with everything.
Yeah, that's kind of like replacing it with a good thing, because instead of allowing those bad thoughts to persist, you are doing the action of giving it to someone else you trust, whether that's Jesus or God or whatever. So that's still what I was talking about, pretty much. It's just one of the many ways.
Love, yeah, He's love. So yeah, giving it to love. Yeah, that's basically like giving it to love, loving. I like the way that you said about when you loved the thought that it just went away. It just went away like the nightmare, where you just embraced it with love. That was quite a good gift that you said earlier. I'm not going to forget that. That was pretty cool.
So with nightmares, Pierce, at least in the way I look at it, there are more than one types of nightmares. There's the things that are caused from your internal things, which is like your subconscious, your worries, your fears, or things you need to process. And then there's
Almost.
what seems to be almost like external nightmares, like the mythos behind the nightmare, where when you have a lucid dream and you completely are in control of the entire dream, and you feel a singular force trying to resist you and fight you for that control. And if you fear, it will empower it, just like we're talking with nightmares. And if you have no fear and you try to look at it for what it is, it fears you. It's very strange, and there's like different levels of these, like what I would call external nightmares. I don't know how to explain it really well.
Yeah, I would agree with her assessment. Beside the little goblin thing that we have encountered, both of us, there seems to be a higher ranking
Yeah, the manager.
demon, like a manager type. My theory is basically that the manager type feeds on the little dudes generally. They're like kind of the gophers who go and fetch all the fear for it. That's what it feels like, because if you do scare away the little goblin types, the manager will eventually come, and it's a bit more scary than the goblins.
It has far stronger willpower, and it'll try to a different approach. While the other one is more basic, it doesn't feel intelligent. It's more just like, I'm gonna scare you. Ah, here's something scary. Ah. But as soon as you look at it with like, what are you? And you try to see it for what it is, and it is pitiful. I mean, truly pitiful. And not in the way where you condescendingly look down on it, but in the way where you genuinely feel bad for it almost. At that point, like, it gets scared, it runs away. Next time, you're gonna get the manager, and that motherfucker is creepy as hell. But you can overcome that with pure will strength.
Yeah, I think of that dude as like the demon in charge.
Well, this is a story. What happened to this one guy? He was sleeping one night, and he'd been all over the world preaching these like big meetings with people, miracles and stuff, and thousands of miracles and people getting out of wheelchairs and people committing their lives to God. And the devil came to him in the night. This was like a true story. The devil actually physically appeared to him next to his bed. So he said, "Oh, it's just you," and he went back to sleep.
You're not fearing
This was
it
the
is
devil himself.
a big deal.
This was the devil himself. He said, "Oh, it's just you."
So it will
Went back to
appear
sleep.
as the thing it thinks you fear the most. It tries to go for your weakness, the
Yeah.
second level.
So naturally, it will. If
Here's your greatest adversary.
yeah, your greatest adversary, if you're a Christian, is the devil.
Well, not really, because actually he's defeated. But a lot of Christians don't know that, so that makes a lot of problems for them because they
I
don't
get
know
you.
it yet, and they get taught the wrong stuff in the Bible schools. Because a lot of people infiltrated Bible schools and taught wrong things in there on purpose. It's like flat Earth. Same thing with the globe Earth, and there's people
Yeah,
that go
oh,
into
I know.
they teach.
I used to be an occultist, studying that stuff when I was into the dreams and stuff, and I had Satanist friends, witches as friends, and I read all the Satanist doctrine, and they claim you cannot be a Satanist priest unless you work as a normal priest corrupting the church. So
So you have
there's a lot of them.
exactly, and there's tons of them, and the Catholic Church is full of them. And they use FBI agents and CIA agents to get into the church and stuff, but they have them in every denomination. Like even the charismatic denominations, even the churches that do miracles and stuff, they creep in there and they know exactly which doctrines to attack. And the really good ones, they always go for the key stuff, and they use special strategy, and they teach the wrong stuff in these Bible schools and in these denominations, and then you got thousands of pastors that are taught all the wrong stuff, and they teach the people the wrong stuff. So you end up with churches that are actually teaching people a lot of bad stuff. There is good stuff as well, but they preach in between. They preach some really bad lies that really mess people up.
Yeah, they have to convince all the people that they're part of the group. That's why they teach good stuff in between.
Yeah, they preach like a really good message, and then they preach just a small percentage, but the stuff that they preach is really, really devastating. It's like the most devastating stuff. And what I do is I study what these things are that they're teaching wrong in the church, because I'm fully involved with a lot of churches and stuff. And I go into them and I'll just be nice to everyone, but I can see that I write down all the stuff that they're preaching that's wrong because I can see it. You know what I mean? Because I never used to be able to see it, but I used to preach it myself, all the wrong stuff. Now I'm starting to see, I can see, hey, that's the wrong stuff, that's the right stuff. And I can differentiate, and then I teach the right stuff. You know what I mean? Answers the wrong stuff.
It's the same with when you learn about fallacies and logic. All of a sudden, you start noticing how much fallacies are in use today, whether it's in entertainment, in news, or just in the people around you and how they rationalize things.
But Flat Earth helped me to as well to just be aware as well of all the so many different things, because it helped me to see, hey, I thought I knew all the conspiracies, and I started to look a bit further, and it even helped me to to be more aware of when people are just giving fallacies, not necessarily globe fallacies, but just other fallacies about other things as well, because there's lots of fallacies in the church as well. There's lots of doctrinal fallacies that trip people up. So now I'm starting, when I go into church, I'm so aware of fallacies. I was like, wow, there's a fallacy. I spot a fallacy. So I'm like, I just see them right away now. I'm getting more, just getting an eye for it. Wow. And it doesn't bother me though. I don't fight it. Before I used to like freak out and have a fit, when I saw the fallacy, but I would just like chill. It's like I stay calm, and I just like, that's one of the things Flat Earth taught me, like, because I watch the guys doing it, and they're so calm when they do it. They don't get they don't get triggered by the Globers, and that's something that's pretty cool, because I think that's what amazes me most, how the Flat Earthers don't get triggered by the Globers. That's pretty cool. How they don't get like, they just stay calm, and they just, where they handle it. That's really impressive.
That's
I
funny.
will stay quietly. If there's no way I'll ever say I don't get triggered, I'm a loose cannon, mate.
Wait, did somebody say somebody's getting up out of wheelchairs? I want to hear about that. I'm sorry, I interrupted Flatsy there. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say it's pretty funny how there's so many. Like, I don't think that being a flat earther exempts you from being brainwashed still, or being an idiot. And when you try to point out things to people and they're so staunch in their ways, and you're like, there's I don't know, there's a bunch of examples. I don't want to necessarily call them out over live stream, but there's a lot of people who are spreading like this kind of doctrine around that's attacking the scriptures, and this all happens to be like around the same time frame as flat earthers are starting to realize that the earth isn't a globe, and you see all these people just falling by the wayside, or being kind of waved to and fro with the wind and the waves. And I think that people need to be more critique themselves more, but not to an extreme like where you're downing yourself, but reflect on yourself. Don't just jump to a conclusion because somebody made a good point on a video or something. Like, you got to be able to think critically about it and then reflect on it later. Give it some time. Don't just come to some sort of conclusion on a dime.
That's part of the critical thinking, I think, because the people who like I get where he's coming from, where you do have a lot more triggered globies than you do have flat earthers. And while it's true you can still find a lot of brainwashing in a lot of the flat earthers, just like for people who have already found a lot of the lies and the conspiracies to be true and all this stuff, it's easier to come to the flat earth conclusion. The more you realize, oh, I was wrong here, I was wrong there, you're learning to be self-analytical and be critical about your own thinking and your beliefs. But also, it's 5:30 in the morning, so I'm gonna go get ready for bed. I have work tomorrow.
Well,
Yeah.
good to hear from you, Karma.
Same, Flipsy. So it's nice to hear you.
You too.
Yeah, sleep well. Sweet dreams.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Karma.
Talking about people getting out of wheelchairs, I went to this meeting once and I saw people jumping out of wheelchairs. They hadn't walked their whole lives and they jumped out of wheelchairs. It was pretty awesome. The same meeting, my
Hold on now. Wait a minute. You talking about paralyzed people or people that just had like bad ankles, or this is where the skepticism comes in with me.
These people were born like this. They were in wheelchairs their whole lives, and they jumped out of wheelchairs and they started running around and walking. At the same meeting, my
Wait, born in wheelchairs for real? What are you talking about? Somebody like with spinal bifida or something like that?
they had something their whole lives.
Exactly what they had, or
walk their whole lives. They couldn't walk their whole lives. They were disabled.
like you saw their legs bent up and messed up and like deformed, and all of a sudden they're just like not deformed anymore, and they're strutting around, like actually walking.
Yeah, and running and stuff, and they hadn't walked their whole lives. And
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that myself. everybody that I've seen get up, out of chairs on like any kind of shows or anything like that. They're just people that are, they might have had a bad hip or something. I've never seen somebody who's like paralyzed and then
same
all of a
meeting,
sudden not paralyzed.
yeah, at the same
Never
meeting though, I prayed for the for my great was my great stepdad, and he'd been diagnosed with cancer, right? And the doctors told him he had 3 months to live, and he wasn't even there. But I prayed for him there at the meeting, and I put like the guy said, write it down on paper and then put it over there, like in the corner. There was a prayer place. So we took out whatever prayer we had and we put it on a piece of paper. And when I went back, he said he went to the doctor and they said they can't find any cancer. The cancer was gone, and he had 3 months to live. And he lived for another 5 years. He was like 90 years old. He lived for another 5 years, and he had a girlfriend as well. And he was like, it's like he lived from he lived from
He
90
had a
and he was
girlfriend at what, 90? How old?
90 years old, and he had a girlfriend as well.
He had a wait. How old was the girlfriend?
He had a girlfriend, and he was 90 years old. Yeah, it's funny. Man.
How long had he been with the girl?
No, I mean he met this.
Was she new? Oh my gosh!
No, I'm just saying
Wow.
He lived another 5 years, so, and he was still living happily. He had this girlfriend. Well, he wasn't like really involved. He was just friends with her, kind of. But they were like romantic.
All right. Well, next time you're there, don't forget to write my name down on a little paper and pray for me. People are popping up out of wheelchairs. I can use all the help I can get.
Hey, well, I'll pray for you tonight that you
Don't be praying to anybody downstairs. Only God.
Oh, no, I didn't pray to Jesus. Don't worry. Don't pray to someone else. No, look. Yeah. For me, I'm of the thinking like, I mean, I know there's a devil, but I just ignore the devil. I don't really worry too much about him. He doesn't get my attention. But the thing is, I'd rather focus on Jesus. That's who I focus on. I'm not going to give evil too much attention.
Bear Pellegic's going to jump out of his chair soon.
In Jesus' name.
I got 2 hips that need to actually regrow for that to happen, but that'd be interesting. Believe me.
In Jesus' name. I believe in like healing, and be healed in Jesus' name.
I've been I usually don't pray for myself. I pray for everybody else, but I don't know.
You can pray for yourself, and others can pray for you. And the apostles made the lame walk. Just saying. And guess who did that also?
Somebody can lower me through the roof if they got the connections.
Made the lame walk. He even gave authority to us to do that.
You healed in Jesus' name. Be healed now. Trace, are you from Sweden? Is he gone?
I don't know. I know Connor.
I'm gone. We're getting ready to go to bed. I'm from Iceland.
Iceland, right. I've got a friend from Sweden. I'm just chatting with him on another chat here on Facebook. Buddy of mine.
Yeah, not Sweden. Sweden doesn't have any moss.
Oh, yeah. Iceland. Up north. Up north there. It's pretty cold.
I'm drinking pink bourbon coffee right now.
Are you really?
I am.
Oh my goodness. Girl, I don't know if I sent you. Did I send you the new pink? Is that one? Do you remember if I sent you the new pink where I was like, I have 3 pinks. I've got the first pink that you tried. That's fermented. Then the second one that was like a pricier one that was also delicious. But then I've got a newer one that wasn't as expensive, but it's really good. I think I sent you the third one that was. Either way, they're all excellent.
They are. I'm looking for the notes because I have them over here with the stickers in the drawer. Everybody in their kitchen has a junk drawer. I'm no exception. I got one too.
Oh man, that's right. You used to work at that place. Well, you know what you can do if you have any of your you know how when you used to pour drinks and all that crap.
Yeah.
If you have any, I am not the guy that tells you that I can taste chocolatey. I can taste creamy, kind of fruity, maybe bitter. But I am not the guy that tells you I taste orange zest. I'm not going to tell you I taste marzipan or ripe melon or some nonsense. But if you have one of those fancy palettes that actually can tell me I'm picking up, some I don't know, whatever, all that fancy crap, let me know. But if don't go making nothing up,
I just came
because
across pink bourbon fermented Colombian stickers, and on the back it says, "Seriously, Flatsy, you're crushing paraplegic." I can't find your last note.
I'm the only guy that literally writes a note to every customer.
I love it. Precious.
It's
Hey, Flatsy, I hope you are well. God bless you and the family. Enjoy paraplegic.
You got all my notes in the drawer?
Yes.
You must have a lot of them.
I was looking at the note that came with the last shipment. I'm sure I have it, and it probably said something about the.
Oh, you got that? Remember that one sticker I spent all that time making? What the hell was it? Oh my gosh!
Got that one with the super fluid.
Yeah, the super fluid. Oh my gosh! Yeah, people can do cut and paste and all kinds of stuff, but I literally took the time. It didn't even look that good, but it was
It was good. Here's
it was
another
pretty
one.
good. It was pretty good for cut and paste.
I think you're doing so good with QE and the crew. I'm impressed that you keep up with everyone. I want to grow up to be smart like you. LOL. You sent that on the back.
Just
of
just like Flatsy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was on the back of a Helen Keller rose sticker. Funny.
Oh,
I hope
that's funny.
Wait.
Keeping up with QE, that's another level. Keep up with. So much.
Yeah, listen. If you can be in a conversation with him and get respect, you're doing pretty good. You're doing pretty good.
Hope this coffee reaches you unmolested. God bless you. See, it's flat.
Oh my gosh, that's
I
so
enjoy
funny.
opening up your coffee because I know it's going to be filled with a lot of notes that are going to make me laugh. It's so great. Thank you for that. I mean, it's just precious.
He healed. Jesus' name. The lame shall walk.
I sure hope so. Any kind of anything I'd be good with. I always every person I usually write on my personal note. I don't want people to think I have like some.
You sound like you're underwater, paraplegic. Something happened.
I don't know what's wrong. Should be fine, but anyway, I usually write a note special to everybody, because I don't want to have like a. I was thinking of getting something printed up where I just sign it, but I just rather take the time and write people. Because most of my customers are my friends anyway, so can't think of too many that I haven't talked to, in length. So, yep, I'm lucky. Talked to a lot of good people.
Well, you're also a blessing to everyone here. I'm sure that everybody that is here loves you to death.
Oh, that's so sweet. Scott Mackey doesn't like me too much, but that's okay.
Well, he's
He's friggin' weird, man.
I wouldn't lose any sleep over that one, BC.
Oh, believe me, I was freaking asleep like a baby.
He hates
Not
himself.
quite like a baby. Yeah, I don't know what's up. I really like out of all the people that I think are probably paid, I think he might be one. I don't know. It's one of them guys that it seems like he's smart enough to know that and there's quite a few of those. You know, Matthew knows what's up. Matthew's just keeping up he's keeping up his appearances for his job and all that crap. I don't think you could really come out and still be a teacher.
I think they signed a document and they're sworn an oath, and they can't go back on it, because once you sign that oath, you can't go back on it, because you're in trouble basically. So basically, he has to like pull through, or that's how it works. Those guys, they signed an oath. They're signed in blood, whatever their souls, whatever. So now, if they go back on it, then they're in trouble. You know what I mean? So they can't do nothing.
I'm not sure if Matthew's that far into it. I think there's a lot of people that are just
I think he is
so mainstream and they're so worried about their money. And I understand they might have kids and they have to support them and they worry about stuff like that. But I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to slam people that have families or anything, because Matthew seems like he's a nice enough guy, but he really is dishonest. And I don't know. I wouldn't want any kids of mine in his class. Anybody who's been in even the server for I don't care if it's 6 months, if they've been in here for more than a couple hours a day and they've learned what's up and they've heard the arguments, I don't know how they can't see the truth. It's pretty simple. It really.
They don't like the simplicity of it. To be honest with you, it's ironic that they don't like the simplicity of it, because in some ways, there's nuance to things, like how things will be obstructed bottom up on the ocean. They like to think that it's Earth curve, which is actually a pretty simple way of describing what's happening, and it's actually something. It's still simple, but it's more complicated than just like they want to oversimplify it, but then they'll say that we have an oversimplified way of explaining it, and what is actually happening is pretty crazy and awesome if you understand how the angle of incidence works, and how things can be obstructed by a flat surface. And
Yeah, that's interesting, because most of our situation, we're like, all right, you don't feel like you're moving because you're not. You don't feel like you're spinning because you're not. The ocean looks flat because it is. But when you do get to the boats going over the horizon, as a kid, or as just something said in passing very quickly on a in whatever class or on the TV or whatever, it is a very simple thing to hear, and you go, oh yeah, well, clearly it's going over, like whatever. But as soon as you look into it, and realize what's going on, it is a little bit more involved as far as things disappearing bottom up. But once you look into it, it's fairly
yeah, but the idea that it's a curve
simple.
antithetical to what you see, because you, no matter how far or close the horizon is to you, because it changes throughout the day, throughout
Mhm.
the days, and it's always different. No matter how far away it is from you, you still resolve the surface of the earth is flat against the sky.
What's funny is you'll never see a curve. They'll just be like, "That's curve. That's curve." I'm like, no, you'll never see anything curving. You know, Scott Mackey literally has to say he's freaking doing a circle in his head, and that's a circle, so it's curved. And I just couldn't believe the shit he was spouting the other day. I was just like, "What are you talking about?" He's talking about, well, if the horizon goes around you. You're looking around. That's a curve. And I'm just like, what the hell are you talking about? Even if you're talking about, spinning in a circle, it's still a straight. It's just exhausting. Listen to somebody like that.
Flat Earth dude reckons he's AI.
Kenny's a trip, man.
It makes sense.
Kenny and Matthew. Kenny and Matthew literally measured together when they met each other in one of the flat Earth things. They
Measured shadows.
no, was it shadows? Is that what it was? They measured it and they came up with like flat Earth stuff. Kenny says Matthew and him both did it, and yeah, so shit, Matthew can't deny that. Next time he's on here, we'll ask him. Because I know Kenny's not full of shit. He's talking about a specific time. And do you remember Flatzy? Do you remember the story? Was it shadows or was it just angles to stars or something?
Did an angle measurement to, I think, the sun, and they got the 3,000.
Right, that's what it was. You're right.
But that's still not, that's just not possible. You're not able to measure the distance of the sun.
Well, they're trying to do.
Right, but they were trying to use more properties of the principles of trigonometry, which the celestial navigation only uses certain principles, not they don't use like trigonometry to its fullest. So and to say it
You're
is
not gonna get a distance from the ground to the star
right,
or the sun.
the principles that you use are just, it's not fully trigonometry in celestial navigation because it's just elevation angle measurements. So when people say that you're using trigonometry and all of that, they're committing a fallacy of composition where they equate a part to be the whole and it's just a part of it.
He's speaking about the triangle. It wouldn't be a full triangle because they don't actually know
Right,
the
because
distance to the sun. They need that actual distance to the object, like a solid reference,
Yeah,
instead of just like it's kind of a I don't want to say a guess, but it is. It's a very good guess because they navigate by it.
line
But
of sight angle measurement, but you're using the surface that you're on as the baseline. So an elevation angle measurement is using the flat surface that you're standing on. That's the difference between just a regular angle measurement than an elevation angle measurement, because you use your line of sight to the horizon, and you use your line of sight to the celestial body, but the horizon is a flat line no matter how far or close it is, and you use that horizon to establish a horizontal frame of reference. And even eyeballing, because of the way that the celestial sphere is what they call it, but the way that all the stars appear to be the same distance away, so that's what they use it as. Like that's why they call it a sphere, because all of the stars are considered to be the same distance away. And so, whatever you're doing, you're not even considering how far away they are. You just treat them like they're all the same distance away.
Yeah, they're all treated as infinite.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's almost like you have a horizontal frame of reference in the sky, or well, not really. The
You mean
way
the
that it's
vertical
like a
kind
dome of
of
vision, but only with
from the ground to the star? You mean that distance? They kind of don't know
yeah.
it, so they have to.
It's almost like when your fixed horizontal frame of reference on the ground, you have a fixed frame of reference in the sky as well. That's why you're told that you have an azimuthal grid of vision or like a dome of vision, because you would treat them like they're all like in like a sphere around you, or a hemisphere around you, so that they the way that you see you would treat them like they're all the same distance away from you at and any given point, with all of your circles of equal elevation to triangulate your position.
Well, you sure have learned a lot for someone who doesn't actually frickin' sail. It's incredible.
I learn things that I'm really interested in, and I'm very I like knowing a crap ton about something. If I'm really interested in it, I'm going to learn a lot of it, or if not all of it to a T. I think that I can't say that I've learned it all because I haven't applied it. And once, if I am ever able to do that, I will. If I get the opportunity to do it
Do you think
in
you
real
could ever?
life,
Wouldn't that be cool for you to actually go out in the boat and
yes.
do it? Wouldn't that be cool?
And I feel like I would, with just my rudimentary knowledge, just from learning it from tech and from people talking about it so much, and me asking questions and making sure that I'm not misinformed, or if I don't, like I don't like to not know what I'm talking about. So if I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to know about it. So, but I think that me applying it would make it more set in stone, because then I'll be able to
Yeah.
have the words that I don't have to explain it to someone who has no idea what it's all about, or somebody pretending like they do know when they don't actually know.
What about you, Australia? I mean, yeah, Australia. What about you? You know a lot about it. You're always talking about it. You think you could do it in a ship?
Celestial navigation.
Yeah.
I can't see it being that hard. As long as you've got the appropriate tools for the appropriate job, you can pretty much do anything. But from what I've seen, to grab hold of a mariner's sextant, you look through the eyepiece. There's a split image. You line one up with the horizon. You line the other one up with the celestial body that you're after. You then tilt it down so the celestial body touches the horizon, and that gives then you lock it, and that gives you your angle. That's it. Outside of that, you then go back to your map, and you have gone right. I was looking northeast. You apply that angle, and I think what is it, the almanac or something? You look up. There's a chart that you look up to check your angles, and then you apply them back onto a map. That's it. And once you do, I think it's two or three of them, and it basically triangulates where you are.
What did they
Yep,
do
exactly.
before the almanac?
I think people
You
just had
know?
to. I think people had to know how to take time. Um, Maybe there's some sort of correlation with if you're having to do it at night, but if it's during the day and you would take the time of the sun, and use that as your way of knowing your heading, maybe.
Huh. Cool.
The one that I like is
Also,
when
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right, Flatsy. You go for it.
Oh, I was going to say also when you're trying to align the horizon in the mirror, like when you're in the scope, and because you're using mirrors, that's why it splits the image, like Matrix was talking about. You have to actively be rocking the sextant to keep the horizon straight, and because you're on a boat, you're moving, so you have to make sure you rock the sextant like against your motion in the waves, but that's so easy to do when you're looking at a flat horizon. You know what I'm saying? It's just a flat line that you keep flat. That's why you rock it.
You're saying you've got to rock with the freaking motion of the ocean like that? Like
Yeah,
you've got to rock to match the flatness?
yeah, to keep the flat
That's
of the
interesting.
in the scope. Yeah.
It's funny, as people that talk about it all the time now, because I've never done it. It'd be advantageous for people to have done it, actually. So when you speak about it, like, I don't know, I guess Sonny's probably done it, right? He sounds like he's done it in his life, because he was in the Navy, I think. Not only that, but he's like done some sailing, but be a good skill to have. Like somebody talking about building who's never built anything, But not that you can't, have a good understanding of something without doing it. Just it'd be that much better, to have actually done it.
Yeah, it'd just be one of those nice things to sit back and say, "Yep, been there, done that." And it's also very handy for the likes of your Scott Mackeys and other clowns when they're mouthing off, and you can sit back and go, "Hang on a minute, I've actually done this. You've got no idea."
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, guys, there's a bit of action over there on the politics server, so I think I'm gonna head over there.
Alrighty, Flatty, catch up.
Yeah. You guys have a good night. If I don't see you over there.
Oh, you'll probably see me later.
All right, sweet.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some working. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually innocent. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So like, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. libraries would be imperiled, the entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Um, Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
I will lay out the issue from the outset. The loss of information at our horizon is either an optical phenomenon or a physical one. If it's physical, people disappear by walking over the curve. If it's optical, people disappear by the angular resolution limit of the observer. Option 1, the ground is brought to your eye level. The person disappears from perspective by walking straight away and vanishing bottom first, from things getting smaller with distance and an angular resolution limit. So in the diagram, the floor is brought up to your eye level. The person gets smaller with distance and eventually disappears through the angular resolution of the observer. Option 2, the eye is brought to ground level. The vanishing person is represented orthographically without regard to perspective, and your focus continually shifts downward to observe them going over a curved surface and vanishing at the same rate that happens to be the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So again, in this situation, your eye line now moves downward to continually shift and adjust for a person walking over a greater amount of curve as they walk away and become smaller. So after reviewing the above options, we will see how the optical angular resolution limit of the human eye was replaced by the physical curvature of Earth. We will then use the angular resolution limit to calculate a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles to 3,978 miles. At the end of the series, you can decide which version better represents reality. For our assumptions, first, the perspective changes with the observer and the observer position. Objects get smaller with distance. Small objects disappear from vision, and the horizon rises to eye level. So for our objectives, this will be a 6-part series. We will possibly expand on things in the future, but for now, this will be 6 parts. The first part will concentrate on angular resolution, what it is, what it defines, and how we likely see the world. And then the second part will be the world that we were given, the world that is proposed, and some biblical significance for why that is. So I'll go through them briefly here. The first part in this series is going to be the version that you're watching right now, which is to define one-point perspective, explain the basic optics of a lens system, and demonstrate the horizon at eye level. The second part will be perspective changes with the observer, and how your perspective alters with different heights. We will then go through in part 3 the angular resolution, Airy patterns, Airy disks, Rayleigh's criteria, diffraction limit, differential angular compression, and the resolution of images above and below the vanishing line, angular size stability of the sun and moon, the cause of a sunset, the importance of Polaris with regard to distant vision and position, and the effects of magnification on perspective and resolution. In part 4, We'll discuss the inferior mirage and the horizon, refraction across bodies of water, and a summary of angular resolution. And then in part 5, we'll get to the world that is proposed. We will discuss a little bit about Airy's failure, the axial tilt, and the human eye vertical field of view as a means to derive the Earth's radius. We will also discuss the derivation of Earth's radius by the extrapolation of the angular resolution limit of the human eye, and a derivation of the parabolic drop rate within perspective as 8 inches per mile squared. And finally, we will close on empirical evidence of deception and biblical significance. So again, this is the first part of the series, so we will define one-point perspective, explain the basic optics of a lens system, and demonstrate the horizon at eye level. So we'll start with our lens or our eye looking at a block. 2 light rays are sent to our eye. We know that we see the world through a spherical geometry due to the shape of our eye, but even at relatively short distance away, spherical geometry assumes planar representations, and so in that respect, the use of planar geometry is accurate for illustrative purposes, and video links are in the description. We can add another object and create an alternating pattern of any kind or substance. We can assume for the moment that this is an orange and blue paint that are on the wall, and we are looking at that. This side-on view is termed orthographic, when we're kind of looking at the side of the head of the observer and modeling an image. We can add a floor to our paint on the wall and a ceiling, and you start to see a corridor develop. We can shorten the distance to the object. The angles at which they are seen increase outward. So the yellow angles are wider than the green angles, and the green angles are wider than the red angles. We will make our paint stripes within this corridor roughly 10 foot in width going down the corridor. So again, you can see how the yellow angles are slightly wider than the green, and the green are slightly wider than the red. And again, these are the light rays that are entering your eye from this object. If we zoom in, you can see that the closer the object has more divergent visual field lines than the more distant object. So the more distant paint on the wall is those red, green, and yellow lines that are more acute, extending out further at that 160 foot and 170 foot range. And then as we go closer into that 10-foot range, you can see how wide those angles are and how different they are. And if we zoom in on any one of those angles in the middle, you can see the effect as well. So assuming that those middle angles are extending way out far to orange and blue paint, further out to the right of the picture of the screen, say you know, several hundred feet, those would be even more compressed. So again, the further the object, the more compressed and small this angle is as it approaches your eye. So note that these are parallel lines. If we lay some parallel lines down in our corridor that are parallel to the floor and the ceiling, we will start to see how this will become our perspective view. So again, all these are parallel and perpendicular lines to one another. The paint stripes are perpendicular to the ceiling, and then we have some parallel lines that we placed going down parallel to the floor and the ceiling. So when we render this to our perspective view, what we see may not represent this orthographic reality. It may not look like this. And these lines will not appear parallel, they will appear to converge. So keep in mind that the floor and the ceiling do run parallel, as well as any other line along the side that is parallel to the floor or ceiling. It's still a parallel line. It just may not look that way when we put it into perspective. So we can also progressively shorten the distance to the object. We can just keep adding paint, and so we can say we have 6 columns now worth of paint, and we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to shorten the distance to them, and you start to see how these light ray patterns start to develop, getting more and more divergent as the object gets closer. So for this illustration here, try to remove the paint from the wall just for a second and concentrate on the light bulb. That light bulb is sending off rays that get more and more divergent as they are traveling outward. But our eye, the convex lens in our eye, is also converging those light rays at the same rate. So even though the light is expanding possibly exponentially outward to our eye is then converging them exponentially back down to represent the linear world. So the information at the periphery does change at a faster rate than at the center, but our lens takes care of that and converges those rays at a rate proportional to that divergence, and we view the linear world. So if you reverse the information that is being converged by the eye, and I just reverse those lines around and have them coming off from the light source, you start to see in general terms what our eye is trying to converge back again to represent reality. So down in that third pic from the bottom, you can see all those light rays that are getting extended outward towards us. We are then taking all those light rays and converging them back again to get a picture of our world. So these oncoming light rays are what we converge to form our perspective. We will cover these transversal and orthogonal lines in a bit. The transversal lines are those rectangular square lines in the lower right diagram, and the orthogonal lines are the radial lines extending out from the center. We'll cover those later, but note that if the outer ray is diverging more, it is converged more by a proportional amount by the lens. That's the big takeaway here. For the bottom diagram, that's called the inverse square law for light. So just remember that this can be for the left and right walls looking top down on a person, or the ceiling and floor looking at the side of their head. In other words, you can be looking down on someone and have this same view, or you could be looking at the side view orthographically. All things are parallel and perpendicular to one another, and the angle between the walls and the ceiling is 180 degrees. So the light entering the eye is again spread out to us by the inverse square law, and we are then converging that light back again. So again, if an outer ray is spreading out more and it hits the lens at a greater angle, it's then refocused by a proportional amount, and the image remains linear as it exists. So image size, or height h, becomes inversely proportional to the distance away, and we can write that as follows: h is proportional to 1 divided by the distance. So if we double the distance, the size reduces by 1/2, and so on. As we'll see with distance, we focus light across a larger focal length and limited aperture. So we limit the rays with which we are viewing the object, and there is an angle at which they become so close that they are interpreted as a single ray. And for the human eye, this angle is about 1 arc minute, or 0.02 to 0.03 degrees, and it represents this vanishing point of our vision, since we must have 2 light sources to construct an image, and we'll cover that later. Just realize that we can't see forever, and there is a vanishing point where information is simply too compressed to make out. So again, in the diagram here, we have some light coming off of a building, spreading out exponentially through the inverse square law. We are trying to reconverge that image on the other side, and if it is too far away and we are resolving that building with a extremely small angle, we won't necessarily see the building. It will be beyond the vanishing point, and we will only view the paint in the walls. So we would interpret the building as that central circular dot potentially in the middle, and we may not see it. So that's just how our vision works. So the light is radiated, is then converged at the same rate, and what we interpret is there at the bottom. So for illustrative purposes, we can view this another way. When we rotate the floor and ceiling until they meet along the center line, or we'll call it the eye line, the point that they meet along this vanishing line is the vanishing point. Recall that while a near column may appear larger than a further column, they both are the same, and 10 feet is still 10 feet, even though one is bigger by being closer than another, which is further away. So I'm trying to represent that here by converging the floor and ceiling in that bottom diagram. I do so by basically rotating those black lines from the eye being the vertical field of view at around 65 to 68 degrees, rotating them to that amount, and then the ceiling and floor essentially rotate down to meet a central point or vanishing point. And then as you do that, the angles get smaller and smaller as they get further and further, and they get wider and wider as they get closer and closer. And so you can try to represent some of the paint in the walls as they would represent in that kind of a diagram. So I'm having them get a little bit bigger and bigger as they get closer to your eye. So again, it's just for illustrative purposes. It will become important down the road, but for now I just want to lay the framework for that. So objects linearly scale inversely proportional to the distance. So to prove this to yourself, measure out the distance in a space like a hallway or a corridor, and take a series of pictures at evenly spaced distances to an object, and you will see that as you double the distance, the size decreases by 50%, double it again, and it reduces another 50%, and so on. So you can do this with a hallway and a door, which is what I did here. Again, double the distance, half the size. So this 80-inch door changes apparent size with distance. So if you look at my corridor here where I compress the ceiling and the floor down the lower left to a vanishing point, you can see that the door may be a certain size closer in, but as it gets further out, the door is going to get smaller and smaller, and it does so inversely proportional to the distance. So at 120 inches away, it's going to be a certain size, represented by the yellow line. If I get 240 inches away and I double the distance away, the size will reduce by half, and if I get 480 inches away, it reduces by another half per, so it becomes 4. So we can rewrite our formula to compare these objects as a ratio. So height inversely proportional to the 1 over the distance for two different sets of distances and heights can be written as height 1 over height 2 is equal to distance 2 over distance 1. So the 80-inch door is half the size at twice the distance, or 1/3 the size at 3 times the distance, etc. But the door is always itself 80 inches. Just keep that in mind. It's just perceived differently. So in general terms, we can now translate this model to one-point perspective to see how the vanishing line or the eye line creates a vanishing point. It is the limit to our visual world. Recall that angles expand exponentially by the inverse square law as they near you, and are then exponentially converged again by the lens so as to retain their same proportions. If they depart at a smaller angle due to a further distance, they are then converged at a smaller angle and appear smaller. And we will cover that when we get to the optics of a lens. So again, up in the upper left there, that's just an orthographic side-on view of some light radiating outward towards us and us reconverging it back again. And again, as it expands outward, it's then reconverged at the same rate. We can then collapse the floor and ceiling to meet along a vanishing point and re-represent our paint along the walls getting bigger as it's closer and smaller as it's further away. And we can rotate that view around to get the one-point perspective of the observer viewing down our corridor as below. So again, the vanishing point is that point off in the distance, and recall that even though just like the door got further away, it got smaller, it was still 80 inches. So these 10-foot markings are still 10 feet, even though they are further away and smaller. So we'll now go into some detail on the vanishing point. We see through a convex lens system where light is inverted on our retina and transmitted through our optic nerves, and optic radiation inverted and reversed again in our visual cortex to appear as if upright. So I'll discuss a convex lens system briefly, then apply it to our vision. So light bends through a prism via a process called refraction. It's a velocity change of light within another medium such that the angle at which it travels is altered. So the higher the refractive index of the medium, the slower the light travels, and the sharper the angle the ray takes as it travels through it. So we can make our arrows that are traveling through our prism on the lower left some kayakers instead to get a better understanding of what's going on. And let's say they connected themselves with a metal bar, and they are going through this prism, which we'll think of as like some thick sludge. So, and this will be our refractive medium. So as the kayakers approach, the kayaker on the bottom there, he hits the thick sludge earlier, so he's going to get slowed down, and the top kayaker, he's going to be still continuing to go faster. So the metal bar is going to swing in line with the thick sludge, essentially. And then it's going to travel straight through that thick sludge, because all of them are going to be going at the same rate, until that top kayaker hits the good water, we'll say, or the non-sludge water first, and he starts going faster immediately. But meanwhile, the bottom guy is still stuck in that sludge, and he's going to go slower. Eventually, though, he's going to get out of that sludge too, and the whole light ray is going to travel down one more time. So that's how light refracts through the prism. And looking top down on the kayakers, the ones on the bottom hit the sludge first and go slower, and the ones on the top continue on. So the line of them is bent toward a new downward path, or whichever vector you're looking at. So if we invert the prism, the opposite occurs, and they will be going the other direction. So we can add the prisms together in such a way as to create a lens. So a lens such as the one in your eye or in your camera will converge all light, no matter its entry point, to a focal point. So essentially, if you have the same amount of thick sludge, and since light is traveling at the same rate through the lens system equally, top and bottom, the light will converge at the same point on either side of the lens. If you shine it through one way, it converges to a focal point in front, and if you shine it through the other way, it converges to the focal point in the back. So this lens is a convex lens on each side. We call it a biconvex lens. So we can create another focal point on the other side, just like we talked about. We can then simplify our prisms to a more standard lens and draw our focal points f1 at a given distance from our lens d1, and double that distance for a second focal point f2 at a distance d2. And then f2 prime and f1 prime just represent the focal points on the other side of the biconvex lens at the same distance, just on the other side. So from Abbe's criterion, we know that we need 2 incident rays to create an image. Again, vision is contextual. You need to have 2 light rays going through the focal points that then reconverge on the other side of the lens in order to reconverge that image and to create an image. If you do not have those 2 crossing rays at that intersection point, no image forms. So if we put an object in front of the lens, the rays of light must enter by their respective focal points, or again, the image is not converged or properly resolved. So for simplicity, the first ray off the top of the tree, we'll say, goes through f1 prime in front of the lens, and the second ray off the top of the tree goes through f1 behind the lens. And where they cross over is where a real image is formed on the retina. And it's always inverted because it is a convex lens. That's just how convex lenses work. So the visual cortex then takes that information and reverses it back again, so that we perceive, in this case, a tree as being right side up. But remember that it's actually inverted on our retina. So I don't want to get into the physics of lenses too much, but the image is inverted and smaller on the other side of the lens if it's beyond f2. Or f2 prime in this case. So if the image is at a certain distance beyond f2 prime, then it will converge inverted on the back of our retina, somewhere between f1 and f2. So if I pull back farther beyond f2 prime, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. This tree, as I move it out to the left, let's say, further and further, it's going to get smaller and smaller on the back of our retina. And you can see that effect as we have these 2 trees compared here, and you can see how they would create a the further tree creates a smaller image. So again, we will not discuss lens problems where the lens is concave, where the image is inside f2. prime because we see the world at a distance beyond f2 prime. And recall that f1, or just know that f1 represents about 1.6 centimeters. So as long as you're focusing beyond about 3.2 centimeters, or about 32 to 35 millimeters in front of your eye, the world is viewed as depicted. So again, we can now place this diagram within our optic system, and you can kind of see how this works. So the lens is the lens of our eye, or the lens of a camera, and the f1 behind the lens near the retina is where the light rays converge. And they converge somewhere between f1 and f2 if the object is beyond f2 prime on the other side of the lens. So the rays then, again, they diverge and they hit the retina camera sensor with an inverted image that is, again, smaller with distance. So this is not a totally passive system. There is kind of an active component to our vision. We do have some ability to manipulate this incoming light, and there are three main ways that we focus near and far. The first is the convergence of the eyes themselves via the extraocular muscles, and the second is the stretch and relaxation of the lens via the ciliary muscles, and the third is the constriction and dilation of our pupil or aperture via the iris. The relaxation of the ciliary muscles makes the lens more convex, and as it bulges out, the pupil dilates. The contraction of the ciliary muscles makes the lens less convex, and as it flattens, the pupil constricts. Think of the pupil as just kind of laying on top of this lens, and as the lens gets kind of fatter and bulgy in the middle, the pupil will dilate. As the lens gets flattened out and straighter, the pupil gets constricted. And this is the Helmholtz theory, and there are other theories for how exactly this occurs, but regardless, when taken together, these three effects discussed are the accommodation triad for near and far vision and how we can manipulate this incoming light. So near vision is characterized by a more convex lens and a dilated pupil, and far vision is characterized by a less convex lens, a flatter lens, and a constricted pupil. So I'm just depicting that here. Again, the accommodation triad, extraocular muscles, your ciliary muscles, and their effect on the lens, and the secondary pupil dilation that occurs. But we can't manipulate this light and accommodate things forever. Again, going back to our lens diagram, with distance beyond f2 prime, a real image from converged light is formed on the sensor, but as the image extends beyond f2 prime, there is less refraction occurring of those incident rays. So as kind of an illustration to this, the central light ray is not refracted as it passes through the convex lens. So as we go far out beyond f2, you can see how the central ray will approach the ray through f1 prime. They'll get closer and closer. That blue central ray will get closer and closer to that ray that's extending from the top of the tree through f1 prime. So as we'll see, image integrity starts to break down and light rays are viewed as indistinct at a certain point. The lens convergence is at its minimum, and we reach a limitation on the system based on the manner in which it entered. And as we'll see, the pupil diffracts the light and the lens converges it. So when the lens can no longer converge the image, our image will remain subject to diffraction and reach a diffraction limit or an angular resolution limit. And we'll cover that in quite some detail. So as you can see, this angle here that's represented with this orange triangle, and I have these three trees at various distances beyond f2 prime, and the angle is getting smaller and smaller as those light rays are going off and have to converge through f1 prime to create the image. And you can see on the back of the retina there, those light rays, as they converge, they're creating smaller and smaller trees essentially in the background or in the back. So again, as these rays merge and the angle gets smaller with distance, our vision becomes diffraction limited and a horizon line forms. This occurs at the angular resolution limit angle, and for all angles less than that angle until the horizontal eye line. So in other words, there's a certain line or a certain angle at which an image won't be resolved, as we'll see. And any angle that gets smaller than that, you still just won't see it. You'll see it as though it were essentially a 0-degree angle. There will be nothing resolved at that point. So with this in mind, let's go into some detail on how we see the world. So up to this point, we've been equidistant from our ceiling, floors, and walls. Objects on either side of the vanishing line compress and expand relative to one another at the same rate. So again, we're right in the middle of the corridor, as we'll see with the next few parts. We'll see how that gets changed when we start to change our observer height. So if my eye is in the middle of the corridor, the wall, ceiling, and floor will all compress and expand linearly and equally proportional as I move near and far. Likewise, a near object in the middle of my eye line remains in the middle as it moves away, and it diminishes in size proportionally in all dimensions. So again, if I just put a box straight in front of my vision here and it extended itself, went further away from me, straight away down the middle of this corridor, straight in line with my eye line, it will proportionally get smaller in all dimensions and eventually disappear. So again, this is how we model a 3D world in 2 dimensions. So the vanishing line, again, is the point at which information is lost due to too small an angle, and this line is always perpendicular to the back of our retina, and this is important. The horizon is always at eye level because it is our eye line. It is optical. It is the point where the resolution angle is so small we perceive it and all angles less than it essentially as a 0-degree central angle or a straight eye line. This angle can occur 360 degrees around our eye line like a cone, but for simplicity we will model it just above and below the eye line. And these small resolution angles and any information within them represent our horizon. The horizon is the midpoint of our vision. So anything below the eye line, like a floor, is always the lower 50% of our visual field. And anything above our eye line, like a ceiling, is always the upper 50%. Same for the walls to either side of us if we had them. So if the ceiling were tremendously high, as we ascend in height, our personal horizon is always the point at which the top 50% of our vision meets the bottom 50%, or commonly where the sky meets the ground. As we'll see when we get closer to the floor, more and more of that floor is compressed into that lower 50%. So if we were to rise in height, if the sky and the ground remain in the middle of our eye line throughout our ascent, the ceiling and floor have remained essentially parallel to one another throughout that time. Just like when we are in a corridor and the ceiling and floor are orthographically parallel. So just quickly as a thought experiment, if you lived on a sphere and rose to any height above the ground with your eye line parallel to the ground, the horizon would drop away from the midpoint of your vision with any rise in height. And we'll cover the observer height later, but as you can see, when photographing the horizon and using the same reference points, the horizon remains constant from 30,000 feet to 300 feet. The observer does not tilt down to keep the horizon in center frame, which is again what you would have to do if it were a curved surface that you were standing on. So again, here in this frame here, you can take a series of photographs from a plane using a wing marker or using a wing as with several markers along it, and you can standardize those markers and you will see that the horizon remains the same from 300 feet up to 30,000 feet. So again, just picture yourself atop a large sphere and raise yourself upward. As you ascend, your horizon would get further and further away, but it would also drop further and further below you. In order for you to keep the horizon at the center point of your vision, you would continually adjust your vision downward to view this new lower and further horizon. This is why the horizon rising to eye level is so important and goes to the heart of the 2 horizon options presented. Either the ground ascends to eye level or your eye level constantly adjusts to descending ground. So for airplane observations, you can tape your phone to the window, set it within the window the same way each time. Sometimes if you're on an exit row, there'll be like a little outjet piece that will, like the handle for the door, and you can set your phone on that to standardize the phone however you want to do it. But you do kind of need a view of the wing because you need to assure that there's not this lensing effect that can occur when in certain airplanes. So again, these are just some examples that I've done several times, just going up with various distances. You can see again, using the wing markers, that the horizon remains the same throughout your ascent, and it does not drop away from the center point of your vision. And again, that would have to occur if you lived on any kind of curved surface. It would, with any amount of height, it would start to drop away. So again, this is that lensing effect I'm talking about. Airplane windows usually have 3 panes. The first one is an inner plastic material. The middle and outer panes deal with the cabin pressure. That inner pane is just kind of a protective layer. So you'll sometimes see pressure relief holes between the panes. Sometimes you won't. It depends on the plane. But regardless of how pressure differences are relieved, since cabin pressure is significant at high altitude and decompresses with every single landing, there is sometimes a bulging of the pane such that it acts like a convex lens with increased cabin pressure. In other words, the higher you go up, the more convex the window becomes because you're getting greater and greater cabin pressure on the inside. So this is not always the case, but when it does occur, you will notice that the horizon drops and the wing is brought proximal by the same amount. So when the wing remains constant, the horizon will remain constant. And you can simulate this effect for yourself with a cooking lid or some other convex lens. You can see on the example in the lower left, you can just place the cooking lid against some markers, and you will see that in this case, the backsplash stone, the horizon does appear to drop, the red line there, but at the same time, the stovetop markers are brought proximal. So you will notice this in the plane as well. Here in the middle picture, you can see that the horizon does appear to drop relative to the window markers that I put down there. But you will also notice that the wing markers are also coming proximal and more and more proximal with height and with cabin pressure. And then on the lower right, there's another example of it where again you have a horizon line, but it does appear to drop in relation to the wing. But if you look at the markers on the wing, that wing has been brought proximal to your vision by roughly several feet. And there's another effect here, which is the blue line, which is this wing rise effect, which I'll go over here. But again, the horizon is brought lower with lens convexity, and wing markers are brought proximal at the same rate. So make sure you're keeping that in mind when you're doing these observations. So again, that wing marker, so you may have noticed that wingtip rise. This is common to wing construction and helps the wing adapt to air pressure changes. So if you see this used as a proof of horizon drop, keep that in mind. Wings rise in flight, the horizon doesn't drop. So in summary, when these effects are taken into consideration, you will see the horizon rises to eye level. And these are just some examples of some what these wings are capable of, and some practical examples of what they commonly do in each and every flight. So you can see this Boeing landing on this airstrip here on this runway, and you can see the amount of flex that's just in the wing, just from the few feet difference of landing there. And you can see this other one on the lower left, same thing, where it's on the runway, it's about to take off, and the wings, you can't see the tip in that photo. The wing is bent downward a little bit to the observer, and as the plane rises in height, you can see that the distal, or the more further aspect of the wing, is brought higher. Lastly, it's difficult to apply this same kind of leveling to high altitude balloons because it's difficult to assess when they are actually level. Video links in the description to some great high altitude balloon footage, roughly 18 of them so far. So the counter argument is that while the horizon may appear to be center frame, you can't say that you aren't looking down at it. That's the counter argument. And also something to keep in mind, the sun can light portions of the earth and make it appear to look like a curved surface at high altitude, But with scrutiny, and as the balloon camera turns and you view the opposing horizon line, either lit from moonlight or anti-crepuscular rays, you will see the horizon remain the same shape as it was at low altitude. And again, the sun does create somewhat of a like a disk pattern extending out radially from itself at very high altitude. And you will see this if you're not careful while looking at some of these images. You will not notice this effect. And so I've tried to kind of show that for you down in some of these high altitude footage screenshots. So when you standardize this image, as the balloon camera turns around, you will see that, again, you're not looking at a curved surface. You're just looking at what's being illuminated by a radial pattern of the sun. So also note that the effects of a fisheye lens and barrel distortions can occur. So you will find the same curvature rate in those cases at lower altitudes as you will at high altitude. So take, for instance, the Red Bull jump when he is at very low altitude over New Mexico. New Mexico is highly curved. When he gets up into high altitude, the curve of the Earth is the same as it was when he was barely over New Mexico. So again, as a summary of that, if the Earth is highly curved at a very low altitude, you know that that's not really how it looks, and it has the exact same curvature at high altitude. So again, it's actually flat low down, and it's actually flat high up. So cracking these codes is collaborative, so special thanks to all these great people who are doing great work every day, going out and doing observations and trying to analyze all this information and try to put it into some kind of coherent argument as to the true nature in which we live. So in the next video, we will discuss perspective changes with the observer and how that how our perspective changes when we change our height or get closer to the ceiling, get closer to the walls, get closer to the floor, and how our observations will change. So hopefully in this video we've defined one-point perspective, explained the basic optics of a lens system, and demonstrated the horizon at eye level.
Low. Is anyone there?
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing
Josh
question.
Clark.
Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea? That's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel, you can like us, you can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Check out this map of the Arctic from the 16th century. There are 4 major land masses surrounding a polar sea with a massive magnetic rock in its center, called Rupes nigra, Latin words for black rock. If we do a quick search through raremaps.com's massive inventory for more like it, we find dozens of similar depictions. Here is one by Dutch cartographer Cornelis de Jode in 1593, another from one of the founders of the Dutch East India Company, Petrus Plancius, in 1594, And one last example. Abraham Ortelius's 1570 world map and what is considered the first modern atlas. So where did these depictions originate? Just as Terra Australis in the south, this mysterious land to the north can be traced back to ancient Greek writers. It was called Hyperborea, which loosely translates to beyond the north wind. These ancient writers didn't unanimously agree on everything about Hyperborea, including its location, other than it was to the north. One of the legends was that the sun rose and set just once a year, indicating that it was somewhere within the Arctic Circle. Despite this, it was also said to enjoy a moderate climate. Some of its other characteristics included having strong connections to Apollo, and being home to people as tall as 10 feet, that could live to be 1,000 years old. It was allegedly nearly invaded by an army of 10 million men from a neighboring island, but the army turned back when they realized the Hyperboreans could not be defeated. That's more than 5 times the number of soldiers that landed in Normandy in the first 3 days of the Allied invasion in World War II, which is generally accepted as the largest seaborne invasion in history. 2,000 years later, there were still stories about a mythical land to the north, though some things had changed. Let's go back to that first map shown, which is the most well known. It was created by someone you've probably heard of. Even if you don't recognize the name, you're at least familiar with his work. His name is Gerardus Mercator. He's known for his famous projection created for navigation that makes Greenland look like the size of Africa. It's also commonly used in classrooms and by navigational apps like Google Maps. However, as you can see on his world map, it would have been difficult to use for navigation in the Arctic region, though he did make a more accurately depicted Arctic region as an inset. But trade had been increasing over the 16th century between Europe and the East Indies, and it was a long journey between them. The route at the time was south and around Africa. A northeast passage could reduce shipping times to and from the East Indies from 2 years or more to about 6 months. It would also help avoid many hazards such as run-ins with rival nations, wear and tear on ships, tropical diseases, and the still mysterious disease scurvy. 1 in 5 ships and 1 in 3 employees of the Dutch East India Company never came back from the round Africa route. With the growing interest, Mercator dedicated a map to the Arctic, which was actually published by his son Romuald Mercator in 1595, the year after Gerardus' death. It's also the first standalone map of the Arctic region. Mercator, and probably other cartographers going at least as far back as 1492, got their information from a book titled Itinerarium, which was written by Jacobus Noyen. This book summarized a travelogue titled Inventio Fortunata, meaning Fortune Discovery. This book was by a 14th century Franciscan friar and mathematician who claimed to have explored the region in 1360 on behalf of Edward III of England. Johannes Raus cited Inventio Fortunata on his 1507 world map. But Jacobus Noyen never actually saw this book. He received this information from a priest who said he had met the author of Inventio Fortunata when the man gave him an astrolabe in exchange for a Bible. Mercator wrote on his world map, "We have taken the Arctic geography from the Itinerarium of Jacobus Noyen of the Hague, who makes some citations from the Gesta of Arthur of Britain. However, the greater and most important part he learned from a certain priest at the court of the King of Norway in 1364. In 1577, Mercator wrote a letter to English astronomer John Dee about the Arctic region and referenced Itinerarium once again. In this letter, he wrote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth just as if one was pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether. Except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all magnetic stone, and is as high as the clouds, so the priest said, who had received the astrolabe from this Minorite in exchange for a testament, and the Minorite himself had heard that one can see all round it from the sea, and that it is black and glistening, and nothing grows thereon, for there is not so much as a handful of soil on it." The friar also claimed to have encountered pygmies. It's unclear if the original book Inventio is the source of this concept about the North Pole. A similar story was written by the historian Gerald of Wales in the late 12th or early 13th century. Here is what he had to say. Not far from the isles towards the north there is a monstrous gulf in the sea, towards which all sides the billows of the sea, coming from remote parts, converge and run together as though brought there by a conduit. Pouring into these mysterious abysses of nature, they are as though devoured thereby, and should it happen that a vessel pass there, it is seized and drawn away with such powerful violence of the waves that this hungry force immediately swallows it up, never to appear again. By the 1630s, Mercator's depiction of the region disappeared from maps, due to real discoveries and competing theories about the region. Holes in the story were even appearing to Mercator. While the magnetic rock seemed like a somewhat logical explanation as to why a compass would point north, this wasn't actually where the magnetic North Pole was located. Mercator knew this, and tried to explain away the discrepancy by adding a second rock. But it would still be nearly another 300 years of theories, rumors, and lies about the geography of the Arctic. Before I end this video, thank you to RareMaps.com for sponsoring this video. RareMaps.com is an online antique map shop with over 10,000 maps in their inventory, which includes most of the maps you saw in this video, such as Mercator's Arctic map. Theirs is actually a first edition. Even if you don't plan on purchasing, they're a great resource for learning. I often start my research for my videos with them. Again, that's RareMaps.com. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you all for watching.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time! Geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What?
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person. Just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But essentially, you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference. And it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just
is
said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Science, bro. Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no,
why
because
it
the porno
works,
is not
where it
important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that. So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance, because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can
You
only
can
ever
measure
see
your
it
chin.
in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep
away
talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, good. Explain
Yeah,
your proof.
that's-
Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking,
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what?
Yeah.
That's why my
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
it's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole
they don't
globe
move
proof?
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up.
Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proof, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down, so the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap. Can you show me that curvature?
It's too, yes, if you like zoom out very far, you'll see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we
you also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know.
So
have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What do the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
What you
Have
don't
any of
see
you
it
guys
as flat
built
or
anything
curved.
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So
you
when I
don't
look at a
see
piece
the
of timber,
horizon as
I can look at
flat
that piece
or
of timber and
curved,
go,
you're
that looks
saying.
kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I
said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it.
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
No, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah,
Neither.
so what does
Not
that
everything's
look like?
a false
If you were to
dichotomy,
draw-
bud.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
when there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight
You can't determine what?
whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to
calculation
verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line. at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies, and you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'll say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from what
concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give
the
it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... So you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
model is. Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you're just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is. That's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
that about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
Just
I think he's saying the black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about reflection?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, "Yeah, we definitely need something to contain gas." Right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim. What is it? You're just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that. No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So then, what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly, when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it, right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved? Is what
He's googling it. Man.
Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry. Go ahead.
Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
Yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that,
Okay. Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. Let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye, but you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch.
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't.
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you?
Kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, portion, if you small then so as I was saying,
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level. But I would say that any water that you find is going to be...
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes.
Yeah. And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet. Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation?
Elevation angles.
Elevation. Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So what about the same thing? What about the same thing for do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is 3 straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? 3 straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines. Straight lines. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have 3 straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved any line.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know
Because
why.
peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
No,
think
it doesn't mean it's just I said
Ryan,
agreed on
let
it.
me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office, and then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just
it was?
vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No, because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot the curve, something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. And being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
Not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved
Yeah, the bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, Venus is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat. That's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is. You know what? No, I'm going to go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So, apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
Wait, quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like, okay, visibly it's apparent, yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve?
No.
No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say
answer?
it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and O's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just imagine.
A follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then. Maybe
no, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, they're smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is correlated
proven here tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim, you've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. Do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive and I'm smart. I love. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on
I'm not
subject.
trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
You just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be
but it's
great
not really
if you
the
meet
topic.
good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. There are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
That's
a false equivalence.
How people in
theory
Switzerland
is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average?
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
know. And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? What you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitude?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meters. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill, that is 200-meter hill, And I'm 200 meters above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meters in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world? Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level,
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, but on some distance, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, And then he got some mountains there with elevations, above the sea level.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is gonna blow your guys' minds. Did you know
What's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't
Ever.
believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there were actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes
Stop
in
with
the
your
end.
stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
for
map
something
them
to
up.
support
It's
your
that
belief
simple.
system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are
This
not
is just
here
a
to
fact.
listen to your
Tides
nonsensical
never reach the same
stories and
height
your
twice.
belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because
is my
booties
favorite thing to
curve.
do.
What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected by gravity.
Yes. No.
Okay.
It's
No,
okay.
yes
Here's the
or no?
thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So
Because
it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not
I'm
a
getting some
sphere,
clarification
it's a-
on what you're saying.
it's
Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked
of
about whether
things.
oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would
It's like
curve
talking to
around its
children.
surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your question
Okay, so
is
what is it?
invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We
Well,
can
how
observe
do we
the
know?
effects. We don't directly observe
Well,
it.
that's
we
what I'm
indirectly
talking about.
observe
One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It
Okay, so how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate
The
radius
curvature
value?
has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was
You cannot use it as a premise in your
Maybe it was a
argument.
suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do, but does your
No.
oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even
No, you don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
At a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being
Hold on.
cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in
Grandfather.
desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have
I'm
even
not
said that
envious.
because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No
get
promises.
to it?
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't
midway
waste
from
your
saying
airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what you
airtime?
have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me
Loud.
the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed, if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do, that's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too
or whatever.
large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking patterns of the stars.
Oh, so now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and
again.
this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
So something
anywhere
away from the
but
surface can never affect the surface.
No. Looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed, we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you
It is irrelevant. It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant because it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Today I have the privilege of sharing another fascinating Flat Earth presentation from Hervé Rabboni, which will be added to my Hervé Rabboni playlist, which you can find here. For those who are new to this discussion, Hervé was a professional sailor who crossed the Atlantic 8 times and circumnavigated our entire flat Earth as a participant in the Whitbread 1993-1994 race. As Hervé has discussed in prior videos, as part of the Cabal's process to change our flat Earth reality into a false globe, the controllers artificially enlarged the northern hemisphere and simultaneously shrunk the southern hemisphere. In other words, actual distances in the east-west direction in the northern hemisphere are shorter than claimed by maps and the globe, while in the southern hemisphere, actual distances between points are farther away. But the same does not apply in the north-south direction. This deception has created various telltale signs of manipulation. Due to his experience in sailing, Hervé noticed that actual distances were shorter in the northern hemisphere and farther in the southern hemisphere. In addition, both false magnetic declination adjustments and time zones certainly hide these changes. In my opinion, the time zone deception is the most obvious, since there are only 19 time zones in the northern hemisphere, while there are 31 to 32 time zones in the southern hemisphere. That only makes sense on the flat Earth. In his last presentation, Hervé also showed us how road map scales in the north are wrong. Road maps have been artificially stretched to hide the fact that driving distances don't match the distances of nautical mile straight pathways of airplanes and boats. To be clear, your driving distance aren't wrong. Driving distances cannot be altered, but nautical mile pathways of airplanes and boats can be altered. But the controllers had to make it appear as though the driving distances match the nautical mile distances of the straight pathways of airplanes and boats. For example, an airplane that supposedly flies at 520 knots may actually only be flying at 260 knots. I'll have links in the description to Hervé's prior discussions on these topics if you haven't seen them. This next presentation builds on the roadmap presentation by showing how boat speeds based on nautical miles are artificially inflated. It's very difficult for a sailor to determine independently how fast he's actually traveling, and that's how the controllers have gotten away with this. For the first part of the presentation, Hervé shows how the official recordings of the American Cup competition were artificially sped up to make it appear as though the boats were traveling faster than they actually were. Officially, those boats supposedly travel up to 80 kilometers per hour, or 50 miles per hour, but the actual speed is much less. You'll see how the movements of the sailors appear much more natural when slowed down by approximately 30%, and that when the official video is compared to independent footage from a spectator, you can see the speeds of the boats have been artificially increased. For the second part of the video, Hervé goes into detail about the apparent wind angle used in sailing. Officially, those American Cup boats are supposedly traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. He demonstrates that those speeds are physically impossible for sailing. This part may seem confusing, but when his car was parked, the true wind angle came from behind the car and to the right at 135 degrees, as indicated by the weather vane. But as he began accelerating, the apparent wind angle shifts to the front of the car. A sailor would be aiming for an apparent wind angle of 27 degrees to inflate the sails, and that angle becomes impossible as the car travels faster than 45 kilometers per hour. A sailboat cannot travel faster than approximately 45 kilometers per hour because the forward apparent wind angle makes it impossible to inflate the sails. Very interesting. Based on the evidence Hervé has uncovered, we can see the methods of the controllers have used to create the phony sphere, which confirms our flat Earth reality. Anyways, let's get to Hervé's presentation. Enjoy.
Hello. In this video, we are going to observe the speed of the boat. We will prove that the official boat speed is false.
So far, how different there is in these new modern boats that are going through of the other boats described there, but they always got to keep it in mind. We've seen that 2 times during this so far how different there is in these new modern boats that are going 3 or 4 times.
This video follows the previous video on distances, where we observed that the distances on the maps, in particular the distances as crow flies, are also wrong by about double. That is to say that the scale of the distances on the maps are twice too large. This to corresponds to the distance of the globe. And as these distances are twice too great for journey as the crow flies, and the speed of plane and boats are also going to be too big by half. That is to say, a plane which officially flies at 900 km per hour, in reality flies at 450 km per hour or less. And a boat which sails at 25 knots, that is to say approximately 46 km per hour, will actually travel in a straight line half. So I suggest you watch the video on distances to fully understand the subterfuge. Now, if we try to put ourselves in the place of the manipulators, we understand that we have the reality of a flat earth. Here it is a glisten. In my opinion, it is not accurate, but to simplify, we will take this one. So we have a flat earth, which is reality, and the controllers want to make a sphere from this flat earth. So the controllers know that the boats are going to go around it. So it will be necessary that this distance, which goes around the continents by the certain latitude, must be quite similar to the distance they will make under the ball and agree with the fall speeds and distances. So this distance here under the globe must be similar to the distance there. I say similar because looking at the speed averages of the Vendée Globe boat, these averages seem too low to me, even taking into account the fall speed. Because in these latitudes, the weather conditions are optimal for achieving the best speed averages. So the manipulators will not have the choice to make a globe on the basis of a flat earth to artificially stretch the Earth's surface so that this distance is similar to that. So in the center here we have less Earth surface than on the ball. There will be a lot more on the sphere. So they will have to artificially stretch this surface to create the maps of the globe. And then they have no choice to cheat with the distances and the speeds. And the manipulators have another parameter to respect. The manufacturer of this globe must have a certain dimension. The globe must be large enough to have a perspective that is similar to the flat earth. For example, a person looking at the horizon at the seaside, the angular resolution of the human eye must resemble the curvature of a sphere of 40,000 km in circumference. So they have no other choice than to make a big sphere and to map it. They will have to cheat with the distances and speeds. And we also saw in the previous video that the manipulators have established two systems of distance units. We have the units of distance on the road, which are kilometers and statute miles, and we have nautical miles, which are used by boats and planes. And this unit of distance, nautical miles, is very difficult to control. Since you cannot run alongside a plane or a boat with the wheel to measure and your watch on your wrist to check their speed. So the controllers know very well that with this unit of distance they will be able to cheat, and it is on this unit of distance that they will make the sphere. This unit of distance is the latitude. Each degree of latitude corresponds to 60 minutes, and officially 1 minute equals 1,852 meters. But in reality, 1 minute on flat Earth will be about half. So they will be able to create a big ball with a small flat Earth. sur la base d'une petite terre plate. This transformation is not discrete. Transforming this flat surface into a globe with the ocean and continents enlarged and distorted will be complicated. That's why obviously there are subterfuges of distance and speeds. We also saw in the first two videos on magnetic declination that the magnetic declination will be used to correct the directions that we will have to take with the compass. Because on the flat Earth, if you go from point A to point B, you will have a certain heading to take with your compass. But as on the globe the Earth's surface has been stretched and deformed, we will no longer have the same direction from point A to point B with the compass in relation to magnetic north. And it is therefore the pseudo-magnetic declination which will make the correction from the false maps of the globe to the reality of the flat Earth. And as we saw in the last video, the distances are wrong, and as we will see now, the speed are wrong. Firstly, I can confirm that it's very difficult to assess your own speed on a boat. You advance on a surface that is moving, the waves cause the appearance of the sea to continually change, you have no point of reference. You also have the boat which must push the water, which is braked by the water and forced in opposition to the wind, which pushes the sails and the rigging. And this whole environment gives an impression of power, of speed, but in reality it is very difficult to correctly evaluate one's own speed. I myself have spent the majority of my life on the water and have never noticed this error or subterfuge. So the manipulators know that they can cheat with this distance and speed. But to study this file, it is the matrix which will help us to expose this rigging with the sport TV broadcast of America's Cup. The images of which you see here. The America's Cup is a sailboat race. It is the oldest sport trophy in the world. Since 1851, over the years, the boat models have evolved, and these are boats that are at the top of what is being done in sailing for their time. These are not boats that are safe enough to cross the Atlantic or even sail on the high seas. But they are very efficient sailboats, and now the latest boat models have appendage with foil on each side of the hull. The sailboat leans on the foil and thus the hull takes off from the water, and there is less friction on the water, which allows them to reach very good speed. And what is interesting for us as flat earthers is that we will have live information of what is happening on the boat. Like here, for example, we will have live the speed of the boat here, which is 34.6 knots, and the wind speed, which is 12.9 knots. The other information is less interesting for our study. And we see the way in which these sport broadcasts are filmed, that we have very little possibility of evaluating the speed of the boat because the shots are very short and we rarely have a fixed point with the camera stationary where we could time the boats. But if we look at a lot of them, we end up finding some, and you will see that we will be able to time a boat passing in the front of a fixed point and compare it with the live speed of the boat that the production of the show provides us. We will see now how the crew move on the boat, and you will see that the movements are very jerky, and this for good reason. It is because the TV broadcast is accelerated by around 25% or more in order to make the speed on the water more plausible. Here is the speed at which the TV show is made. You see how they move, it's jerky, it's not natural. Now if I repeat the same sequence but make it 25% slower, we have a better appreciation of the real movement of the crews. Là, je l'ai mis à 25% moins rapide. Là, on a une meilleure idée de comment se déplace. Okay, there it slowed down by 25%. There is more logical. You see how the movements are more flexible and more natural. Lui aussi, là, il va sauter dans ce bateau. Voilà.
Hard hit on this one, Josh. Yeah, copy that. I'll watch for his water. He's just behind our 90 at the moment, so we'll be matching.
Note that even 25% slow it down, I still find that it's fast to move on a boat.
Great speed, so you can tack whenever. Yep. Hard hit on this one, Josh. Yeah, copy that. I'll watch for his water. He's just behind our 90 at the moment, so we'll be matching.
Here, all these videos are on YouTube. You can estimate for yourself how much the TV show is accelerated. Then, obviously, the greater the acceleration, the greater the difference between the official speed and the real speed will be. Now we are going to time the boat which pass in front of a fixed point, and do not hesitate to pause the video to fully understand the calculation. Here, without adjusting the speed, we see that there is already 12 km/h difference. By adjusting 25% of the trick speed, there is a difference of 27 km/h. Which as a percentage makes 37.5%. Difference between the official speed and the real speed close to 20 km/h for a minimum of 30%. Difference between official speed and real speed with only 25% adjustment, 23 km/h, close to 30% difference. Here we can compare the speed with the buoy for the boat and the sign at the side of the road. In this case, the difference between the official speed and the real speed is 47.5%, and this without changing the artificially accelerated speed of the shooting on TV, which is confirmed by looking at the jerky head movement of the cruise. This is an amateur video, so we can certainly think that the speed has not been changed. We do not have the official speed of the boat, but we can estimate it by comparing the data for the same America's Cup boat. Here, by looking at the appearance of the water, we can estimate the wind between 12 and 13 knots, and the boat is upwind. On the left, we have the data of American Magic during the America's Cup. Its official speed is 35 knots and the wind speed between 13 and 14 knots. And just like in the amateur video, it goes up the wind. In my opinion, the difference in official and the real speed is visible to the naked eye. We see that the sails are well inflated and the hull well above the water, which confirm an official speed of at least 32 knots. Difference between the official speed and the real speed, 20 km/h or 33.8%. I would also like to draw your attention to the speeds that the American Cup boat can achieve with a certain wind speed. So we see here that we have 12 knots of wind speed. We will see what speed these boats are capable to achieving downwind. There they go upwind. They will cycle around the buoy and go downwind with the wind, and we will see in the downwind what official speed these boats reach with a wind speed of 12 knots. Here we have the speed of the New Zealand boat. It accelerates by turning around the buoy, and we will see that it will maintain a speed of 44 knots, which is officially 81.5 kilometers per hour, with 12 knots of wind speed.
À 43 nœuds, 43, 44 nœuds avec 2 nœuds de vent réel.
So, as you have seen, these boats with 12 knots of wind speed are capable of reaching an official speed of 44 knots, which corresponds to more than 80 kilometers per hour. And there is a way to control these speeds with the apparent wind angle. So these boats are not as fast as the official version claims, but for sailboat it is still impressive, and these boats obtain their best downwind speed at 135 degrees, thanks precisely to the apparent wind that they create with their own speed. So what is the apparent wind angle? The apparent wind angle is the wind angle that you have on the boat, which is combined between the real wind angle and the speed of the boat. And it is with this apparent wind angle that we adjust the sails, since it is the direction from which the wind comes on the boat. Then, if the boat is stopped, the weather vane shows the direction of the true wind, but the more the boat accelerates, the more the weather vane will turn towards the front of the boat, and therefore, the faster the boat goes, the more the weather vane will turn, and these boats in downwind have an apparent wind angle between 26 and 28 degrees. And that's right, it's very tight, and it's really impressive, it must be said. So, between 26 and 28 degrees, we will take 27 for the example. This means that the weather vane should indicate 27 degrees when the boat is sailing downwind. So let's see what angle 27 degrees correspond to on the weather vane. So if I take the weather vane and place it on the 27 degree line, so the edge of the tail of the weather vane must be aligned with the interior edge of the marker. By the way, we notice that the sports broadcast on TV does not reveal the apparent wind angle in the information available live, and this for good reason. Like this, the edge of the tail aligns with the edge of the mark for an angle of 27 degrees, just a little bit inside the V of the weather vane. These boats are capable with their speed of sailing downwind with 27 degrees of apparent wind angle, which is very close, because they still go fast, not as fast as the official version, but still for a sailboat it is very fast. But they still need to have at least 27 degrees of apparent wind angle. Why? The true wind comes from this direction, but with the progress of the boat, we saw that the apparent wind shifts, and therefore, so the speed of the boat means that the apparent wind angle, or where the wind is coming from when we are on the boat, will be this direction. So here we have an apparent wind angle of 27 degrees. These boats, which are at the cutting edge of technology, need this wind angle so that the stream of the air passes on both sides of the sail. So the stream of the air passes on both sides of the head sail and also the main sail. When the streams of air slide on each side of the sail, we call this laminar flow, and it is in laminar flow that the sail performs best and the boat reaches its best speeds. Then the sails must have at least these 27 degrees, because if it is less than that, let's say for example that the wind comes from here, that would be an angle of maybe 16 or 70 degrees. So at that point the sails will have too much wind on the outside here and not enough on the inside, and the sail will flap in the wind like a flag. And at this moment, obviously, there is no more power, the boat stops. So the interesting question we are going to ask ourselves, it is, with 12 knots of wind speed, with a true wind angle of 135 degrees, will we be able to keep an apparent wind angle of 27 degrees at 80 kilometers per hour, which is the boat speed of 44 knots. But if at 80 kilometers per hour there is no more wind angle, if the weather vane indicates that the wind is coming directly from opposite, then if the wind is coming from opposite, you cannot inflate the sail. The sails will flap in the wind like a flag and the boat will not be able to move forward. It is absolutely necessary that at 80 kilometers per hour we can maintain an angle like this of 27 degrees to be able to inflate the sails. If the weather vane is like that, a sailing boat cannot move forward if the wind is in the front. It is impossible. So we are going to do the experiment in the field with the car to see if it's possible. We have the true wind angle at 135 degrees relative to the direction of the boat or the car in our case, and we go on a very straight road. We will see how the weather vane behaves as it moves forward and what its apparent wind angle will be. Time for the anemometer to stabilize, and we can see that the average speed is above 12 knots. If the wind is stronger, this will favor the official version. So obviously, the more we accelerate, the more the apparent wind angle turns toward the front of the boat, or in this case, the car. So now we are at 30 kilometers per hour. At 30 kilometers per hour, we can already see that the wind angle is already closing a lot. Now, there is approximately on average 35 degrees of wind angle. Now I accelerate. Now we are at 40 kilometers per hour. $50 kilometers per hour. $60 kilometers per hour. We see the weather vane is facing the wind now. When we no longer have any wind angle like that, we can no longer inflate the sails on the boat. And I am just at 60 kilometers per hour. 44 knots is 81 kilometers per hour. And now I am at 75 kilometers per hour. Look at the weather vane. The weather vane has the apparent wind in the front of the boat at 75 kilometers per hour. So we cannot be at 40 knots, officially 75 kilometers per hour, with a wind speed of 12 knots, because there is no longer an apparent wind angle. We no longer have a wind angle to inflate the sails. But now, if I slow down, maybe the boats go 50 or 45 kilometers per hour. That gives this. There we see there is a trend of a little less than 30 degrees. This is what we need to fill the sails. Well, there, obviously, if I slow down and stop, the weather vane returns to its initial position at 135 degrees from the true wind angle. And we will resume measuring the wind speed. Here the same thing, let the anemometer stabilize, and on average there is more than 12 knots of wind. I would also like to draw your attention to 2 or 3 things that we can see on this broadcast of the America's Cup. There we see where the spectator boats are located. Here the shot from the helicopter. We will see that we will rise, and this will allow us to evaluate the distances.
On va pouvoir évaluer un peu les distances. Vous voyez, si je mets sur pause ici.
I pause. You see how big the body of water is. Of course, they use zoom and it will crush the image a little bit. But seen from above like that, it gives us a good idea of the distances, with the spectator boats and the 2 America's Cup sailboats.
Si on continue.
So remember, where is the spectator's boat?
Et on va repasser.
And the production now shows us the CGI plan, which is therefore a modeling of the race course. And we see that the distances are much greater. In fact, this image represents the difference in distance between the globe and the flat Earth. This so that the distances and the speeds correspond to those of the globe. We can draw a parallel with the previous video on the distances, where we saw that on the GPS in the truck that the curves were much more flattened to be able to stretch the distances. So it's exactly the same subterfuge. They enlarge the distances to make them correspond to those of the globe, and officially the speed here is 23.7 knots, which corresponds to 44 kilometers per hour. But in reality, its speed in a straight line on a globe is close to half. So why this CGI modeling? As we see, here they drew line of 100 meters which correspond to those of the globe, and the boat must cross these lines of 100 meters at the speed which correspond to those of the globe, and therefore they do not have no choice but to cheat with speed, and thus with false speed give the illusion of a boat which moves over the distances of the globe.
Et de pouvoir faire accélérer les bateaux plus rapidement sur un plan d'eau élargi.
Now with this new parameter of distances and speeds, they are subject of the flat Earth subfile, which are much more logical, like a small and close sun which heats locally. We understand better than when we move away from the sun, whether north or south, of a real 200 kilometers as the crow flies, we feel the heat diminish.
400 km, si vous écartez du soleil, vous allez avoir moins de chaleur.
It's more logical with the small flat Earth. We can also take the example of the ISS, the subterfuge of a plane with certain accessories which cycles above a small flat Earth will be easier to achieve with speeds at least 2 times slower.
Une grande terre plate où il faudrait que l'avion aille beaucoup plus.
so that is more logical too. There is also the flight of plane which makes Santiago to Sydney, which seems to pass through the southern latitude. On a smaller flat Earth, with the help of the jet streams, it is much more possible.
Tout ça a beaucoup plus de sens maintenant.
We can also wonder why the manipulators take so many risks with these TV broadcasts by creating subterfuges like this, which could expose them. Well, now the answer is that now they no longer have a choice. With the technological advances that are available to the public, if, for example, 50 or 60 years ago a boat was sailing at 7 knots, so officially 13 kilometers per hour, but in reality it was sailing at 8 or 9 kilometers per hour, there was only 4 or 5 kilometers per hour difference. And as I said, it's very difficult to assess your speed on a boat. We didn't see the difference. But now with the technology, the boats go at 40 and even 50 knots, that's close to 100 kilometers per hour, that's almost 50 kilometers per hour more. So they have no choice but to invent subterfuges like in this sport show so that we continue to believe their lies. We can compare it to the launch of the Nikon P900 when this technology was available to the public and the official narrative was completely exposed.
Eh bien, le narratif officiel a été complètement exposé.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I mean.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not?
Holy fuck. Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right? I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You
that
would
professor.
have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know, like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe
on Discord?
so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right, but,
my
why?
inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you
Just
know.
that in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration, it's not a cartoon, it's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So you look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this, these spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down. And these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling. And it goes below the horizon visually. And keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles. Showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will in fact set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
If it's in Texas, yeah, I could be wrong.
But like, what happens when we go to the moon and then,
no one's going to the moon, bro.
Hotel. Shut up. Let me fucking finish, okay?
No one's going there. Go ahead.
What if there's like a moon hotel at the moon and then everybody starts going to the moon?
NASA has an underwater space station. They believe that. Oh, let me mute myself. Actually.
Yeah, you should. Will the Earth still be flat? Like I think in a couple, like let's say 5 years, we'll have enough technology to like actually prove the Earth is a globe, and like you guys,
5 more years, huh?
All you're talking about flat Earth will be pointless because
isn't that what they said 5 years ago? 5 more years.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Again. 5
yeah, they definitely said that 5 years ago, and 10 years ago, and 20 years ago.
I mean, y'all don't even believe in
100 years ago.
I will mark it in the calendar, man.
All right,
you can talk again.
Hey, dude, they keep putting that carrot in front of these Globers' faces, bro. They're like, oh we're going to land on the moon today. This year.
Like, what's stopping a vulture from like circling up into space if the Earth is flat?
They are lost in the sauce, man. They're in the imaginary dream world. That's why you always ask. That's why you always ask me what happens on the flat Earth model with the sun. What happens with the moon? Blah blah blah. Dude, we all see the same reality. When I go outside and I look at the sun, I see the same thing as you. That is what happens.
Well, you shouldn't look at the sun.
But you have been indoctrinated. Listen, you have been indoctrinated to think you're falling backwards with the speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour. Right? Why it just looks like as if the sun is going down, but actually it's standing still in the sky, and the ground you're standing on is just falling backwards.
Standing still. Actually,
the sun is standing still. Yeah, nobody disagrees.
No, it's not. It's traveling through.
Oh, they don't even know that story, dude. See, two Globers don't even know their story again. This is so pathetic.
Does the sun move or does the sun not move? This is hilarious, man.
Okay, look, the sun isn't moving in our perspective, but it is going. It's orbiting around the galaxy.
Dude, learn your own story, man.
You realize what Clay was trying to tell you, right? Is that when you look at a sunset, you have to believe that you're falling backwards.
Yeah,
the sun is standing still.
I don't get what that means.
You're falling backwards, dude. That you're on the surface of a ball, falling backwards on the surface of the ball, and that's how the sun is setting.
Guys, okay, can I just say one thing?
No.
I know.
What do you mean, no?
I know this is very difficult for you guys to understand.
Moving, you're turning around the Earth.
Okay, you're not
away from the sun.
This guy doesn't know his own model, man. His own fantasy.
I know my model.
No, I'm not talking to you.
You do?
Why are you so mad?
Why are you so angry, bro?
I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I raised my voice in order for you to understand that I'm not talking to you.
Do plumb lines curve, Epsilon? You know your own model.
You sound like
plumb lines curve?
I don't care.
Epsilon, do plumb lines curve in the globe model?
Do plumb lines curve? What does that mean?
Plumb lines. Do plumb lines curve?
Plumbing is
no, a plumb line. A plumb line.
Like, are you saying a plumb line in a city, in an urban area?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What's a plumb line? Explain
if you want to build a vertical wall, right?
Okay.
You tie a weight to a string, and that's a plumb line, and you build the wall equidistant from the string up the string.
Okay.
Do they curve?
No.
They do in the globe model. You said you know your own model.
Oh no, it depends on how. No. Vertically is different from horizontally. So vertically. If you have to account, let's use
vertically.
Okay, let's use horizontal. Can we do that?
No.
Do you know the internet connection you use? No, wait, hold on. Do you know that these wires travel across the ocean, and those are also they're sending electrical signals so that you can gain internet. This European angry man doesn't realize that this is curving in order for him to have an internet connection.
It's not.
Horizontally it does.
No, it's not, dude.
Why would you make, if it's only, think about the space that you need in order to just make something vertical. It only goes up.
Yeah,
it only
in the
goes
globe
up.
model. I know it's hard to accept, but in the globe model, in geodetic surveying, plumb lines curve. So you actually don't know the globe model. You just think you do.
The globe model.
Okay, so what's deflection of the vertical, and why do plumb lines curve?
Send me the mathematics for it. I'm gonna look it up right now too.
You could, I'll post it, but you could just,
go ahead.
It'll be a lot faster to just type in curvature of the plumb line.
Curvature.
Yeah, curvature of the plumb line, geodetic surveying.
Line. Okay. Curvature of the plumb line. Let's see. Plumb is imaginary. Okay, so is an imaginary straight line from the top of the head to the floor? Okay.
Yeah, in reality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's reality. But
well, that's like saying a pilot. When a pilot is they use technically an imaginary horizon. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what a pilot uses. That's exactly what a pilot does. Are you sure? That it's like the same thing.
No, the artificial horizon. This is not the same thing as the artificial horizon.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What do you think about the artificial horizon?
I don't. They have to have an artificial horizon because planes don't fly actually. Because planes don't fly actual level. They have something called angle of attack, so they fly tilted up.
What do you think
they need an artificial horizon. Yes, they need an artificial horizon so they know that they're going in the right direction.
But wouldn't that make, in your case, if it's artificial, that means there is no horizon, which means the Earth is flat, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, I just heard flat earthers use this, and this is like the same shit with this vertical. Hold on, deflection of the vertical.
No.
Yeah, I have heard that the globers typically try to kill other people.
I just posted a diagram from a geodetic surveying book. I got more if you want.
So, how does that explain?
Because
wait, hold on.
Listen, you're missing the point. You're trying to obscure from the point. You don't actually know the fucking globe model beyond a goddamn ninth grader understanding of it. That's the reality of the situation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Don't feel bad because I've talked to PhDs in physics and astronomy and astrophysics, and they know what you know. Jack shit.
Fair enough. I think it just goes back to what I was saying earlier, that their scope needs to be understood. And if you're going to use terrain and use all these things, it doesn't, just because sea level is different does not mean anything. It's still vertical. It's still a vertical line.
Okay, we know that. We all know that in reality.
Yeah, but an imaginary vertical line is used because it needs to come up in it needs to be where they need it to be. So of course it would be imaginary. This is the scope of the circumstance, and that means that has a lot to do with terrain. And sure, if it's different from sea level, that doesn't necessarily matter because
you're talking and talking, but you're not actually. I could tell you're misunderstanding what the problem is. The problem is that like the stars are supposed to move according to the globe model a certain amount according to how much land distance you've traveled, right? If I travel, according to the globers, I go 69 miles, the stars move 1 degree, right?
Is that what they say? I'm not a cosmologist, I wouldn't know.
No, this is like, fucking sailing and navigation, basically.
Okay. I don't
in surveying, right? So when they actually do this in reality, the ground distance doesn't match the star distance, right? Because they're trying to measure the ground, right, and make a fucking globe out of it. So they have to assign coordinates, right? In geodetic surveying, they'll place a ground marker or hammer it into a piece of rock or something, and it'll have the latitude and longitude on it. Well, when they do zenith, right, say some star is supposed to be right above that point at zenith. And how do you do that, right? First, you level the instrument, and then you take something like a wild. It's called a wild T4. It looks straight up into the air, right? So that you can sight through the telescope and say, "Hey, what star is directly above me?" Okay, so this star is supposed to be at this latitude and longitude coordinate at zenith right now. Well, when they do this, the star won't be where it's supposed to be. So they go, "Oh, the plumb line must be tilted a little bit because there's lumpy gravity underneath the Earth, tilting the plumb line away from being completely vertical." Well, that leads to another problem because they're using something called a reference ellipsoid, and the plumb line has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they have to say that the plumb line is actually curving, and then they use that to map their measurement onto the surface of a reference ellipsoid. So this is a multi-layered.
I understand everything. I literally followed everything that you said, and I'm not the professionals, but what I will tell you is that if you are on one side of the earth and then you go down, if you're in America, you go down over to China, you will see a different sky. And it is a fact. So the thing is,
no one disputes that.
Hold on. If you are tracking a specific study that had these issues, if it's only one study, or if let's say it's a study from non-professionals, the issue is that information is not it's not how do you say, peer reviewed. And I'm sure you guys have jokes about peer reviewing, but I'm telling you that the sky is different on different places of the earth. That is a fact. So I don't care about this plumb line that you're talking about. It's more so about how this study is being had.
Okay, this is well known. Hold on, this is well known in surveying. It's been known since since probably the 1400s. It was first discovered when they were surveying at the Vatican, as a matter of fact, which is very funny. They wanted to know how far it was, like from the coast of some part of the coast of Italy. And one person used the method of using the stars, and another person used the method of actually measuring on the ground. And they found out that they weren't the same distances that were calculated.
I can tell you why.
Not because of terrain. You're just going to make up a reason why. You have no, I don't need to hear your story, dude. Your story about the stars was bad enough, dude.
I can tell you why. Because one point of reference is coming from someone trying to figure out a measurement in measuring the sky without reference of what's happening on Earth, whereas another is using Earth in order to reference the sky. These are two different scopes, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier.
Yeah, they use two different coordinate systems, right? And the coordinate systems don't match each other.
Yes.
Yeah, what they're supposed to. But that's not the point. Yeah, we know. I want to go to your different stars. I want to go to your different stars in China. Okay. Yeah. So what? There's different stars in China.
Okay. So
hey, listen. So check this out. If I'm on one side of Walmart and I look up, there's one set of lights. And then I walk to the other side of Walmart and I look up and there's another set of lights.
The only reason I said that was because
Walmart a sphere?
No, the only reason that I said that was because you were saying that you were using like these cosmological measurements, et cetera, and you were saying that the sky looks the same and there was discrepancies with people. That's the only reason I used that.
Yeah, I'm not saying the sky looked the same. I'm saying that the stars were in the position that they should be if the Earth was a globe, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, look.
Let's take a random coordinate. 45 degrees longitude, 45 degrees latitude. That's where I think I'm at on Earth. I set up my fucking device. There's supposed to be a star at zenith right there. I fucking look through the telescope. It's not there. It's over to the side a half a degree. Well, shit.
That's actually what's supposed to happen.
What?
Yeah, because the thing is that when you yourself set up a telescope, you're not using mathematics and you're not angling properly in so that you're able to get the exact coordinate pinpointed to your perspective. This is a scope that's what I was trying to explain earlier. You will have these discrepancies. This is what research means.
So
this is what research is.
And how do you celestial navigate?
We're figuring it out. Many people have different opinions about how this needs to be done. For example, do you know those, like, I can give you the navigation when it comes to like traveling the ocean, right? We did this let's just say Vikings. But then we have people now trying to deep dive. Didn't those people die like underwater because they didn't understand pressure? But then they had like the resources in order to do so, but then they didn't hire the right people, and then it was like a discrepancy within. It's like, dude, this people have different methods of doing the same thing.
Those people died. It's not because they didn't understand pressure. It's because the people in charge did not know how to evaluate risk. That's a totally different thing.
No, that's actually not what happened. Yeah.
You say there are different ways of celestial navigation.
They were told. Hold on, Clay. They were told that.
Say the same thing.
They were told that fucking submarine wasn't good enough. They were told that. So they knew.
The easiest concept for you to understand this is language. We're speaking English, but I can speak to you in German. I can speak to you in French. Tu sais parler français?
Great.
You guys want to say
red herring 32 now?
It's not red herring. I'm just trying to tell you that like things are. This is the way it is. This is how it is.
Relax, dude. Relax. I'm just asking. You said there were several versions of celestial navigation. Can you please show me these several versions of how you can navigate with celestial navigation?
I will give you at least 2 right now.
Okay.
I wanted to see 5.
I
actually wanted to see all the several ones that he mentioned.
I actually know 3, but
yeah, exactly. Look, there's multiple ways. So it's like you're just playing
there's a globe one and there's a bunch of flat Earth ones. So there's like the Carolingian Islanders, but they also use a different method than the Polynesians.
That's exactly what I'm saying, but it's fine. I mean,
you got one of their flat earthers.
Things, I guess.
So what is the within their theoretical assumptions? What is the ground they're standing on? Do they use a plane?
We can assume that we're on a plane. Yes.
Ah, yeah. See, it's always a plane.
It has to be under our perspective. That's what you don't understand.
You know what? You don't understand. Listen.
What do you mean I don't understand? I'm literally the one trying to get you to understand that there are different perspectives, and you don't.
But they all use a plane. Anyways, can you quickly listen to what I say without interrupting me? Okay. So what the problem is, what you don't understand, is very simple. Your model of a heliocentric spherical Earth has been purely claimed from or derived from sky observation, from the celestial sphere, right? What we have done is actually done you a favor, right? We have been going out into reality and see if this radius that is claimed and derived from celestial. You're still interrupting me again. You're interrupting me. Okay? So what we have done is we have actually gone out and look, okay, is this radius that is derived from celestial observation, is that actually the truth? And can we observe it in reality on the surface? So we have looked at the surface and we came to the conclusion it actually acts as if it's a plane, just as within the assumption of celestial navigation using a plane. So we did you a favor, man. You don't need to believe in the globe anymore. You actually, when you navigate mathematically and in theory on a plane, you use a plane in reality. There you go. There you have it. Discussion over.
What does it mean, quote unquote, reality to you? And reality is dependent on the observer. Is an object. Hold on.
Sophist.
No, I'm not a sophist. You need to realize what I'm saying. When you say reality, right? Reality comes in different ways. If one person has a reality under one circumstance, meaning let's say even geography is higher or lower. On the other side, someone may, in their perspective or their reality, have a different circumstance to navigate differently. It doesn't.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Anyways, Angel's Playground is here. Let him. Fine.
I don't know what you don't get about.
It's fine.
I don't understand how you don't understand
about winning,
dude. Everything in theory, mathematically, is going to assume a flat horizontal plane as a reference point for celestial navigation. And what we have just done is we have actually disproven the fact of your spherical Earth with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles that has been derived from the celestial sphere, right? We have disproven that the ground is actually that sphere you assume that you have got from the sky. And we actually did you a favor. Now you don't actually need to assume a mathematical equation that it's just a plane. In reality, it's the same. It's just a plane.
Wait. So are you not able to grab multiple planes from a sphere?
No, it is a plane, but when you use a plane is different from how you would use some other object. Hence why we know what geometry is. Scope matters under these perspectives.
Just to go back to reality quickly.
Imagine that.
So if you Epsilon, if you go to the beach, is that reality?
Yeah.
Right. So in reality, you only experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface.
But this, yes, but this is a primitive way of understanding what reality is.
So reality is primitive.
No, reality is primitive under. It can be perceived exactly. It can be perceived primitively because what you're doing
when you
is that
see the flat horizon and the motionless surface,
I need
are
you to
you being
understand.
primitive?
You yourself.
I'm trying to understand what your definition of reality is. You seem to think there's multiple realities, but in all of our realities, we see a flat motionless. Yeah.
When you go to the beach and you observe, that is reality. I'm not arguing with you when it comes to that. But what happens is that you're trying to bridge all of reality into the scope of you yourself, which is wrong. That is incorrect.
If we don't experience curvature or motion in reality, like we just agreed, where's it coming from?
But now let me explain. Let me explain.
That's a fallacy.
What you're saying is wrong, and even someone else is saying what you're saying is wrong.
Yeah, from the sky.
You just agreed the beach is reality, and that at the beach we don't experience curvature or motion. Okay, so there's no curvature or motion in our reality. So where is the curvature or motion coming from? If
From
not
the
reality?
sky.
I'm trying to get you to understand a concept, I think. And
Can you just answer my question? Where's the curvature or motion coming from, if not the reality that we're experiencing?
The curvature and motion is coming from a non-primitive understanding of reality. It's coming from not just you being selfish to understanding the way that the world works around you. It's more so understanding.
You just agreed that the curvature or motion is not in your reality.
Listen. You have to understand that there is different. Okay, let's take 5 people at the same beach, but let's say that beach extends all the way around the globe.
None of them see curvature or motion, though.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that how can you differentiate your reality from, let's say, those 5 other realities? And what happens is
those other people have a different experience.
It's not about the experience. It's more so about how did this come to be.
So imagination.
Gibberish, you talking, man? Like, what the fuck is it?
I know it sounds so funny to you guys.
I'm sorry. How do you know? Like, listen, you talk to the 5 other people. Go, hey, what did you see? Did you feel any motion?
Saw water.
What did it look like? Yeah, we saw water and it looked flat. What did you see? We saw water. It looked flat. So if we get 100 people, 1 million people, 9 billion people, and they all say we saw water and it looked flat, then what?
No,
we have a bunch of perspectives.
The point is that you have to what this does is this is philosophy. Now we're getting into like epistemology, right? So what it is what ends up happening is
observation of reality. We're talking about reality, bro.
No. Hold on.
Yes.
What
reality.
ends up happening is that you understand that there's a discrepancy between your own experience and others' experience. Just because you're seeing something.
No, the experience that we all agree on, bro, and you just agreed, in reality, is the same. No curve, no motion. That's reality.
What reality?
That's the reality. Remember when you said you go to the beach, and it's reality? You said, reality.
That is one reality.
That's one reality. What other reality have we got at the beach?
Okay, for example, do you think that someone is experiencing the same thing that you're experiencing on a plane, for example?
Jesus Christ, we're not talking about a plane, dude.
Holy crap. Because you guys, it's hard to talk to you guys when you don't understand.
Dude, no, because you just won't answer simple questions, dude.
I'm trying to get you to
by
realize
talking about something else. But we understand your concepts. They're fucking infantile. Great.
How is it infantile to understand
it's really it's because we understand that you don't want to take reality as it is. You want to abstract it into your mind and manipulate it in your head. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why does it?
Only way, because that's the For example, do you understand? I can explain to you. Okay, do you realize that you're talking to a microphone right now, and those electrical,
I do understand. I know how all that shit works too.
Hold on, those electrical magnetic waves are coming and communicating to me in my headphones. That is an abstraction. Are you fucking coming back and forth? Are you
all
serious?
That shit,
It's not an abstraction?
No, it's not an abstraction.
Wow.
All that shit. Listen, we've abstracted it.
Okay, Mark.
It's only abstract in the sense of we could talk about it. So if I say voltage doesn't like exist as like a physical object. It's an abstraction of a relationship between positive and negative
how
charge.
are you communicating
right?
with me right now?
Okay, so I talk into my microphone. There's a little diaphragm with a magnet inside it. It vibrates, and that vibration sends an electrical signal down to a wire into my computer. The digital signal process. Do you really want me to describe the whole thing? Because I can. The digital signal processor in my sound card. Well, it's not even a sound card because I got a laptop. In the sound chip. Probably uses a fast Fourier transform to deconstruct the freaking signal and turn it into digital information.
This is not abstracted at all. This is
no.
This is not abstraction.
It's literally happening. Yes, it's literally happening. This is literally physical objects doing this.
You're saying this is not abstraction?
There's literally physical objects doing this. Physical objects are doing this.
Physical objects are doing this, but electrical magnetic waves are not physical. They're physical under the pretense that they are being received. Do you understand?
Physical objects.
Dude, you guys are... Okay.
So electromagnetic waves are not physical objects. That's what you're saying. They're not physical in the sense they're matter, but they're energy. They have an effect on things, right?
Okay, so let's use your definition. Let's just across the board say this is energy. What energies do you think are making the Earth flat? Like, how do we? Let's just wrap.
Dude, this is the king of the red herring, dude.
No, because I'm still trying to figure out. You guys don't understand how anything works around you, and you make these claims.
I'm still trying to figure out what reality you're talking about with curvature and motion, since the reality that we experience has none of that, as you agreed.
For example, clicking a mouse, is it physical that the mouse click? Like, how do you explain that on your
Yes, it is physical.
How do you explain? Okay, so how do you explain that you're moving this mouse around and then you're looking at it on your screen and then
have you ever built anything in your life, man?
Dude, I'm literally an engineer. Yes, I'm literally an engineer.
He's not an engineer.
Yes, I am.
Just asking basic questions about technology. Come on, let's get back to.
Because you guys don't understand what you're saying.
Whose reality are you claiming?
I can show you my degree.
Talking about curvature and motion. Because you don't have that, remember?
Get your money back.
I am not. Wait. Say again. Curvature and motion. What? What's the question?
Remember, we were talking about reality. The beach.
Yeah.
Going to the beach. That's reality. In that reality that we all experience, there's no curvature and motion in reality. So whose reality are you leaning on to claim that there is?
Are you saying that in the experience, in
just
that
reality are you
hold on. Are you saying in that reality, are you saying that because
in
we
reality
are learning that we are spinning on this globe, and there's relativity,
reality,
and some other guy told us that it went from Newton to Einstein about relativity, and we're just
in his reality there was no motion or curve either.
Hold on. Is that what you're saying? Like, why should we believe these scientists telling us these things about the world around us?
I could say that in my reality, I don't have DNA, because I can't see it, so therefore
their reality, they have the same reality as us. No curve, no motion. What reality do you think they have?
If you're on a big spaceship and it's huge,
are you saying that? Okay, so are you saying that they're not able to differentiate themselves in what I was talking about earlier? Whereas
they are not
you are not the sole principle.
No.
You are not the sole principle on this earth.
If they go to the beach, if Einstein and Newton go to the beach, are they going to detect motion or see curve or something?
Yeah.
Are they going to have a different reality?
Depends if they want to set up a
What
laboratory.
I'm trying to explain to you.
You can't answer the question.
This is beyond.
He doesn't like the answer. He knows what the answer is.
I know.
The answer is relative to your experience. You guys are correct, but I'm trying to explain to you how it's incorrect.
And whose experience?
How this is a primitive way of thinking.
Yeah. So whose experience are you leaning on?
Whose experience am I leading on? I'm leading on people who have studied this, yes.
But their reality, they don't have curve or motion either. So whose reality are they leaning on?
They're not leaning on anybody's reality. Everybody. The science is built up. Science is built up. You have to lean on discovery.
So whose reality? Whose reality? Hold on. Whose reality had curvature and motion in it?
Whose reality had curvature and motion in it? Who were the first people to do this? Navigationists, like way back in the day.
No, they didn't. They were the same as you. They experienced a flat, motionless surface.
Experiencing and truth.
How can I use? Can I use references? Can I give you studies? Does that work for you guys? Can I give you like how the history of this like went on? Can I give you? Can I give you that?
You could try. Sure. Why not? That's always fun.
No, it isn't. I'm only kidding.
Do you know the history of it? Sorry, go on, India.
Yeah, no, I'm only kidding. I'm just joking around. Listen, they also, I don't know how to put this. You keep saying it's like some primitive notion to just go, oh, this is reality, and that's what it is. So what's the antithesis of that? What's the opposite of this primitive notion? Is to have some sophisticated idea about reality that you don't perceive, but you can think of in your head. Is that sophisticated? You know, I typically refer to that as delusional.
So do the psychiatrists.
Yeah. When you don't deal with reality, they call that psychosis.
Well, sophisticated, I mean, it's definitely sophist.
There you go. So somewhere far back in history, some guy, his reality did have curvature and motion, apparently.
Some guy.
That's the one who's tell us all about him.
Yeah, I mean...
No, I'm not going to talk to you.
You don't like the implication.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that your reality as you experience it is what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is that it's more complex than that.
It's your experience, too. It's everybody else's experience. It's everybody you know, everybody you've ever met, everyone they've ever met.
But you're not understanding relativity. You're not understanding the way that things work in scope, and that's what's hard to explain. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, because what you're saying is
like scope on your like word of the day calendar or something.
No,
yeah, you're not actually giving us any meaningful.
Yeah,
you're not giving us any meaningful evidence. By saying some guy somewhere did this.
Anybody that used the word, I'm sorry.
It's just meaningless vagary.
It's vague. It doesn't mean anything. You're just saying you don't understand the scope is meaningless gibberish.
Is it wrong for me to say that I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that what you're saying is the end all be all? Does that
right? But you'd have to give something else, which you haven't given anything.
Me personally, okay, I don't have.
Well, what do you know? What did they show you? Well, what did they show you?
I'll give
to
you.
Convince you.
I have 3 down this list so far. Give me just 1 second, because I have to like walk it through. But I don't know if you guys are even going to read these studies.
We've heard them all 1,000,000 times. Only you are Googling this for the first time. We're just watching you do it.
Only I'm Googling it for the first time. Okay.
Yes, you are the first time doing this, because we have been through this thousands of times with you guys.
Okay,
guys.
And we've watched thousands of you Google what you already believe, which is very weird. To be honest,
you know, in this case, then let's say, what exactly are you guys providing for? I guess the future of flat earthers. Like, are you guys? Is it just going to be like this sort of skepticism?
Just pointing out that there's
what are you gonna do in the future?
Skepticism.
It is skepticism. But what are you going to do?
Going outside and taking reality as it presents itself is skepticism.
You guys are cynics.
Really?
No, you guys are what's called cynics.
Mind of ignorance and naive.
What's outside? Look, there's a fucking ocean. How is a cynic to say, yes, that's what it is? Oh, I see that because it's there. I don't make up some idea in my head about some magic of why the ball failed and why that's there.
I can explain to you
None of that shit is skeptical within the definition, and it's also not cynical.
It is because
it's just being empiricist. That's it.
No, it's not empiricist, because if you were using empiricism, no. If you were using empiricism, what would end up happening is that you would have a model in order to push on to other flat earthers in order to figure out the ends
That
of
is
this
the
earth.
most ridiculous stupidity I've ever heard.
So what's the
Empiricism
fucking
is the
point? What are you guys
antithesis of
gonna
a
do?
fucking model,
Are you
dude.
gonna go to the end of the fucking world? Are you gonna go to the ice block? What are you gonna do? Are you like being
What do you
entrapped?
think
Who's entrapping you?
Look, a model is the antithesis of
I'm just
empiricism.
saying, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you doing? I would love to know.
Dude, did you not hear what I just said? A model is the antithesis of empiricism. Empiricism is actually a direct
A
experience.
model is the antithesis of
Antithesis,
empiricism.
because a model is an abstraction.
Well, it has to be.
Yes. So when you say it's
For
not
example,
empiricism
being
unless
nice
you
to
use a
people.
model, that is an
No.
oxymoron.
Hold on. Know how to have a conversation. Be nice to people. Use your words, etc., etc. These are all models that are abstract. They're not literal or physical. They have to be modeled. That's why you're able to use the English language, and me and you both understand this language and this structure.
Epsilon, what does empirical mean?
What the fuck, dude?
Empirical is
Another red herring. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean a red herring? What does red herring even mean?
Because it has nothing to do with what the fuck I just said. That's why it's a red herring. Now you're talking about fucking language again.
Because you don't understand. Because you're saying that models are the antithesis of
Empiricism, yes, they are. They're the antithesis of empiricism. Go look up the definition of empiricism.
I know.
Yeah, it sounds like you need to look up the definition. Also,
I know what
how
empiricism
do we
is.
get from reality, which we agreed is flat and motionless, to the globe? How do we go from reality to the globe? How do we get there? Help us.
Through many models, which you guys doubt. So I don't know how.
What does that mean? Through many models. What does that mean?
Through many mathematic models. That's how we got to here.
So it's just maths.
Yep, a bunch of maths. Yeah.
Right. So not reality, just maths.
So what are you? What are you? Let's say you guys. What are you gonna do for the future of flat Earth? Like, how does that look?
What are you talking about?
You guys believe that the Earth is a
reality?
plane. Okay, if the Earth is a plane, isn't that a model?
Reality is reality, regardless of what we do. Okay, the beach is still going to look the same for you, bro.
Okay, what would you? Is there any discovery that you guys will make? Is there what's going on within the flat Earth community? I would like to know. Like, what discoveries are you guys coming to?
We stop with the sociology. It's really fucking boring.
No, I'm
Stay on the
genuinely curious. No, I'm genuinely.
No, nobody
curious.
cares about sociology and human psychology. What our motive is, how successful flat Earth is, what our goal is, what our mission is. Are we gonna fucking recruit people? Who gives a fuck? Stick to the goddamn topic.
I think it was the latter one.
What are you doing?
We've already.
Who's recruiting people?
That's why you guys have a YouTube channel. You guys have like a.
No, we want to see. Listen. We have a YouTube channel so that people can see the buffoonery like yours. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, what's the plan? What's the plan though? What's the plan? Like, are we gonna get to the end of the circle or the whatever it is? Like, what do we do? How do we?
We're giving information. We're giving information. What you do with it is up to you.
Are you interested? Are you
I'm genuinely interested. I'm genuinely interested.
Okay, have you got warm clothes?
I have warm clothes, yes.
Antarctica is really cold, yeah? Have you got a boat?
Okay. Have I got a boat? Okay, yeah. I can get one.
All right, okay, let us know when you've got that. And when you've got approval under the Antarctic Treaty for Exploration, let us know, yeah?
Okay, so you're saying that there's now entities that are saying that you cannot go and travel to these places.
Oh no, bro! You can. There's nothing stopping you traveling wherever you want. Go to the airport. Just tell them you want to go to, I don't know, Antarctica on a plane. Yeah, they'll let you go. They'll fire a plane.
Why would you want to go to Antarctica though?
You tell me. You want to explore, don't you?
He doesn't just want to
I
explore.
don't want to go to Antarctica because I don't think I'd be able to survive over there. But I'm saying why? Like, what Are you saying is there something beyond?
You sound like you're bored. You're looking for something to do. I'm just giving you some suggestions.
Okay.
So we're debunking heliocentrism and the globe. That's what we're doing. What are you doing?
Not debunking heliocentrism. I'm living under the world.
You're just doing nothing.
I've been living.
You're just
under
denying reality for no reason.
I'm denying reality for no reason.
Yeah, because remember, reality.
All right, you guys got it. You guys got it. I'm sorry. I'm not as I guess intellectual as you guys are.
Well, Epsilon, think about what you have in front of you, right? On one hand, you have the experience of reality, and on the other hand, you have strangers saying, "We're very smart. That reality you've experienced, that's not actually reality. Actual reality is something else that you can't perceive. But trust us, we went to a place where you can perceive it because we got magic penises that fire flies out of the back of. And we fly to this magical vacuum where you drop things and they don't fall. And we've seen this true reality, but you can't see it. This is literally what you're being told. Literally.
I can see how you can say that. I agree. But what I would also say to you is that those same people that are telling you things also they don't experience the true reality as well. Let's say there's some entity like feeding you stuff or telling you lies or whatever it is. They do not understand the truth neither. They're just nobody can in your experience.
Well, of course, nobody knows all the truth, right?
Yeah.
Nobody. That's not even possible.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what I'm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we can know parts of it.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is that coming into like collectives as well, like saying, like for example, you use the example of standing at the beach and then everybody having the same experience. What ends up happening, like if you all come into a collective and you say that we experience the same thing, so we're making this thing, that becomes something else now. And then that is able to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form as well. So there can never really be truly a true sense of reality, because in every sense it's manipulation, or it's some sense of the word.
And now reality doesn't even exist, even though you're talking about reality earlier.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think it does exist, but people attribute that to things like God, right?
No, we're just talking about what you experience in reality.
Yeah.
Who's the ultimate arbiter of what reality is? People or nature?
I would say nature.
Okay. So in nature, if you throw out, you're the only person on Earth. There's nobody else. Everybody's dead. You're just born. You don't know anything. Good. Unfortunately, your mother died in childbirth, and somehow magically you can crawl. So you crawl and you see the beach, and it looks flat, and you're not like, oh shit, I'm spinning, because it's all motionless. Why isn't it that what it is? Why is it something else?
I don't think that if you were an individual, you'd be able to come to that conclusion. You would think like what you guys are saying right now.
So what should you think? You should think that when I look out there, that's actually, that might not be true. That could just be a delusion. And like when I look at the horizon, that could just be, I'm just deluded.
No. I'm saying like if you were by yourself. No, if you were by yourself and there was nothing else there, you would think that the Earth is flat. I agree. Yes.
Yeah, if you had a TV.
Go ahead.
No, but then if you have a TV, anything is possible. Hence the globe. Not very good evidence, though.
Well, it's more complex than that. What it would be is that there's someone else somewhere else in the world that is observing the same things that you're observing, and they're trying to figure out why things are moving in this way, and they take that data and they put it together, and then they come to some conclusion, and then they test this conclusion in order to validate like what may or may not be going on, and we call this like scientific phenomena, and then
Right,
that's
but how do we both go from both experiencing no curve or motion to curve and motion?
It takes starting from cavemen, like learning what fire is, which was like the
Right,
greatest.
so how do we go from we all experience no curve and no motion to we have curve and motion? What are the in-between steps there?
What ended up happening was from cavemen, right? We went very far off, and then we learned that the sun was moving in a certain way, and we didn't know why exactly. We didn't know why the sun was moving in this way. And then
so we noticed that the sun moves. Okay.
Hold on. And then other people tested this same thing and noticed that the sun was moving in
also moving in the sky.
Yeah. Also moving, but moving differently, right? And then they came together and then they said, well, because of this, that means that in these different places, there's something going on with our movement, not necessarily the sun's movement. So we are not moving, or we are moving, the sun is stationary.
So they looked at the sun moving and then decided that the sun was stationary.
The sun is stationary, yes. Yeah,
so they looked at the sun moving. So they looked at the sun moving and then decided the sun was stationary.
In different places, yes.
Why would they do that when they're seeing the sun moving?
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't answer that.
They're observing the sun moving.
Yes.
And they're concluding it's not moving.
Because we are moving relative to the sun.
So they're concluding that the sun is not moving when they're observing it moving.
Yes, because of the rotation of the Earth, yes.
Why are they concluding that?
Because of because if the sun was moving, it would be like, let's say we are the center, right? What ends up happening is that if we are the center and the sun is moving around us, the same phenomena would happen regardless everywhere, right? But
we're just talking about the sun moving at all.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain.
That's incorrect.
That is correct, actually.
No, that's incorrect.
So, okay, do you believe?
The Ptolemaic model, there's something called the Ptolemaic model. It's an epipsychic model. It's geocentric.
What is this, like
the Earth is not moving. The sun, everything in the sky is moving. Well, it's a different geometric model, right? And it works just as well, actually better than Kepler's laws of planetary motion. And then Tycho Brahe had a model where the sun orbited the Earth, but the planets orbited the sun, and that one works. So,
wait. So is that model saying that the sun is moving and we are stationary?
Yes, it's called geocentric. You never heard of geocentrism?
That's what you said they all experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So I understand that, that's fair, but this was made from a group of people that lived under some circumstance. So it was some culture that did this, meaning that they didn't have perspective from other cultures or there was no relationship in order to gauge if this was true or not.
Right, but none of the cultures have a different experience as it relates to a flat motion.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, and you are correct. But the thing is that when you now equate the two, what happens is that there's a difference which causes a problem. So now this difference...
Well, no problem in terms of the basic facts that everyone can still agree on. It's not a problem that the surface is flat and motionless. It's not a problem that the sun is moving. That's not a problem. However it's moving is not a problem. How it's moving above the observably flat motionless surface. So basically what you're saying is they observed a flat motionless surface with the sun moving, but they assumed the opposite of that. No. Why did they assume the opposite of that?
Well, because this is what I'm talking about and trying to bridge this relationship. So what happened is if you're going to use that model, right, the geocentric model that he was talking about in India, this was made from one culture. And then when another culture came...
It was Western civilization, dude. It's the same culture.
Yeah, fine. When was it? Do you know exactly?
So the reason they abandoned the Ptolemaic model is because they didn't like the idea of the Copernican principle that the Earth has a unique position in the universe. So it was abandoned on philosophical grounds. It wasn't abandoned because it didn't work.
Yeah, but that's why philosophy is we need philosophy. So that's what Philosophy probably illuminated. Philosophy probably. Hold on. Philosophy probably.
You need philosophy so that you can make up stuff and throw people off.
No, actually.
Well, listen, if we're saying that the globe is now philosophy, then you've proven our point.
No, you needed philosophical principles in order to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, if it's reality, you don't need philosophy. You can demonstrate reality.
So what I'm saying is, I understand your version of reality, but that's your version.
It's not my version, bro.
Okay,
it's everyone's version.
No, I understand, and you're correct. You're correct. But what happens is that if I am a human being experiencing, let's say, night and day differently than you are experiencing night and day, what happens is there's a bridge between this relationship.
We experience night and day basically the same way.
We do, yes, but there's a difference in how we're experiencing it because now we have a time dilation between the two concepts.
No.
So
there's no difference in how we're experiencing it.
No,
There's a difference in how you're interpreting.
Okay, so then why
of the sun moving. Huh?
Okay. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain.
The sun moves.
If it's right now, I have family on the other side of the world and they're sleeping, right? Why is that the case? Is what I'm saying. Why are they sleeping right now?
They're tired.
It's nighttime.
Why?
You could call and ask them.
It's daytime, but it's daytime for me.
So what?
Line up shots of NyQuil? Like, how would we know why they're sleeping?
Yeah, we're not a disc floating in. We're not a disc in space with one sun over
why
us.
is my wife tired?
Okay, so is the sun just over me right now?
Sun's only obviously illuminating a portion of the Earth as it moves around it. Yeah. And when it's not in that area, it's dark, and your family can sleep. Nice. A good system.
You can sleep if it's still sun too.
Is it like
how is a watch so good at
Let the
keeping
motherfucker
time?
talk, man.
How is a watch so good? We set it to be that way. It's mechanical. Well, it depends on the type of watch. You might have a digital one. I don't know. But it's set.
What was your question? How is the sun?
Yeah, so the sun. So if the sun is moving, let's say all the countries that we know right now, the sun is moving in a way on this flat plane to illuminate, I guess, part of the Earth, and then it moves and then it illuminates more and more, and it's going under this. How is it perfectly doing that to where we're not able to realize?
Not perfect. It's not perfect. So you have civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight. So it's not perfect.
It depends what you mean by perfect. Like if you're saying it's like perfect 50-50 light and dark, yeah, that's not the case. But it depends what you mean by perfect, I suppose.
So okay, are you saying that the sun is illuminating us just like how much of the world is?
Well, we know it's not illuminating the whole Earth, bro, or we'd all be
fired.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So what is it illuminating? That's what I'm asking. So what if it's? I know it's not illuminating the whole Earth. That's why I use the example of my family across the world sleeping right now, and it's dark. So how specifically, like how much zone is it illuminating, and how is it perfectly able to, I guess, just illuminate a small bit?
Well, that's just what it is, right? I mean, it's however much it's illuminating is how much it's illuminating, because it's a light above us, traveling over us.
But wouldn't it be daytime in places where it shouldn't be daytime?
Well, obviously,
It's like, for example, let's say it's daytime in Australia and it's flat. Is it also daytime in Indonesia or like
it's only daytime
South of Asia?
It's only daytime where it's daytime, and it's nighttime where it's nighttime.
Yeah, but can I just say
don't try to think,
something, man?
Shouldn't it be like this and shouldn't it be like that?
Like
It is how it is. It's like you've never seen one light
as an analogy, man, like think of it as a movie editing program.
Everybody's
right?
noon would be at noon when the sun is at its highest.
Yeah,
and it's just a big clock.
Cool.
Essentially.
Yeah.
With 2 seconds, turquoise, because Jedi was in the middle. Can you hear Jedi speaking?
It's alright, turquoise, man. You finish up, dude.
I'm just making sure he doesn't.
I was just trying to. Sorry, I was just trying to kind of jump in to finish this because it's
It keeps going. And
yeah, fair enough.
shadows, right? So shadows would signify where the sun is in relation to the land mass. Okay, so when the sun is at its highest and to the south, that's noon, and when even our time zones are not exactly where they should be. You know, just look at the map of the time zones.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, okay. Fair enough.
See, we're not that bad.
I mean, I just feel like on this on a flat plane, you would have places illuminated that should, like what we're saying right now.
I mean, to be honest, no one's actually like tracked like when it's daylight. Even if they have the U.S. Naval Observatory, right? And they have a calculator, and they give out sunrise, solar noon, and sunset times that are calculated. And if you look at their legal thing, because people often like subpoena their records to ask them, like for legal purposes, when was sunrise on such and such a date? It says no one in the United States government is tracking sunrise or sunset times. They're done by calculation. The point being is that, say the sun rose 15 minutes earlier than what was calculated. Who would notice? Who would even know? Is you gonna write to the president? Oh, the sun rose fucking 15 minutes too early. Do something. Like no one would even notice, right? We don't know. We don't need to know it to that level of precision. And when they have tried to actually test the predictions versus doing actual observations, there's errors up to 15 minutes, and the precision is something like the average error is something like 4 minutes. So they don't even know when the sun's going to rise within 4 minutes at the 3 places that they tested. These were astronomers testing it, right? And they're testing it. Well, the whole point is like this, like you wouldn't even notice a difference.
I get you. You know what would be interesting though? If let's say the sun is closer than we think, and the sun is actually rotating, and we are heliocentric, right? Why can't we have? And let's say we don't have to go to Antarctica. That's what you guys think, right? We are helios. The sun is.
No, that's what you think.
No.
What are you guys saying?
You're talking about geocentrism.
Yeah. Oh, geocentric. Sorry, I'm uttering your words. So why don't you have like 2 pilots come on, I guess, opposite sides of the map, and then track the sun moving from one to another, right? So kind of like you're closing in on the sun. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing for flat earthers?
What do you think some barriers to performing that feat might be?
Anybody can get a pilot's license. About them. You can get a pilot's license.
So,
it's so easy.
Just get a pilot's license. It's done. It's done.
I'm sure there's probably some flat earthers that have a pilot's license. Rest in peace of the guy that like tried to see the
how about the airplane? How about the fuel? How about an airplane capable of chasing the sun at 1,000 miles an hour? How about that?
What if it goes through restricted airspace? What are you going to do?
Oh, do you remember the guy that died like shooting himself up in a rocket, and then his fucking like his parachute, like because he wanted to prove the Earth was flat? I thought that was crazy.
No,
that's how he died. That's literally.
Hold on, dude. The guy was not a flat earther. He tried to. No, he was not a flat earther. He was trying to make a steam-powered rocket, but he used flat earthers to try and raise money. So he went to the Flat Earth Convention to try and raise money because he thought flat earthers were dumb. We're going to give him money to prove the Earth is flat in his rocket. I'm going to take a rocket, I'll fly up, and I'll prove the Earth is flat. And then there was this other guy. His name was Tim Osman. He, I think he gave him $500 or something, but the guy was a freaking shill. So
Tim Osman?
Actually, I do know that. I remember now
his nickname was Tim Osman, which is I know it's been. Yeah, like Osama bin Laden. Yeah, so if that doesn't tell you he was a shill, I don't know what does. The point is, the guy's name is I can't remember, Mad Mike or whatever. He was not a flat earther. That was misreported in the media, and that died, says it all. Yeah, but he did die. He died in a steam-powered rocket because his parachute didn't open. But he was not a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
He died.
How do I know that? Because there was interviews of him. He was trying to make steam power rocket.
And that was like the goal to try to like industrialize it and just make more money.
Yes. Yes. Okay. To go get off the chemical rockets, he thought it like he was trying to prove a concept to prove that he could build a steam power rocket that had enough thrust to get to a certain altitude. Because obviously you need a pressure vessel, and to make a pressure vessel strong enough to handle that pressure, you need money. So he was trying to make smaller scale so he could get investors to make a better rocket, right? That's how, like, you know, if you're privately funded, right? You get investors to go to one stage and then another, you know, more investors for another stage and build up to, like, you know, a corporation, hopefully.
Do you guys have...
That was him. He was only on stage 2. So he made a rocket. He did that. He didn't die. And then he tried it again and he did that.
Okay, fair. Do you guys have... There must be people who believe in flat Earth, maybe in aviation, right? Like, is there... So do those people come together to where maybe they have the resources or the capability to be able to maybe conduct an experiment like that? Like chase the sun almost?
I mean...
I'm not trying to say this. It sounds funny.
I don't know what the point would be.
Well, just to make sure.
I mean, how would you chase the sun?
I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know. Because I believe in a different model.
You don't even know that the sun's a physical object to chase, so...
Why are we chasing the fucking sun?
To prove to the world that the Earth is a fucking plane.
Well, just measure the ground for that, bro.
Yeah. You just measure the floor to do that. You don't need to be chasing the sun around and around. That'd be stupid. Just measure the floor.
So what? Okay. All right. Well,
the odd thing about Glovers is, well, I just want to say the odd thing about Glovers is it's like that's like the last thing they think of is like, oh, just measure the Earth. Who would have thought of that? Like, you guys are always talking about the sky and all these other derivative abstract things. Like, this is a super simple problem. It's not complicated. And I think that's why people hate it. It's like, no, it can't be that simple. No, it really is that simple.
Just do it. I just wonder, for example, like if you're saying that things are that simple, like, and I got almost memed for saying the English language. The English language is pretty complex, right? So I just don't know if things are as simple as, I guess, you're making it seem.
Okay, well, I mean, let's put it this way. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, can it be a ball?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a ball? The surface of the Earth is curving.
Okay, that's not the answer to the question. It was a hypothetical.
Oh yeah. No. It would. The answer would be no.
Okay. So we can automatically rule out ball could be a ball by just measuring the surface. Right there.
No.
Right? You could do this. What?
Okay,
no? No.
Here, I'll let Angel take over here.
Okay, so what situation could I measure a flat surface on the surface of the Earth and it could still be a ball? What situation is that?
So the issue you're going to have here, right, is that all areas are going to be relatively flat to you from your perspective. As you're measuring it, I mean, presuming you're measuring it across the surface.
Oh, don't bring up scope. They're going to get crazy.
You're gonna have a relativity issue.
The correct word would be scale.
Yeah, he's talking about measuring across the surface, not just observing it to be flat, which we all know we do.
Yeah, if you measured it across the surface, you'd be going in a giant sphere.
What about, is there curvature over 10 miles?
Not that can be detected. Like, not as visually.
So how much is it
predict? Yeah.
So there you could easily measure the question. You could easily measure the curvature over from New York to Britain, for example. Get a laser, get high up, try to project that across.
Let's see if we need to do that.
10 miles. Answer the question, Angels.
What's up?
10 miles. How much curve in 10 miles?
It depends on what you're again. So provide me a little bit more detail here. So in this context, what are you trying to suggest you're measuring this off of?
Water.
Okay, water? 0. Depends on your height, though.
0.
Yeah,
Zero curvature in 10 miles.
What's the height dependent value? What's the height dependent value?
10 miles.
Yeah, he's correct. Yep.
What's the height dependent value here?
On surface level, between point A and point B over the distance of that arc of a known radius, how much would point B have curved from point A?
It's so, as far as I'm understanding, at 0 feet sea level, at that point, you would not be able to see beyond 3 miles or so. Exactly 0 feet.
How much point A to point B?
How much curvature after
over water? It would not be detectable. Again, water is being contained.
Give us a value. Sorry,
so the globe model predicts that it's not detectable at 10 miles away.
Well, again, if you're trying to use water, right? If you're trying to use water as a medium, water fills
Why are you
to an equilibrium.
Okay, so check this out.
It creates a flat surface.
Yeah, the world is at least 70% water on the surface, right? So 70% of a flat surface and then the rest is a globe.
No, so that's where we actually get topographical changes, right? So you can't just measure measure the Earth in a flat paradigm, because at the end of the day there are decreases in
reset, bro. Point A to point B, 10 miles. How much drop between point A and point B?
Are you on actual terrain?
Oh, let's say a lake, a 10-mile lake.
Yeah. So the closest to this would be the FE core experiment, in which case you experienced 1.7 meters in drop
over 10 miles.
It was like 7.9, but it's close. It's a close example.
Stop bringing up FE core. We're just asking you a very simple question to check your knowledge. How much curvature should there be over 10 miles between point A and point B?
Again, it depends on the elevation. Give me an elevation, and we'll go ahead and adjust.
At ground level. It's like you're not listening, Angels. At ground level, on the surface of the Earth.
As ground level at sea level?
Surface level.
Yeah, that surface value can have a lot of values assigned to it, Jedi.
Okay. So why are you not answering the question?
Because I need to know explicitly, are we talking about sea level or are we talking about ground level?
Sea level.
Okay, sea level. So at sea level, if you're measuring from exactly 0 feet in the air and your target distance is 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to see beyond basically 0.
We're not talking about we want a quantification. We want you to quantify it. We want a number in units. You can use meters, feet, millimeters, fucking miles. Just quantify.
Well, you know what we're asking for, bro.
1 foot above sea level to make it simple for you.
1 foot above sea level. There you go. Perfect. You're not going to be able to see beyond about a mile. It's a little over a mile.
What you can see. We're not asking what you can see. We're asking what the drop is due to curvature, or in feet, or meters, or fucking millimeters.
I don't know. Topography underwater matters too.
You don't know. It's 66 feet.
No, because again, the Earth isn't uniform.
It's 66 feet. It's 66 feet.
Can't be.
The Earth isn't uniform like that. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that way.
Even if you take the oblate spheroid, the difference between the polar or equatorial radius is something like 0.01%. Okay, so if you use 8 inches per mile squared, it's either 3.98 or 3.9 or 7.97 or 7.98 per mile squared. Okay?
Again, though, we're trying to measure this in a hypothetical.
No, we want to go prediction.
So like if you want a prediction, the Earth should technically curve away from a flat line at 1/16 of an inch over every 100 feet. That would be like the lowest possible.
So it's linear.
That's the prediction.
So it's a slope.
No.
It's got failed high school math. You just described the slope.
I mean, again, that's the prediction of over 100
feet. The Earth
feet.
is a slope.
No, that's an incorrect.
You said value per distance. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, but you're making an extrapolation beyond what I'd said.
Very wheelchair friendly.
Very wheelchair friendly.
I make an extrapolation of what you said. You said
no, you didn't.
You said drop. You said drop per distance. You said drop per distance, right?
over 100 feet, you're expecting a derivation from a flat line of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet. That is going to wrap around, right? So at a certain point,
no, that's the slope.
If you continue that line for yes, it absolutely is. But you're referencing only one line. If you take that line and you transmit it across the entirety of the Earth, it's going to slope away from you and then come back. Yes.
What are you talking about? Drawing a whole bunch of 100-foot lines?
I'm confident about this shit.
Every single time you draw a different line, you're going to have a different reference point. In which case,
see what you're reading from. Where are you reading from?
Let me just pull up Microsoft Paint for you really quick. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah, so you're making a polygon.
Hold on.
So
let me just go ahead and pull up Microsoft Paint.
No. Please don't. You're making you can just explain this in words. Okay, so you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. That's what you're doing?
So here you go. This is literally how easy it is.
Just answer any simple fucking question, dude. No matter how simple it is. No, you're not. You're trying to intentionally avoid questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's what I'm saying. Go ahead and just pay attention to the visual aid in the side here, right? So at a certain point, this globe that we live on is going to line up with the exact 90-degree angle of this line if you were to draw one down from it. At both sides, you're going to have a slope. Correct. 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet is what the estimation is. At that point, as you start to go to the right, it's going to slope down and away to another 90-degree angle. But at a certain point, it's going to run parallel to that of the line. Again, you could just draw that line from the very center of your
you're making a polygon
through the Earth.
Fantastic.
Well, what's your source with this?
There's no sides on a circle.
Where are you reading? Where are you getting that formula?
I know, but you're using a bunch of straight lines.
This is what's used. This is what's used in determining accuracy of lasers, for example.
Look, I'm trying to be nice, right? So,
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because you won't admit that you're making a polygon.
How am I making a polygon? I'm using a circle.
Because you're using a bunch of straight fucking lines.
No, I'm not.
You're not. So where's the curved line in this?
So again, if you draw a straight line in any direction infinitely from Earth, you're going to have curvature away and curvature back into.
Did you just hear yourself? I said you're making a polygon. You said I'm not, and I said you're using a bunch of straight lines.
I'm using a singular straight line.
Pardon me?
I'm using one straight line.
And at the end of that straight line, of that straight line, what do you use?
Nothing. It's not. It's just a reference.
So your one straight line is a circle.
No, the one straight line is the line that I'm projecting from that circle.
So where are you getting a ball from?
So as you project that straight line infinitely, let's assume you get high enough that there is absolutely no potential obstruction. If you were to take that straight line, you can only measure it up until either parallel, in which case you couldn't see it anymore, so you can't measure it there, right? Or the two 90-degree angles, well, technically three 90-degree angles it's going to create in conjunction to that of the Earth.
Damn, bro.
Does anybody know what this dude is talking about?
Yeah, all this because you don't know how much curve is in 10 miles.
Okay, I'll go ahead and illustrate even further because you guys are not understanding it.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify.
Just go ahead and
clarify. Are you saying that there is
one more circle?
Are you saying that there is
a red herring anyway?
It's not.
Are you saying that there's not? Are you saying that there's not 66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
If that fits the 1/16 over 100 foot, which I believe it actually does. I believe it actually does.
So you're saying So you're saying there's 66 feet of curve over 10 miles. The one that you said was undetectable. Okay, no, there's not 66 foot of curve over 10 miles.
I didn't say anything. I'm making lines on a circle with a fucking platform.
Do you think there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles? Yes or no?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally speaking.
Like, yes.
So, that is the way that it works. Why did you say that would be undetectable?
Because the way that Earth's topography works, it's not uniform. It is not a uniform Earth. There is topography. You cannot account for that within that mathematical model.
That's why we said water.
Water also doesn't matter because water is going to create a flat plane because it's contained by that of gravity here on Earth.
Holy crap.
He said it again, dude.
Water in this case is not a good metric to try and determine Earth curvature unless you're using the exact same model I just fucking drew in.
So let me get this straight. The water's flat, but the land is curving, and it's a ball.
So too is the water. The water's also curving, but it's not a good reference point because it moves. Because it moves. You don't have it. So if you look out beyond the ocean, you don't have a reference point behind the ocean in most cases, like from New York to Europe. You don't have a reference point that's visible.
Yeah, you do. I can look across the English Channel and see northwestern Europe. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
Show me. Go take a picture outside your window of the English Channel.
Lad, please post your picture you took.
Quite easy. Quite simple, dude. You can go to a body of water. This is why we brought up lakes earlier.
That's a secondary reference point, though. How wide is the English Channel?
23 miles.
Okay. At that point,
from Dover to Calais, if I go to Folkestone, it's 35 miles.
You cannot see the very bottom of any of those buildings.
I shouldn't be able to see any of them.
It's the cliffs of Dover. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not to say you shouldn't be able to see any of them.
You can see the whole fucking thing. And in actual fact, there should be over 200 foot of curvature between Calais and...
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because you're not taking into consideration relative height, i.e., how high is the water rising up upon the actual decline of the Earth?
Excuse me, I will be at 6 foot above sea level. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said the decline of the Earth, dude. That's hilarious, man. This dude thinks we live on a fucking slope, man.
It's weird as fuck.
So the English Channel is at an altitude of 1,240 meters, 4,070 feet.
Son, before you wig out, the picture posted in there is those lights across that lake are 30 miles away, and he's standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. Mm-hmm. He's still 4,000 feet above sea level.
What does that matter?
Because it's going to change the relative topography that you're observing.
So being above sea level changes topography. I need a citation for that. Yeah, I need a citation.
That's what topography is. You're 4,000 feet above what is considered the relative flat.
Bumpiness. No, topography is the bumpiness relative to being smooth. So I need a citation that says
yes, and the ocean would be what you would
elevation above sea level change the topography, because the people in Chile are going to wonder why that they live on a giant desert fucking plain that's 4,000 feet above sea level.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait.
Is anybody arguing that?
Yeah, you just said changes in elevation change topography. That's nonsense.
Well, no, just changes in elevation are representative of topography. The fuck?
Yeah, localized changes, but not absolute changes. He's looking across water, okay? That lake is about 500 feet above sea level. That doesn't change that it's a lake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that lake is 500 feet above sea level, roughly.
The picture that was just posted is 4,000 feet above sea level.
How can it be if Lake Erie is 600 or 500 feet above sea level and that's Lake Ontario or something?
Wait, hold on. Are we referring to a different photo?
You're just all fucked up, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to figure out which photo we're referring to here.
The one that was just posted with the lights way at 30 miles away, and he's standing there taking the picture.
So this goes to like your level of honesty, right? You didn't look at the photo, but you said.
No, I thought we were still in reference to the
was wrong.
English Channel.
What we did?
So apologies,
dude. That's even worse, dude. It's the English Channel. That's even worse because that is at sea level.
No, it's not. You fucking potato.
The English Channel's not at sea level. What?
The English Channel sea level. Sorry, my friend. You probably need a geography lesson. The English Channel.
Excuse me. You're calling it a PETA because of that.
The English Channel. The English Channel at an altitude of 4,070 feet.
The English Channel.
You do understand what the North Sea is, right? And the English Channel separates the North Sea from the Atlantic between the north coast of France and the south coast of Great Britain.
Look up the English Channel's elevation, please. I challenge
live
you.
there. I live here. What are you talking about?
What's the English Channel's elevation?
Sea level.
Is it?
Yes, it's a sea.
Yes, moron.
It seems to be that there's an altitude of 1,240 meters for the English Channel.
Are you an idiot? The River Thames flows into it.
Yeah, and rivers must flow down, correct?
Yes, and fucking London's about 2 meters above sea level, you plum.
No.
Yes. Do you know where Holland is? Stupid. Do you know where Holland is?
Yes,
yeah, you're really bad
roughly speaking.
Good. So you understand that Holland was reclaimed from the sea, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Receding seas and dikes.
So you understand that that's where those little windmills come from. The windmills pumped out the water. They then built dams and dikes to keep the North Sea out. This is the North Sea. The English Channel goes into the North Sea. It separates Britain and France. It's a sea. It's not 150,000 miles up in the fucking air, you idiot. It's sea level. Do you know where mean sea level comes from? Comes from a little bolt on a dike in Holland, separating the North Sea.
Yeah, what about Sir Francis Drake? Like, how did he defeat, like, the Spanish fucking Armada? Like, what the fuck? And then
where did you get the information that
they were 4,000 feet above sea level in Spanish galleons?
Hey, check out the diameter he made the ball by adding 4,000 per side to the radius. So radius of 39, he added 4,000. So he has 79.59 mile radius ball now. When he added that 4,000 feet.
No, that's not correct.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Let me pull the exact quote for you.
Where are you getting the information that it was 4,000 feet above sea level?
I'm pulling the direct quote. I'm just going to find it inside the article.
Yeah, the AI was wrong.
I don't use AI for stuff like this.
You know the islands of Great Britain, they sit in a sea. You know that.
I've never said this before, but you probably should.
Angels, the Isles of Great Britain.
Can you give me a moment, please? Can you give me a moment, please?
No,
yes.
I want you to.
Yes, I can absolutely have a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and here. I'll do that.
You won't mute me.
Does he possibly think
why
oceans
are we
go
talking to
uphill?
this? Seriously,
he thinks oceans go uphill.
He's a fucking idiot.
Everyone does understand, though, that lakes have a higher elevation, so that would change the calculation. So, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the North Sea.
Yeah, no, I just get that. Yeah, no, that's sea level.
Let's all wait for Angels to come back and not be honest and lie again.
I'm just curious where he got the information from.
Pulled out of a fucking Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, he just made it up and now he's trying to backpedal.
Americans are not allowed to have Kinder Surprise. Apparently they choke on the toys.
Oh yeah, that is true. I would suggest that Angels never owned a passport either and never gone anywhere else.
But happy Thanksgiving to my American friends.
Happy Turkey Day.
Like Holland, a lot of New Orleans is under sea level as well.
Let's celebrate taking over the land from everybody.
Oh, at least he is muting himself, so we don't need to listen to his cognitive dissonance spiral.
He doesn't want to hear any talking from us. He's plugging his ears.
Yeah, let's be happy for once, man. Imagine listening to him spiral.
Well, imagine how much easier the channel would have been to make if the channel was 4,000 feet above. Just a straight shot through.
Yeah, you just go Just build a little tube into the water there, straight out. You don't even have to do anything. You just straight and straight through. Like a mountain.
So, did they have like climbing gear on D-Day?
Yeah. We had to scale the mountain of the English Channel. Attacking the northern beaches, we just slid down the other side. It was fine.
How do you sail uphill? I want.
We built it on purpose.
Well, all of the planes, when they were, dropping the paratroopers were just jumping out of the plane right onto the land. So
They jumped out with water skis.
Surfed it down.
Jedi.
Surfed the hump.
Jedi, don't tell this globe about the technology that Germans have used with beacons of a radar to get these unmanned bombs to London. Don't tell him about this. That there was a straight line of radar signal possible by the Germans.
I'm not going to tell him anything until he apologizes or concedes that he was incorrect.
Oh, you will never concede. He's a special one.
My neighbor might be joining in soon. I was
that's
smoking
cool.
outside with him and was like, yo, just listen to what I listen to. Check it out. And started flat smacking him. He's like, wow, this is interesting.
There we go. I was able to figure out exactly where it was. I was getting confused. There was a bad reference point inside of an article. Got it. Okay. So back to the question at hand, because that was really, really fucking stupid. So your reference point across the English Channel. Why can you not see if the Earth is flat? The entirety of all of the buildings on the opposite side.
Definitely of you. Yes, you were definitely stupid, and yes, you can.
No, I know that was entirely a mistake on my part. The information I was reading was incorrect.
Yes,
so,
it was.
Why can you not see the totality of all of the buildings on the opposite side? Please explain.
Like the port of Calais, and watch the ferries sail into the port of Calais. You're saying you can't see that?
I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
What buildings? Have you
on the opposite side of the English Channel?
Have you ever been to Dover?
No, I'm literally looking at your picture right now at the English Channel. I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
You've got a real issue. That's not my picture. That's a different argument over a lake. A lake isn't the English Channel. The fuck?
No, Jedi is an old dude.
You couldn't
He's
see
not
all the way
old.
to the bottom anyway, dude.
That's
Because
old
if you had a 1 meter wave 1 kilometer away, it would block 10 meters 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters 100 kilometers away. That's just a 1 meter wave.
Dover from Calais.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
No, I'm just trying. I'm going through the photos on the right hand side here.
Don't you have to, for that 1 meter, 10 meter, doesn't the photo have to be taken from the ground though?
1.2 times the square root of Gibbs over his height and feet.
Yep.
And in which case, the Earth actually blocks off most of the actual curvature in terms of
the physical Earth curve. The physical Earth curve.
What? Yes. So what you're looking for here is horizon reference points. You need to be able to see past the horizon, and the only way to do that would be to increase the FOV, and in which case, or well, technically decrease and focus on a central point. At that point, though, regardless, you're changing the perspective of the horizon because you're literally able to see farther with higher magnitude optics.
Okay, so if I was
your reference point changes.
If I was 3.25 feet off the surface of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.21 miles away, correct?
Let's take a look-see here. 3.25?
Yeah.
Feet?
Yep.
Yeah, 2.2. That should be the rough point in which case things start to fade away.
So you see the image that I posted of the bottom of 6 wind turbines? The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8.4 miles away. The one on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles away. In reference to the distance markers, where's the horizon? Is it in front of it or is it behind it?
You're seeing the first one at 8.4 miles the most. The one at the farthest, you're seeing less of. You can literally tell based on the black marks.
I'm asking you where the horizon is in reference to the distance markers. Where's the horizon? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them?
It's in front of them. You're not seeing the full. You're not seeing the full picture in any of those cases.
I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm seeing the horizon beyond. I'm seeing the horizon clearly.
Refraction.
Beyond.
Yes, you're seeing refraction, but at the end of the day, that's creating a excuse me, can I finish a statement?
No,
can I finish a statement? I'm not.
You are.
I'm literally not. This is why where you flat earthers, you cannot follow a copacetic point. So you're seeing a portion of each of those windmills, a portion of the bottom. You're seeing a portion of it, but you can visibly see as at even half a mile or just shy of half a mile in discrepancy distance, you can visibly see the black markers at the bottom of these otherwise yellow posts fading away.
That's because
that's showing.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's smaller with distance.
You said earlier, sorry, Turquoise, you said earlier, I can't see the bottom of fucking the White Cliffs of Dover because the physical Earth curve was in the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you said earlier.
It's very gradual. This isn't something that's going to immediately occur. It's not going to just drop off, especially over water.
Specifically, and you said yes, Earth curvature. Paraphrasing
physical.
That's why.
Well, if you're paraphrasing me, that's not what I said, right?
So why can't I see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover then? Tell me again.
So show me a photo. Let's examine it.
We did earlier. You've already looked at it.
Would you mind tagging me in the photo?
No. Scroll up.
Is it Dover from Calais?
My goodness me. What the fuck do you think we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes? Are you just using this as a tactic so you've got time to think?
No, not at all.
Right then, so you said that I can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover because the Earth curve is in the way. I then give you this observation where the horizon is obviously well beyond its geometric limits.
The White Cliffs of Dover will rise above that of the water level, creating a part of the image that you're expecting to see. A part of it. Again, you have this weird construction that the Earth curvature is going to drop off exponentially when there is no evidence to suggest that, nor have I ever made that claim. You're using your own math as a placeholder here. The water is the ocean level is the best metric to try and determine what relative Earth curvature is going to be. At that point, anytime you have a differentiation in topography from sea level, from 0 feet above sea level, you are going to change these numbers. It does not matter where. If it's 1 foot above sea level, you are changing how far away you can see an object. If that object on the opposite side is 1 foot above sea level, it is technically going to be capable of being viewed from a different distance other than its original from sea level. If you're looking at an object from at 10 miles above sea level,
I don't care. Now this is just turning into word salad.
No, it's not. I'm speaking completely logically right now. Go ahead and steel man what I just said, if you would, please.
No, I want to answer this question. Where should the horizon be for a 3.25 observer?
How high is the object above sea level?
No, we're talking about where should the horizon be.
Again, how high is said object above sea level? And that'll give us a reference.
3.25.
I just want to know where the horizon is.
That's how high. It's observer.
No, that would be the observer height. How high is the observer?
I've just told you that how high is the observer. I've just told you that 5 times.
Bro. The camera's the observer.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's at 5.5 feet. Just the average height of a human being.
3.25 feet.
No, 3.25.
I've given you this.
3.25 feet, fine. Okay.
Yeah, we agreed this earlier, and you gave me the answer then.
You're going to have a flat...
Angel, why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm answering your question at this point.
I haven't answered it. Yeah, you fucking idiot. You answered this question. You answered this question earlier. You said yes, it should be at 2.21 miles. But as soon as I bring you an observation from this observer height, where the horizon isn't at 2.21 miles and is clearly beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of 12 miles, you screen refraction, making the horizon non-physical. Correct?
That's not true. An image can be put together based on the reflections of said object associated to the image that you're seeing in front of you. In this particular case, the horizon will start to drop off items, whether you want to talk about millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet, doesn't really matter, over time as your sight line continues forward. That's why those the black measurable surface that we can visibly see on said windmills gets smaller. That's why it happens.
You do understand that there's a distance between about 3 to 4 miles between the platforms, right? You do understand that things get smaller with distance, correct? You do
Yes, of course they get smaller, at least with reference to that one point of reference.
Good, so they're getting further away.
That doesn't make their physical dimensions change. Even your famed black swan photo doesn't change the dimensions of the actual oil wells.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just a word salad.
Oh, what?
It doesn't physically make the objects any smaller. It's your observation point, your reference point.
Exactly.
What are you talking?
That's what he's been talking about for 15
Dude,
years.
he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just asks you, guy, what is the observer's height? And then you say what the observer height is. And then he says, yeah, but at what height is the observer? I mean, you can't make this up, dude.
So look at actually, Doctor just posted a fantastic video to try and prove what it is that I'm talking about. It's very easily seen. As your reference point changes, i.e. zoom, you can see more and more of an object because your reference point is changing. The reference point at that zoomed level is not the same as it would be if you were just looking at it from your eyes. It's not. However, because that reference point's changing, it's not giving you a clear picture as to what is actually in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
None of that means anything with reference to this argument, though.
Look at
this is quite literally. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the photo of what was shown.
It's the video.
No. So I assume you're talking about the Black Swan, right? So it's not even
No. We're beyond that. There's a video in which case there's a large scale zooming effect, in which case that zoom changes the perspective of the individual.
Shush. Crypto, it's the one with 6 wind turbines. I know you're not looking at it, but that's the one that's in reference in the moment. And the video that's associated with it, where the horizon is clear.
Right?
Sorry?
The argument's the same, though.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to at least know what picture we're talking about.
Yeah, fair play. So, I mean, look, man, the point is that you're essentially making the argument that the horizon refracts and the objects don't.
No, so those objects disappear from the initial base perspective, right? From the initial reference point, those objects disappear. You cannot see them.
What would you expect on a flat surface?
I would be able to see the entirety of the objects at effectively any distance.
Well, then you're
they
wrong.
They would be the same height.
Yeah, but why would it be so on a flat Earth? Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Why would you not see the?
Haha, fascist joke.
No. I'm actually siding with Angel.
King Harambe, King Harambe, you have a world-class username. That's what I was laughing at.
I'm actually siding with Angel.
Well, I mean, that's a mistake, but I can give you the answer that you seek. I would say that Angels isn't a guy you want to... If he's on your side, you should probably rethink your side. But regardless, why... So, okay, here's a question. I think this is where you guys are getting this wrong. You're just...
Why would it blur? So...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to give you a mindset change, because I think what you're assuming is that on a flat surface you would see forever. And so therefore anything that doesn't conform to that must therefore confirm a sphere, right? Is that your line of thinking?
No, not intrinsically.
I'm asking King Harambe, not you.
Oh.
Not really.
So then why do you think that if something disappears from the bottom up, that is evidence for a sphere, if that's not the reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if
you don't know.
If what?
That's fine. Look, bro, I'm not. That don't take it personally. I just don't think you've thought this through, right? If your line of reasoning is that you must see forever on a flat surface, then it makes sense that if you don't see the whole object, it must be because the Earth's curving. However, you've just told me that's not your line of reasoning. So therefore, I don't understand why you have a problem with this idea that objects can disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I don't know what your line of reasoning is.
Okay, so I'm just very interested to know why would the objects be covering down?
I don't say again.
Like for example, if you go up to what DDD Amp posted, like if you go a bit up, it's like on the sea, and then there's a like a large matrix of like steel fences. If you go up a bit.
So
yeah, but why does it curve downwards?
How much past the hour?
Sorry.
So is it 39 past the hour? 40 past the hour? What am I looking at?
Wait. Here. Okay.
40, I think.
So I'm just curious of what you think.
39 after
Doesn't
the
really
hour.
matter what I think, but I see what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
so
that
this one here, 41 past, yeah?
Red rhetoric.
But why would it? Yeah, but why would it go down?
What's going down?
The fence.
I don't even know what you're
whatever
asking.
it is. Bridge? No.
This here, hold on. This photo. I'll tag it.
Those are
rhetoric
power
power
lines.
lines.
Yeah, and I posted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's been taken by other people, and the quote unquote curvature that you find in this photo doesn't exist. So you can only really assume that in this specific
Yeah, but what's the
photo,
illusion causing it to do it?
I didn't finish, bro. I definitely didn't finish.
Sorry.
So the only explanation that I can give for this, when you compare it to Doctor's, which is the same power lines in the same place at the same elevation, is that there's some sort of compression happening either in the lens or some other effect that he's applied to the photograph afterwards, right? So that would be how you explain this, because it's not present when other people have tried to repeat it. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you mean compression?
Well, compression of the photo, compression of the lens. It could be done either physically or through, you know, dude. Do you know what compression is?
Something of oppression. Press.
Right. Okay. So compression would create distortion in the image, right?
Like if there's anyone that is, you know, if you shake your camera, it might be a bit distorted. Like you mean like that?
No, convergence of an image from one file size to another is typically the best example of compression.
Well, that's a different type of compression.
Yeah, it's
but yeah, that could also affect it. The point is that this hasn't been reproduced. What he captured hasn't been reproduced. So some fuckery has taken place. The end. When it comes to why would things disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk over me? Cool. So why would things disappear bottom up on a... Are you okay, dude? Do you want me to continue, or do you want to say something?
Sorry if I'm making any sounds. I'm just, you know, looking over some pictures. We have 35 milliliter. Is like this. Wait, let me just post it. Like this. Is it like this type of compression?
Possibly,
but
I mean, there's lots
you
of
have to be
different types of
identified
compression.
what type of compression it would be.
It's just an inferior mirage. That's
Well,
all it is.
Yeah, dude, I don't know exactly what he did in order to fake that curve. But when people have gone back to that place at that point, the curve isn't there. In addition, you shouldn't see curve according to that model at that height anyway. So we know that not only did he fake it, but it's impossible for the curve to be like that from that location.
Okay.
Where is that picture taken from to begin with?
It's Lake Pontchartrain.
I don't know.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry. Real quick, just look at the image I put in the text. It's an inferior mirage. This effect happens over distance when the surface of the water or the ground is heated, and then the air above it gives that distortion. Can you please watch what I just posted at 48 minutes past the hour? For God's sakes, you're driving me nuts. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening to the railing on the side as the camera angle lowers down to the ground. Can you please look at the railing? And then look at the image as red rhetoric image. Look at what the power lines are doing, and look at the side of the railing.
Yeah,
that's it. One and done. We're done. That's it. That's what's happening. Inferior mirage. That is the answer. That's all that's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a really good direct answer to what I was saying. But what I was trying to address with these guys with the actual mindset, like if your mindset is that this effect can only happen on a curved surface, then you're thinking about the problem wrong. And so you're always going to come back to, therefore, the Earth is a ball, right? But if you actually understand what's going on, not only with the faked evidence that Red's rhetoric provided, but also just in a general sense about how these photos and videos are taken, then you understand that this is perfectly possible on a flat surface or on a ball. And making one or two observations doesn't really prove a ball. Okay, good.
Yeah. I was just curious of what you guys think. I'm just, going around asking what people think.
Well, I'm trying to address it at the most basic level I can, because there's a lot more to this, right? But it's like, if you're already in the mindset that anything disappearing from the bottom up proves a ball, then we can't really have a discussion.
I'm not really claiming that. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's some people just reassert that over and over again, and it just becomes really dull. Because then you can't actually get into. Because then you can't really get into the meat of the discussion. You're just talking about, if it disappears bottom up, it's a ball, right? And then you keep going back to that incorrect assertion. And I just wanted to get rid of that before we actually talked about stuff that mattered.
Yeah. What of that particular photo? I just tagged Effie in it.
Oh, that
which one?
Yeah, the one of the that skyscraper in Sweden. What of that?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about it?
If there's a photo taken, the turning torso, kind of an interesting building too. If your photo is taken here 28 kilometers away over the water line, where's the rest of the building? It's still a zoomed photo, so this is more than you could actually see just from standing on the other surface.
The temperature of the water and the temperature of the air that day.
Yeah, Harambe, do you remember when I said...
Good question. I mean, kind of irrelevant, but good question.
No, it's not.
Harambe,
it's going to have... what I mean to say is it's going to have an effect on the photo itself, of course. But again...
It's not irrelevant, so...
Cool. So Harambe, just wanted to talk to you about this. Do you remember when I said, not even 30 seconds ago, if you make the assertion that a building missing any of the bottom part must therefore be a curve is wrong? And have you noticed how Angels has literally just done that? And that's why I addressed it.
Well, no, there's very clearly,
right?
Whenever you take a photo away from something, only the tallest portions of that object are going to be visible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning I've just been addressing that you've just completely avoided. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's, but here's the problem: is I'm not saying that it's a static. That for example, these objects just shouldn't appear. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand angular resolution.
I think that I just warned. Yeah, one sec. You're literally making the assertion that I just warned against at length, and not realizing it. It's actually very.
No, I am realizing it, but the problem is this is how it pans out in reality.
No, you're not. Stop saying you're realizing when we can clearly hear that you're not realizing it.
This is how it's panning out.
Angel, it is angular resolution. These things have been discussed in spades in this chat many times. You're just not a part of it when you're here. And you quickly want to look at something else, another image, and you're not listening. Okay, you're hearing us, but you're not listening to us. So once again, it's angular resolution. So when you lower something to the ground, the bottom of the thing in the far distance will be cut off. That's what happens at a distance, and then so on for it getting farther away from you. This is what's going to happen to anything at a distance. You can actually test for this. My God, I can't believe you're still putting up images after. Okay, what did I just say? Okay, well, repeat what I just said. What is causing that? bottom up disappearance? What is it?
I mean, putting your
what is it that's causing the bottom up disappearance?
Again, putting
what
your
is it that's causing the bottom up
putting your
disappearance?
perspective closer to the bottom.
Fucking hell! I'm gonna ask you once again. What's caused? I just gave you the answer. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
You viewing it.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to tell.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance? You better fucking repeat what I just said.
I'm literally trying.
No, you're not literally. Say it. I want you to fucking say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Alpha, your mom and dad are fucking faggots. Fuck you.
Quiet, Borgs. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to.
You're not saying it. Just say it.
Every time you unmute him, he's like, "I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to obfuscate, but you won't let me."
Just say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Changing the camera.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Say angular resolution, and if you don't when he unmutes the mic, then you're out too.
Angular resolution? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
No, that's what you need to say. That's what the fuck is going on.
Putting the camera closer to the bottom. That's what I was saying the entire time.
Yeah.
You fucking artard.
Wow.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
I was literally just trying to repeat that to him.
No, now you did.
No, I was trying to. I just didn't say angular resolution beforehand.
Right. Well, maybe that's what you should have.
I was literally just trying to say that
maybe
you changing the perspective to the bottom of a particular angle is going to change it. Yes.
All right, then.
Of course.
Then why the fuck are we talking about this if it's already settled?
Because it doesn't work out that way all the time.
It doesn't work out that way. Let's fucking see, shall we? Why can't we put it to the test, Angel?
So the ocean is...
No, we're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. Let's put it to the test. Now, there's many different depictions, and you will be shown by every flat Earth person that's in here. I want you to pay attention. All right. Fuck. I don't give a fuck if you leave. When you come back, I'll be here. All you can do is run.
I was trying to tell you that. I swear.
No, you weren't.
I want to be a real boy.
No.
Miggy missed it. He was trying to tell us the English Channel was 4,000 feet above sea level.
No way, dude.
Oh, how did we laugh? Yep. Oh, yes. About 5 minutes before you came in, mate. Yep.
Brilliant. Yeah, that Angels guy is such a clown.
Do they have to bring mountain climbers?
Really?
You need mountain climbing gear on D-Day to climb the hill of water across the English Channel.
We got Triple D Dan over there chirping in the text chat. Go ahead and use your voice. Go ahead and chime in, DDD Dan.
Guys, I have a question.
No, we want to listen to DDD Dan. Go ahead, Dan. You're in the text chat acting like you're all hard and whatnot. Why do you keep posting that image of that boat? What do you think it is? It's Earth curvature? Tell us
post the video so we can see the mirage.
Go ahead and tell us the distance to that boat disappearing. What's the distance there? Give us some data.
Yikes. In this original video, if you watch it, there's a mirage. Like, you can see that the whole bottom of this boat, in between the water line and the bottom of the boat, it's mirrored.
Put your big boy pants on and get on the fucking mic. Or are you just going to sit? You know what? If you're not going to speak up, dude, you're going to kick rocks out of this channel. We don't need your fucking chirping in the text chat.
Yeah, no
Fuck
chat
off,
skanking.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Happy Turkey Day to everybody, though.
Happy Turkey Day.
How does Turkey Day work on a flat Earth?